powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you're denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that Ghana will get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that they've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Would you love to have fruits for breakfast, bread and tea for breakfast, sandwich for breakfast, or would you rather have kenke for breakfast? Hi guys, we are back again. Chale, how are you doing? I miss you all. So, is Ghana expensive when it comes to food? In this video, we are going to be seeing cost of living in terms of food. I mean, for breakfast, lunch, dinner. So it's very easy to see bread sellers around early in the morning, and so yeah, I've met a very beautiful lady here, and I'm buying bread, tea bread, and margarine. So the bread cost me 1 cedi, 50 pesos. So I'm coming to get Nescafe and Idol milk. Yeah, Nescafe and milk cost me 2 cedis, 50 pesos. Thank you. I'm making a YouTube video. Do you want to come? Do you want to come? Say hi.
Hello. Hi, my name is Esther Muriku, and this place is Dynamo.
Yeah, so whenever you're in Jowulu, come here and come and shop for your goods. So it's very easy to find any local provision shop in your area. I mean, almost every area has a provision shop, and just close to my office is this shop. And so I chose to buy Nescafe. What did you spend on your breakfast today? What did you eat?
I drank oats with extra milk and 1 cedi bread.
You bought it or it's from home?
I bought it.
Okay, so I spent 4 cedis in all for breakfast, and you guys are going to have breakfast with me. So let's go. I mean, she spent less than 5 cedis, same as I did. So let's go and have breakfast. You're looking nice. What did you have for breakfast today?
My normal oats.
How much did you spend?
5 cedis.
5 cedis. So is this the usual amount you spend on breakfast?
Oh, yes. Not usual, but sometimes I spend more.
More than. What's the highest you spend on breakfast?
It shouldn't be more than 10 cedis.
10 cedis. Okay.
You can subscribe to my channel, Ladies Well, on YouTube. Please subscribe to my channel. Thank you.
She also does YouTube, so do well to visit her channel, show her some love. She's doing amazing. So today is one of those mornings that you wake up and all you want is something very heavy like kenke. So my kenke is here. This is what I'm having for breakfast. And the fish is 6 cedis, the kenke is 2 cedis, that's 8 cedis. Usually when I eat kenke in the morning, it can last me the whole day because it's a heavy meal. So maybe the only meal I'll have later in the night is maybe dinner, which will be something very light like fruits or vegetables. So yeah, that's the update with today's meal. Yeah. So kenke is made with corn, and this is shito, locally called shito. It's black pepper, red pepper. This is tomatoes and green pepper, and this is also the green sauce only together with some onion. So this is how the kenke looks like. So this is kabo for breakfast. And you know there are some days that you want to eat something bougie, something I mean a meal that you know you don't usually eat. It's once a while. So I went to my favorite restaurant. It's called the D Cafe, and I went to get myself sandwich together with some hot tea, and that is expensive for me because it cost me 49 Ghana cedis for breakfast, which is very expensive, but I think it's worth it because once in a while you just want to have that feel. I don't know if you understand. Are you like me? Once in a while you feel like eating something bougie, you go for it? Let me know in the comment section. So I just got local meat pie, and one is 2 cedis, and so this is what I'm having for breakfast together with a beverage, maybe Lipton. So I'm getting one of these, which is Vita Milk Banana. Auntie, am I saying? It's 5 cedis. So this is also another expensive breakfast. So I'm going to have meat pie and something milky. So you see how I spent 2 cedis on meat pie for breakfast, just one meat pie. There are other places that meat pie is expensive, so it depends on your area and it depends on what you're also looking for. Some people think when food is cheap, it's not healthy, or it's not the best, or it's not of maybe it's not hygienic, you know. So it depends on you and what your stomach can take. If you try this and it doesn't go well for you, then you go for the expensive one, because there are meat pies that cost 30 Ghana cedis, which is very expensive for a day you don't have enough money. Today like this, I don't have money. A girl is broke. And so I already have planned what I'm going to eat in my head, which is fufu for lunch. And I don't usually do dinner, except for just fruits, because I'm checking my weight, and also maybe sometimes when I get home and there's food like soup, if they prefer. Me, my house, they eat banku almost every day. We eat banku every day. Like, one of the foods that you get in your house, in my house, is banku. So when I don't want to eat banku, maybe I'll just drink the soup or something, but I usually don't eat at night. So that's just for me. Are you enjoying the video so far? Let me know in the comment section which of the breakfast or the lunch or the dinner is your favorite. So let's go. So one thing about Accra is most every area has like a local joint. They sell like local foods. You can get things to buy like kenke, local foods, wache. But if you live in a residential area, a very bougie area, I'm sorry, you have to come to the local side of town. Good morning. Local side of town before you'll be able to get like local food for cheap prices. Most often in this bougie or residential area, you kind of have like kenke for very expensive. You can buy kenke for like 2 cedis, but you end up buying your fish for 30 Ghana cedis, which is very, very expensive for a local meal. So yeah, it depends on your area, but it's very common to find local joints to get something to eat in the morning. So this is my change, 11 cedis, and so I spent 9 cedis on lunch, and the usual amount of money I spend on lunch, if I want to go local, is about 10 cedis a day, and so spending 9 cedis means I get to save 1 cedi for another day. So yeah, that's the update on today's. This is my lunch. We satisfy this food in Jesus' name. Amen. You're invited. This is locally called gobe. It's beans, gari, plantain, and sausage. So I also bought pineapples after. See, I've not even finished eating, but I already have my dessert. It cost me 3 Ghana cedis for the pineapple, because of the pack and because of the packaging and the fruit is 3 cedis. Hi Kendicta. I can see you're enjoying your lunch.
Yeah.
How much do you usually spend on lunch?
I usually bring lunch from home,
so you don't spend?
No.
And how much does it cost to prepare a meal?
Well, it's homemade, so
like you prepare for the week.
yeah.
So how much do you think you spend for the week in terms of preparing a meal? You can't tell. It's relative.
Differs.
Okay, differs because of the meal.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right. But how much would you be willing to spend for lunch?
Maximum 10 cedis.
Okay.
But once it's from home, obviously, it'll be more than 10 cedis, the quality and everything, but it's worth it.
Okay. It's time for lunch, and I'm getting lunch just around my office. So it's about 5 minutes drive from my office, and it's one of also my favorites around. I mean, once I discovered food around, I like to stick to old things. So I'm going to get jollof and salad, which will cost me 12 Ghana cedis. Let's go. Happy belly. Global. Yeah, on Global. Oh, okay. So she's right close to Special Ice, and so come and buy your jollof. So I am currently at my favorite spot, which is called Accordion Quine, with my beautiful friend. Hey. So I got my fufu, tilapia and goat, which costs 24 cedis. Stella is also having what, chicken? Oh, what's your chicken and fish? How much is yours? 22. Okay. So I'm spending more than she is today. So you're all made a new friend. So how much did you spend on your meal?
About 50 cedis.
50 cedis. Oh, then it means
okay, let's almost
70 cedis. Oh, okay. Is that how much you spend on a meal every day?
Depends on where you go.
Okay. So for, let's say for a local breakfast, lunch and dinner.
Local breakfast?
Yeah, like cocoa. You don't do breakfast. So you eat heavy.
I eat twice a day.
Oh wow, I feel you.
In the morning, I take 3 shots of adobo. So I'm not taking my breakfast.
Oh, this breakfast. All right. Thank you so much.
Then my dessert will be omutu.
Wow. Thank you so much. So this is what I'm having for dinner, and this is coconuts, local coconuts. This is 2 cedis 50 pesos. It's almost 6 p.m. here at the moment, so I know for sure that I'm sure by the time I'll get home with this coconut will do for me. It's a Friday night, so I'm just going to chill, relax, edit some videos for you, and so yeah, that's how my that's how my Friday is going to be like. So he just asked me if we should take the coconut inside. How do you guys call it? Is it called pop? Let me know in the comment section if you know the inside of the coconut, the white parts, what's the English name is. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. So guys, let me know in the comment section, how much do you spend on breakfast and lunch? In fact, how much do you spend in a day on food? So I can say on my average I spend about 25 cedis, which is about $4, and when I want to go when I want to spend more, I spend about $16. That's about 100 Ghana cedis. Let me know in the comment section, is food in Ghana expensive from the look of all the food I've documented? Let me know in your country, how expensive is food? Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Let me know in the comment section too if you want more of this, if you want an average cost of living in Ghana in general, that is from food, lifestyle, everything. Let me know in the comment section if you want that, and the next time I would bring that in my next video. Anyway, next week is my birthday. It's on the 16th of September, and so I'll be going live on YouTube. Catch you guys. Come and support your girl. Come and wish me happy birthday, and I'm sure, I mean, it's my birthday. I get to feel it. I get to experience a birthday with you, you know? So guys, until next time.
Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez prendre place. Please rise to welcome. Debout pour l'exécution de l'hymne de la CEDEAO. Thank you, Your Excellency. You may kindly be seated. Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Excellencies, members of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government, Your Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and ECOWAS mediator from Mali, Your Excellency Excellency Mahamat Saleh Anadif, Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General, Head of the UN Office for West Africa and Sahel, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency Mrs. Finda Koroma, Vice President of ECOWAS Commission, Honorable Commissioners, Excellencies, the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invited guests, Bimvindo, dans la très chaleureuse ville d'Accra. Ce jour, jeudi 16 septembre 2021, se tient la session extraordinaire de la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de la CEDEAO portant sur la situation politique en République de Guinée et Mali. Il se tient présentement la cérémonie d'ouverture. L'agenda de cette cérémonie comme suit. Un discours d'ouverture de son Excellence Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, président de la République du Ghana, président en exercice de la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de la CEDEAO. Puis, la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement procédera en huis clos. I now have the honor to invite His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Chairperson of the Authority of ECOWAS Heads of State and Government, for his opening statement.
Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, members of the authority, representatives of member states, President of the ECOWAS Commission, the ECOWAS mediator in Mali, the Special Representative of UN Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel region, fellow citizens, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you to Accra once again, and I thank you for responding to the call. With our deliberations centering on the happenings in Guinea and Mali. We're met today for further urgent deliberations on events in those two countries. Presidents, at the second extraordinary summit on the political crises in Guinea and Mali is a clear manifestation of the solidarity and commitment of the ECOWAS community to the democracy, peace, prosperity, and unity of the region. Excellencies, as we all know, there was a coup d'etat in the Republic of Guinea on 5th September 2021, and President Alpha Condé has since been detained by the military. That same day, we issued a strong statement condemning the coup, demanding his immediate release, and the rest have also condemned the coup. In discussing this issue during our virtual conference of 8 September 2021, we reiterated our condemnation, suspended Guinea forthwith from membership of our organization, and decided to establish immediately to Guinea a high-level ECOWAS mission composed of the chairperson of the Council of States, the Ghanaian Foreign Minister, the Honorable Shirley Ayoko Boutre, the President of the ECOWAS Commission, His Excellency Jean-Claude Brou, the Foreign Minister of Burkina Faso, the Honorable Alpha Bari, and the Foreign Minister of Togo, the Honorable Robert Dussey, to assess the situation in that country and report back to us. The delegation went to Guinea on Friday, the 10th of September, met the military leaders, and saw President Alpha Condé in his place of detention. They have made a report to us, which will be the basis of our deliberations at this emergency summit on Guinea. We will receive also a report from the mediator of the Malian crisis, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, on developments in Mali. We are required to take informed decisions on these matters. I count on you, Excellencies, to help proffer durable solutions to the crisis. And I'm confident that, as in the past, we will rise to the occasion. I wish us fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your attention and declare this opening ceremony closed.
We thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Chairperson of the Authority of ECOWAS Heads of States and Government, for his opening statement. This concludes the opening session of the extraordinary summit of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government on the political situation in the republics of Guinea and Mali. The Authority of Heads of States and Government will now move into a strict closed-door session. At this point, we request for all media to kindly please exit the hall. And the drafting team are to remain for the closed-door session. For member states,
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Welcome to another edition of Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harisidasari. What I'm holding here is a ticket which is Netherlands bound. Now I'm holding this because a couple who had boarded a KLM flight were, for want of a better word, thrown off or denied the flight because they were campaigning or trying to judge against KLM's current directive about 7 vegetarian meals on African flights. My name is Lord Harisidasari. When we return from the break, we'll be speaking to one of the victims, the husband. Actually, he'll be telling us exactly what happened last night, which was September 15th. Do stay, the conversation continues. Welcome back. My name is Lord Harisidasari. Now, today our guest is Nico van Stadenijn. He, together with his wife, were aboard the KLM flight bound to the Netherlands. They were supposed to arrive there tomorrow afternoon, actually. But let me just ask him himself. He's here and he's going to tell us exactly what happened and everything that has to do with it. Nico, thanks for speaking to us. Now, tell me, GhanaWeb did a story about the fact that you and then your spouse got blocked from flying the KLM flight because you were sharing some tracts and whatnot about the KLM directive. Give me more details about that. How did this entire thing happen?
First of all, I'm a frequent flyer, and KLM is my favorite airline.
Okay.
What happened is that last week I read in the international news, but also in Dutch news, that KLM had the intention to go green and had the intention to only serve vegetarian meals on its flight.
Okay.
Except for some destinations where people are big meat lovers, like destinations to Texas, to Argentina, and that kind of things.
Okay.
What I did was actually a joyful action to make clear to KLM that African people, Ghanaians, also love meat. A Dutch person will buy 3 times 100 grams meat for his family. A Ghanaian buys 2 kilo or half an animal at the same time.
Okay.
We also love meat. On top of it, KLM flights are already, partly through taxes and partly through their booking system, more expensive than 2 other flights on a 6-7 hour flying destination. So if you already pay more, you can easily serve us meat on the flights.
Okay.
So what I did is I printed at my own cost 2 banners and 300 leaflets to make the Ghanaians aware of this. And what I actually wanted is that some of the reactions would reach KLM and made them aware that African people also love meat, and try to get them away from the plans to go vegetarian on African flights.
Okay.
We had the attention, what I hoped for. What I didn't hope for is not even me being thrown from the flight, but the reactions in Ghana, who are in the majority very, very negative about KLM.
Okay. What time was your flight?
I was supposed to fly 10:10.
Okay.
And what happened was we were seated in our seats already, row 18. The purser came to us and asked if we were the people spreading the lies. I said, what lies are you talking about? Yeah, that we're going vegetarian. I said, well, here are 3-4 websites, even 2 were from the Dutch press, that KLM is going veggie. And that's why I'm trying to make the people aware that they shouldn't do that on African flights, because you're going to lose a lot of customers. And she was laughing a little bit about it, and she said, what is this next to you? And that was a rolled up banner. And I said, that's a banner, and I want to take a picture with my wife holding the banner.
Okay.
She said, that's not allowed, and I'm confiscating your banners. I said, fine, but beware what will happen. What is supposed to be a positive action to try to change the minds of KLM management is going to be a negative action, because tomorrow morning I'm going to the press in Amsterdam that I couldn't take a picture with my banner, and it will give a lot of negative reactions for KLM. And she said, are you threatening me? I said, I'm not threatening you. I'm only telling, keep this positive. I'm not hanging the banner anywhere. I'm not opening it even. But my reason for doing this is that I want to stop KLM from these bad intentions. And if I can't do it in this positive way, by all means it will end up in a very negative way, because I still think KLM shouldn't cancel meat and chicken and fish on their flights, especially not on their international flights. She walked away. She came back 2 minutes later with the captain. And the captain said, I've been threatening the stewardess. And even the person sitting on the other side of the aisle said, that's absolutely not true. He never threatened her. They've never exchanged harsh words. They were very polite. The captain, and I said, yes. And all I wanted to do is open the banner. She said I couldn't. She will confiscate it. And I said, I was waiting for her to come and take the banner.
Did the
captain said, I'm not going any discussion with you. You're leaving my flight now. My son is a pilot, so I've been a frequent flyer for many, many years with 2 different airlines, so I know how it works on board of a plane. So I said, no problem. We packed our things and we walked out.
What time was
no
this?
protest on the flight, nothing. That was just before takeoff.
Wow.
Whilst I walk out, my wife is speaking perfect Dutch, because she lived in Holland for 16 years. She heard that stewardess telling her colleagues that we've been threatening her and that's why we are removed from the flight. So my wife turned around and said, who has been threatening you? Because nor my husband nor I have threatened you. Don't lie about what is happening to justify your mistakes. Then we continued going back to the check-in area. We opened the banner, this time really out of protest, and took a picture. The airport police came, we explained the whole case. They themselves were saying, yeah, that's very bad. They think Africans don't like meat, and they think we are poor, and that's why we are not used to meat. We also love our meat. The guy was a Northerner, so he loves his chichinga. And so we ended up joking and laughing a little bit. I have to say the KLM station manager really did his best to get us on the next flight of Air France, who was delayed and was leaving, I think, a little bit over 1 hour after that.
Okay.
But unfortunately, the flight was fully booked. So he is hopefully at this moment, if KLM management doesn't stop him, working on getting back to Amsterdam. Because we were supposed to arrive 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in Amsterdam, have breakfast, flying to Sofia, where my wife has a medical checkup tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. But there's no way we can make that anymore.
I see. You stated that you printed 300 leaflets.
Yes, A5, small leaflets, just to make the customer aware. And it ended with the text, "Long live KLM, long live Ghana."
Okay.
So there was no bad intention in doing that.
Your exercise. Where did you distribute these leaflets?
Before boarding, the waiting area.
Okay, and you distributed all 300?
Not all. Some are still on the flight. They arrived in Amsterdam this morning, all alone.
Okay. Okay. Nico, you noted that you read the reports about 2 weeks ago about KLM's intention.
Yes, yes.
But when you, in your engagements with the crew aboard the flight,
they denied it.
They denied it and described it as lies. I mean, before you printed out the leaflets, did you have some form of conversation or reach out to KLM information to ascertain its as a fact?
What I have done, you know me, I'm writing articles for several outlets in Ghana,
Yeah.
for newspapers. I've been on TV programs. I always do my homework, and I never jump into something without verifying my facts. And last week there was a big article in the largest newspaper in the Netherlands, where KLM also denied that it was true. But research into KLM staff and even flying KLM staff confirmed that it was true, and there were forces in KLM really pushing this through, and there were other forces trying to stop it. And the KLM partners, but that's all hearsay.
Okay.
The KLM partners are also not happy with it because they think they can lose connecting flight customers. So KLM said now, we are not introducing vegetarian food for the moment. That was the last comment.
Okay. And you also noted that before getting you off his flight, the captain refused to hear your side of the story.
Yes, but I understand him. A captain is like a judge and the jury and the police at the same time on his flight. And he was, I don't say he shouldn't have listened to my story, but he was in his right to ask me to go off the flight. That is in air law, and that is what my son informed me about. That's his right. And as I said, there were no harsh words, there was nothing going on, so I don't think it was justified. And I think he was wrongly informed by the purser, or he just didn't want any hiccup or steering up in his flight.
How did the entire exercise or experience make you feel?
I'm still a KLM fan, and my whole target, my whole reason for doing this is, number one, a lot of people, not only in Europe but in the US and other countries, don't have a clue what goes on in Africa. They don't have a clue about our culture, and they take this type of decisions not knowing how we are thinking about it. So my first reason was don't do this, because Ghanaians who can afford flying and can afford flying KLM, they love meat. We all love meat, just like people of Texas and Argentina. So don't take that decision. And if you take it, leave us on the list of countries where you serve meat. That was my whole intention. And my intention was not to damage KLM. And I'm sincerely hoping that I can fly tonight on KLM. And I've got the attention I wanted. The negative attention is something that I never wanted. I read this morning, I hardly slept tonight because my brains kept on keeping me awake whilst the body was tired. But I read some very negative, racist remarks of Ghanaians on these decisions of KLM, and that was never my intention. And I ask your listeners and readers to stop that, because I think the whole thing went out of hand by misinformation of only one staff member. And the person who walked in the waiting area and started to try to take the leaflets away is a Ghanaian, or I think he's a Nigerian, working for KLM. I think he took the wrong decision. He never came to me and asked what is going on. And I think the actions of the purser of KLM were based upon his assessment. But that's guessing. And so please don't come over KLM like they're the worst people in the world. It's a fantastic airline. And we missed our flight, and we missed my wife's doctor's appointment. And we had to cancel. Your wife had a doctor's appointment? Yes, Friday morning, for a small operation. And because we are not living here, our daughter is a medical doctor in Bulgaria. That's why we mostly have this kind of things in Bulgaria. So,
with what has happened now, are you still going to carry on your campaign or crusade to educate the African population?
It's not a crusade. It's not even against KLM.
No,
it's against a worldwide trend to make the whole world vegetarians. And I think the main reason is not pollution of CO2, pollution of animals. Number one, there are people who confirm that, and there are people who are vehemently denying it. But human beings, when you were in school, you have the round circle of things you have to eat, and meat is one of them. It's unnatural not to eat meat, and I'm a human being who also loves his meat. So it's not only here; it's all over the world. The main reason is that when the medical science improved, we were too slow in trying to reduce the number of children we were having all over the world. And now the ones who are alive are the victims of that by making unnatural adjustments to make sure we are not killing Mother Earth.
Okay, all right. We're taking a short break here. We've been speaking to Nico van Stadenijn. He's been telling us his experience aboard the KLM flight whilst trying to educate some of the passengers and other Ghanaians and the crew about the directive, or the pending directive by KLM to scrap meat of African meals on their flight. My name is Lord Harris Udasari. When we return from the break, we'll wrap up.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. You're still watching Say It Loud. Our guest today is Nico van Stadenijn. He was thrown off the KLM flight because he wanted to educate some passengers and essentially those around him about KLM's directive to go vegan in their African meals. I'm going to read some portions of a news article published by Palipan and on the KLM scrapping of meat. It says here that KLM scraps meat from Menus airline goes full vegetarian, and says that KLM has decided to take meat and fish from its in-flight dining menus and goes full vegetarian in a bid to become a more sustainable airline. And it further goes on to say that the news about KLM going meatless was reported by Dutch National Daily Telegraph, and Nico cited this earlier in the conversation. And then they cited KLM's Director of Customer Experience, Kijken. Says he told the largest Dutch newspaper that the move to vegetarian food was motivated by the airline's wish to become more sustainable. Mr. Kijken said sustainability is an important theme. We constantly look at trends in society and adjust our menu development accordingly. Right, and so it goes on, and it cites him again where he says that almost nobody noticed it, that we no longer serve meat on European flights, and it will be rolled out in the coming years across the rest of the network. So from this, I get a sense that it hasn't been rolled out yet. Okay.
All about.
Okay, so what Nico is showing me here are the publications by some
international and national newspapers.
Some international newspapers, including the
flying
Dutch
magazines.
As well. Great. Now so your input here is that KLM shouldn't deny Africans or Ghanaians who can afford or would still want their meat in their meals.
If KLM continues, number one, in business class with meat and fish and chicken, and they continue to flights where they are scared to lose customers, Argentinian people, South Africans, people from Texas, they are meat lovers. They know for sure they're going to lose customers. I wanted to warn them, include Ghana, Nigeria, all other African flights on it, because Africans are also meat lovers, and you will lose a lot of customers. That's all I wanted.
Okay. That after you noted that you put it out there to get the attention of KLM, and you said that some personnel have reached out to you to try and get you another flight. Right. Now, moving on, what else would you want done? Do you want an apology? With everything that you've gone through, what exactly do you want there?
My only target was to try to make clear to KLM not to cancel meat on this flight.
Okay.
And I think and I hope with all these reactions, because it's all over Ghana, it's starting to come in Holland. I had phone calls of 2 TV stations in Holland already by 6 o'clock this morning. I hope that KLM realizes this is a wrong decision. And right now, you have a choice. Not because of COVID, but pre-COVID, you were always asked, do you want chicken or fish? You want meat or fish? If you wanted vegetarian, you had to order a special meal that you wanted a vegetarian meal, or a halal meal, or a kosher meal, or a gluten-free meal.
Okay.
Why don't you just leave it like that? So people who want to be vegetarians can be vegetarians. And that's all I want, that I have a choice. I never go to a restaurant where they don't sell alcohol. I'm not a child. I can decide myself, number one, if I want a beer with my meal or not. I want the choice. People have to have a choice. So that was my whole intention. I'm not looking for anything else. And as I said, the country manager is doing his best. I don't know yet if he's going to make it, because he is under management from the Netherlands. But otherwise, I have to go to other airlines.
Okay. All right. So, Nico, with the experience that you went through, how did your wife take it?
My wife loves meat just as much as I do, and she also knows you can't protest against it. But she was the one hearing the stewardess saying that we threatened her, and she got angry about that. And the rest, she's not blaming me for spreading these leaflets, and she was even spreading them as well, trying to explain to people what KLM wanted to do. They haven't done it. The only reason they are doing it at the moment is that they only serve one meal for everybody, which is a vegetarian meal. It's not a choice because of COVID, and otherwise with more meals you have more chances to infect somebody.
Yeah.
But she is also taking it. But we had a lot of calls from Ghanaian friends and who were saying, don't they know in Ghana we love meat? So we've both had a lot of attention this morning. Our daughter was very disappointed. She just graduated as a medical doctor, and she was ready to pick us up from the airport. So now she has to wait 1 or 2 days depending on when we are able to get there. She cancelled the doctor's appointment for us, for my wife already.
Okay.
So no hard feelings against KLM, but I just prefer to fly KLM, and otherwise I have to look for another airline.
So in the event that this doesn't come through, doesn't pan through, I mean, they still go ahead with the vegan meal. Are you going to stop flying KLM?
That one I don't know. That one I don't know, because a lot of times KLM Amsterdam is our transit points, and we can fly through other transit points as well. Weird enough, and I don't know how it came, but one airline who is flying on Ghana already contacted us and offered us a ticket free of charge on their airline if they could get the publicity. And I refused.
Why did you not take it?
Because I don't want to damage KLM, because I know for sure it's a marketing investment. They want to promote their airline at the cost of KLM, and I think the mistake of maybe 1 or 2 employees of KLM don't deserve to be dragging the name of the whole airline down. That's not needed, and that was never my intention with the whole action we took.
Okay, so what happens if or when the country director, the KLM country director, is unable to secure another flight for you to the Netherlands?
Just to be sure, I already booked another flight, and I have to pay the flight within the next hour to be able to leave today.
Still with KLM?
No.
Okay.
Because I don't know what the decision of KLM management is. Maybe they are insulted and they ban me from booking KLM flights. And you know how it is, if you misbehave on a flight,
you can blacklist you.
You become on a blacklist. So number one, we didn't misbehave at all. So I don't think they have any right to put us on the blacklist. I don't think they'll be doing that. I hope they won't do that. But otherwise, from now on, I'll take another airline.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. I hope Mrs. Stoudenine is doing better.
Yeah, she's okay.
So that's all we have on today's edition of Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari. We've been speaking to Nico van Stoudenine. He was victimized, for want of a better word, on a KLM flight last night when he attempted to fly to the Netherlands. Now, his offense was that he was distributing pamphlets or leaflets educating some passengers and other Africans who were going to take the flight about KLM's directive or pending directive to scrap meat of their meals served in the economy class. He says he's still considering his options if the country director doesn't come through and help him secure another flight, because they do need to get home. We'll see how that goes, but I must say that he's also the Bulgarian consul to Ghana and a board member of the State Enterprise Commission.
Former.
Do join us for our subsequent episodes on Say It Loud.
and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish GhanaWeb, the management team, very well. They came at the right time, and they have served a purpose. When my story appeared on GhanaWeb, I found that other media houses that have not interviewed me, that have not called me, they still have the story on their website, media platforms, and I know that even if they don't acknowledge, I know they pick it from GhanaWeb. So they have served the media needs, or they've made significant contribution to media needs in Ghana. We wish them a very good future, but we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
Black Stars coach C.K. Akono and his two assistants have been shown the exit door by the GFA Executive Committee. A new committee have been set in place led by Vice President Mark Addo to find Ghana a new coach. But today on the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV, we ask if C.K. Akono's sacking is the sole solution to the problems in the Black Stars. We table this for discussion here on the show. My name is Joel Leshen. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we delve into the discussion with my guest. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Today, we're asking if C.K. Akono's sacking is the sole solution to the problems in the Black Stars. To join me for the discussion today is Perez Ezwakwao from the GhanaWeb Sports Desk, and joining us via Zoom is the host of Sports World on TV Africa on Saturday, Dennis Osei-Jemfi. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here on GhanaWeb TV.
Good morning, Joe, and thanks for having us on your show.
Good morning, Joe. How are you doing?
All right, so I'll start with you. Sina Dennis, that's the name we normally call him. Last week, we spoke about the problems in the Black Stars. If C.K. Akono's project is a collapse one, we discussed this into details. You gave your verdict as far as the job of C.K. Akono is concerned. How did you feel after you heard the announcement on Monday?
Well, Joe, once again, let me say a very big good morning to you and your viewers. Well, like we talked about last week, it was forthcoming. I mean, this is one news that for me, it's not surprising at all, because this is what we wanted. I think that CK shot himself in the foot, and he called for this. It will only delay because of issues relating to, I mean, the government. The government really wanted CK to stay, and so it made the effort to really send him packing. But at the end of the day, we see CK going, and I think that for what he did for 10 games, he won 4, lost 4, and due to it wasn't the performance that could guarantee CK or save CK's job. And I think that it's fair to say that we needed to part ways with CK. I'm not surprised, particularly. I mean, that have won the AFCON only with local coaches. And so from here, we move on to, I think that for what CK came to do, and for the last 2 Nigeria appointments with the Black Star that has been, I mean, with local coaches. Now, I mean, I'm disappointed to say, but I think that we have to move on. The conversation will no longer be about local coaches, because when you look around, I'm not so sure who really fits the profile to become the next Black Star coach from the local front. But from my initial comment, I think that's it's something that for me, it's not surprising to me. It was expected, it was forthcoming, but it was only a matter of when and how it was going to go. So CK paid his dues, but I think, like I said last week, maybe he needs to go and come back some other time when he has learned and he is primed for the job. But for now, he wasn't just great because of the manipulation that was going on. He couldn't be a man on his own. You know, the issue of captain, the day are you, issuing strong language to him after he was substituted in the South African game spoke volume of how CK's journey with the Black Stars had turned short. And I think that he really is a man for the future. But for now and for what we are looking for, he wasn't the man to rescue. That's promised land.
All right, he's a man for the future. That's Dennis. Let me come to you, Ezra. On Monday, I think when the story broke out, you sent it to me. You sent it to me first when the news came out. How do you feel after hearing that CK has been shown the exit door?
I think I was in class when someone sent me the GFA link that, is it true, that I should confirm if indeed Akono has been fired. And I wasn't surprising because, you know, from, I think Friday, there were reports that the GFA were considering, there were strong reports from the ministry that there were talks between the minister and the GFA over a decision to ask Akono. So it wasn't shocking, but I think Dennis has dealt with an aspect of the reasons that resulted in Akono's sack, which is the performance.
Okay,
10 matches,
we'll go into the reasons.
10 matches, 4 defeats, 4 wins, 2 draws. It doesn't give a good sign, especially looking at the players we have and looking at where we want to go. If you need a coach, if you're a coach of these Black Stars, we deserve better. And especially looking at the opponents we've been facing, we should be perhaps talking more victories than we've done under Akono. So that's the other angle of the story. The other aspect, which for me is the most crucial reason why the FA decided to crack the whip on Akono, is that I haven't seen Akono's Black Stars.
What do you mean you haven't seen Akono's Black Stars?
So in the 10 games that I've watched, I haven't seen a team that has the imprint or that has the handwriting of a coach. So you just see 11 players on the pitch doing whatever they want to do. In the game against South Africa, we switched to 4-3-3, so the normal 4-4-2. But throughout his 10 matches, he couldn't create any identity for his team. And that, for me, is the most important thing because he took over a team that was going down. When you take over such a team, you need to revamp the squad, create an identity, build a team, and let us see. Once we see this team, we know this Akono's side. I've watched all the 10 games. I don't think I saw Sika Akono's Black Stars. And that, for me, was the biggest worry because if you want to plan for the future, you need to get a basis. And the basis for the coach to implement his ideas in the first 5 games, the first 3 or 4 games. Then from there, you build on it, then you know that, okay, if the Black Stars are playing, you can sit back and say, okay, I know they are going to play 4-3-1. I know it's going to be that wing play. I know they are going to play through the middle. None of that happened under Akono. I don't think, since in Akono's 10 game, I saw the Black Stars scored a goal that I would say, this is straight from the training ground. I didn't see that. And that, for me, was my biggest worry. That's why, even when they were chalking victories, I still felt he wasn't good enough.
Okay, now to this, let me ask you a quick one before we talk about the issues in the team. He promised Ghanaians that we are going to see Accra football. He used the 1978 AFCON winning side, which had Mohamed Polo and Golden Boy Abdul Razak, that Ghanaians are going to see the same style of play again. Do you think that's also one of the reasons why he was so unpopular on the street?
The question is, what's Accra football? 1978 was over 4 decades. You and I weren't even born. What kind of football was being played and what has changed? Ethiopia, perhaps back then, were not a strong force. They are now a big nation. If you're coming to talk about the Black, I hear Ghanaian coaches say, Accra. What's Accra football? I don't understand it.
Accra football, perhaps, is to possess that in the Spanish term they call the tiki-taka.
You know, the Accra football that they sold back then was that you get the ball, you juggle the Mohamed Polo,
you dribble.
Just like Kingston. The last time I think we saw a typical Accra football for the Black Stars was like Kingston in the 2008 World Cup. On the touchline, he'll be doing those flick and stuff. But this particular Black Stars team can't give you that, because you see, when you compare this team to the teams that we've had in previous years, the gap in terms of quality is huge. So when you take over this team, what you need to do is to put your tactics to the ground and ensure that the few strengths in the team are strengthened to the point that they overcome the weaknesses in the team. We have a very unbalanced team. We have a team where there are great players somewhere. There is the Dayu, who can notch you a few goals. There is Thomas Partey, who in the middle can do a good job. But on the left side of the defense, there is a problem. Somewhere, even in attack, we have a striking problem, because Jordan can't give you 2 goals out of 3 games. Yeah. So when you're a coach, you need to look at the strengths and weaknesses of these players and say, okay, I'm going to work on this strength, so that in case our weaknesses are exposed, the strength makes up for that. So you can't just say you're coming to play. What is Agro? Agro, that's will be every day Agro.
Okay, now let me bring you in, Senator Dennis. Can we make a case for CK Akon that maybe certain things prevented him from playing the Agro football that he promised Ghanaians when he was appointed to replace Coach Kwesi Appiah?
Well, I think that if I get that question right, CK himself set a standard for himself. Yeah. He promised Agro football, just like Perez tried to explain. And then what you give us is totally different from what we know the Ghanaian side to play. Now, he set out to be defensively apt, but we end up being, defensively disorganized in the games we've seen so far. And if you look at the opponents that he set up to play defensive game with, an opponent like Sudan, regardless of wherever you meet Sudan, an opponent like Ethiopia, regardless of wherever you meet Ethiopia, even in a game against Sao Tome away, you realize how compact we are at the back, how we try to suppress our opponents on break. I mean, if you are playing some of these opponents, the men who are ranked beyond 100 in the FIFA ranking, you expect that Ghana will dominate possession, take lion's share of everything that counts on the field of play. Even when you don't get the scoreline that you deserve, you need to take dominion of them. You need to make a statement with them. But clearly, it has not been with that under CK. His best game so far for me, I would say, would be the game in Qatar. And I think that's the only game that we saw his imprint on the team. But quite apart from that, against Mali, it was a disaster. Against Ethiopia, you don't want to talk about it. Against Sudan, we create minimum chances in the game. This is a team, in fact, if you look at the kind of play, the Agro, as he wants to term it, that kind of possessive play where you dominate and dictate pace, they create chances. At least you're able to force your opponent into their own shell. But it doesn't happen with CK's side. All the time, they are found on the back foot, defending and trying to cut teams on the counter break. And then again, your attacking man, Jordan, you will not be the target man that you want him to be. So you realize that at some point, the players themselves were a bit or quite confused as a team regarding what the coach really wanted them to play. Because if you want to cut teams on the break, for instance, you take Chelsea, for instance, you had to take Drogba, who will be the target man, who will try to soak the ball and draw. But your brother, you will want to come in and play, and therefore you don't have any target man up front. And I think that for what he promised, and I mean, again, let me make this point. He said that he was going to work with about 40 players in his first press conference. But how many players did he call up at the end of the day? Over 70 players or so. So this tells you that this man was a man who was quite confused. I wouldn't term the team as he was trying to build a team, because a chunk of the players, we know them already. So he was a bit confused as to who he will play and how he's going to put them into play. And consistently, the media were on his neck that people were making the call-outs for him. CK denied publicly that he was in charge. And clearly, now they sacrifice you. So CK should have been bold enough to tell us that he is in charge, to tell whoever is controlling affairs from within that he was in charge, so they should allow him to operate. And now they sacrifice you. And I think that maybe we will go there, but for the things he promised us, he failed almost a lot of them. And for the opponents he played and for what we saw, minus in African continent or in footballing terms. But if you play against such opponents and they take they dominate you, they possess you, they create chances, they put you, you're made to sit on tantalus. These are not going to scare Ghana at any point in time. You play Ethiopia, you play South Africa, you play Sudan. I mean, they shouldn't scare you at any point in time. But I think that, like I said, CK has got a lot more to learn, especially how to maintain discipline, how to control his charges, and how to be responsible in everything that he does. Because at the end of the day, people were just maneuvering things from within, and he was enough to stamp his authority. And that is why I think that left to him, there were some players we didn't call, there were some things we do, but a lot of things, forcing assistant coach on him, Patrick Rivers, and a whole lot more. You know, these were not all, I mean, sinking well with the man who couldn't speak. And that is one part, the local coaches. They are unable to speak and stamp authority.
Okay. Yeah. So now we've heard all these, the arguments about why he was sacked and all that. I'll take a quick break. When I come back, then we talk about the problems in the team. Can Ghanaians now say that CK is gone, so we are going to qualify for the World Cup and win the AFCON like the GFA told the president the last time these two parties met? You're still watching the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. We've been talking about the sacking of Black Stars coach CK Akono. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about the issues in the team.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back from the break. You're still watching the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. We are asking if the sacking of Coach CK Akono ends the problems in the Ghana national team. Perez, let me start with you. Before I went for the break, I was asking if Ghanaians can now say that CK is gone, the problem is gone. So now Ghana can qualify to the World Cup and win the AFCON next year.
You know, such a question is based on the assumption that the biggest problem with the Black Stars was Akono.
So was he the biggest?
He was a problem.
But he was not the biggest?
I don't think he was the biggest. I think that there are a whole lot of factors that has landed us here. Okay. One of them, Dennis made mention of, where we heard rumors of certain persons within the FA and even outside the FA interfering or making mentions or as in dictating to him who he should pick.
Okay, and I have a question for you on that. Before the two friendly games we played against Ivory Coast and Morocco, I went for the press conference and we asked him if somebody was or an unseen fingers are manipulating his collar. He was a bit angry at the lady who asked him if he's sure that he's the man behind the collar. He stated that I am the man, I am the one calling the shot. Every player who comes in came because I wanted him to be there. So how can you make a case for him, somebody who has told the world that nobody interfered in my work?
Have you ever heard a Ghanaian coach concede to such things? No. And that's one of their biggest problems because they lack the courage to stand up to some of these things. And that's why I agree with Dennis when he says that for now, we should keep the local coaches off the Black Stars. Because you see, managing national team football entails a lot. You have to maneuver the politics within the FA. You have to maneuver the politics within agents. You have to maneuver politics among journalists, even among the players themselves. Certain advances will be made to you. You need to have a principle to say, I'm calling this place. If you ever force me to pick this, I'm stepping out. Okay. This is my team. I want to place this tactics. If you are the FA chairman and you think you can coach the team, but if you don't have those principles, if you don't have those things, and for you, people can just dictate to you. People can just maybe bring players from Gibraltar or wherever. We even have a player who said he was shocked to have earned a Black Stars collar. I mean, one of the most embarrassing as a coach, that's your integrity down the drain. I mean, to have a player say, I don't think I deserve the collar.
I was shocked.
No, that was something else. So, Akono, yes, shot himself at some point. I thought at some point when it was apparent that the unseen hands influences his decision, should have been bold enough to say, either this stops or I walk out of the door. He didn't. So now the blame is all on him. But I don't think, as I was saying earlier, that I don't think he's the problem. Those are the FA who are using their agents, who are using their players, who are using the Black Stars to market their players, need to stop. And that's important because we now have a team where that team is not 100% good. You can't compare this team to the team of 2006. But we have a set of players who can do a lot for us if we call the right players. So if you keep, pushing your players into the team and giving them space ahead of players who are qualified, you're going to have this kind of results because we won't have the likes of Michael Essien who can do the job for 3 people. So we'll overshadow the likes of Edwin Jima who did not merit any call-up in the team. You have a Thomas Partey who shows up and using the Black Stars to market their players. Need to stop. And that's important because we now have a team where that team is not 100% good. You can't compare this team to the team of 2006. But we have a set of players who can do a lot for us if we call the right players. So if you keep, pushing your players into the team and giving them space ahead of players who are qualified, you're going to have this kind of results because we won't have the likes of Michael Essien who can do the job for 3 people. So we'll overshadow the likes of Edwin Jima who did not merit any call-up in the team. You have a Thomas Partey who shows up and plays the way he does, not like a Sule Mutari who gives 100% of the pitch on the pitch. So you are not having a strong team. What you need is that a set of very disciplined players, a set of competent players who are ready to do that for us. And once there are influences in the call-up, you won't achieve that. The next point for me is that we Ghanaians need to accept the fact that team are kufu.
Okay, but how do Ghanaians accept the fact that we don't have a team when the managers of the national team, they keep telling us constantly that they went to the president to raise $25 million, and the message was crystal clear. If we get 25 million, we can win the AFCON. That's what I want to see, because the last time yes, then they said they are going to qualify to the semi-finals of the World Cup, which to me is a bit strange. But how do you reduce the expectations when we are supposed to give them 25 million? If we give you the money, we don't care how you do it.
Question is, do we have a team competent enough to win the AFCON? I think yes. If you look at the last 4 or 5 winners of the AFCON, by Algeria, all the others were not the best team in the tournament. Ivory Coast were not better than us when they won the cup. Zambia was not the best team. But what they did was they had a team, and that, for me, is the biggest challenge with the Black Stars. They have a very good coach and a bunch of players who had a course, who said, okay, we are going there. It's time we do it. There are Zambians, for instance, were going to Gabon. They were fooled by the fact that some years ago, some Zambians lost their lives in there. So they were going to Gabon with a mindset that we are going to win it for our people. Ivory Coast went there. That was a squad that was fading out. So you had the likes of Yaya and a few others of the so-called golden generation that made up that team. They were fading out. The mindset was that we don't win it this time around, or we forget. So they went, you see, so we have a team, a set of players who go into a tournament and say, by hook or crook, we are doing this for our country. From the Black Star, have we seen that? We see the players say it. On the field, do they give us indications? Do they give us signs to think that, okay, we want to go for the Black Stars, we want to end the 40-year drought? Have we seen that? No. Do we have a GFA that looks like ready to support a coach who is ready to do it all by himself and achieve that for us? No. So when you look at all of that, you realize that all the factors that work in favor of teams that win the AFCON are against Ghana.
Okay.
And the worst thing is that we now don't have the best team, but we have a set of players who, with the right attitude, with the hunger, with a desire to say, Charlie Abre, Ghanaians have pumped money in us. Let's do it for them. If we go into a tournament with that mindset, and with a good coach, we have Partey who starts for us now. It's Arsenal, but we are better than some teams. You have a Babarama who plays for Reading. Good enough. You have Ededayu, who of course has moved to the UAE, but cannot win a few goals for you. You have a Jordan who is starting consistently for Crystal Palace. There is Amati who comes in and does his bit for Leicester City. So there is Baba Sule who is consistent. So I don't think we don't have the golden team, but I think we have a team good enough to win there.
Okay, and let me come to you as Senior Dennis. CK is now gone. including his 2 assistant coaches. Can we now say that the problem in the team is gone? So now, if we get a competent coach like we've been crying about, we can now win the AFCON. Let's not talk about the World Cup, getting to the semi-finals, but we can now win the AFCON and qualify to the FIFA World Cup.
Well, I do believe that CK was a problem with the Black Stars, but I do not assert the fact that he was all our problems. He's gone with a chunk of it, because even his last incident with the captain, the computational issue where the guy you had to confront him for, substituting, I think that now that disbelief from all angles within Ghanaians, from the team, that's negative energy around CK. CK wasn't the man in charge, could not do the job, he wasn't the best, the players didn't have confidence in him and all of that. That kind of energy is gone. So all those bad energy, negative energy is gone. And I think that is good for the team going forward. And that new coach influence. Anytime there's a new coach, players will want to themselves and work a lot. But yes, but the fear for me is that in all of this, I think that the country are failing to look at the bigger picture. And all we are trying to do is look at the short-term solution. Yes, the 25 million for the AFCON World Cup. So whoever is in charge or whoever comes next as the next coach of the Black Stars will have to target. But what's the long term? Now, one big problem CK faced was the quality of materials, the pool of players around. When to the point that even when.
Okay, now we've been talking about.
Baraman was not fit.
Okay, I want to ask you a question on this, then you proceed. We've been talking about that we don't have a quality team. If you look at the Ethiopian team, the South African team, they don't have quality more than Ghana. So if you look at how we played, Ghana played an entire 90 minutes without a single shot on target, nor a corner. So how can we say that we don't have a quality than a South African team that, all things being equal, if we had a coach like Hugo Bruce, maybe Ghana would have been able to beat South Africa. So can we make a case that we don't have quality because we are not competing as it stands now? We are not competing against the Algerians, the Senegalese, the Egyptians, the Moroccos. Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, Sudan, South Africa.
Now, do you know how this team would have quality in our team? No, it's not about the names. It's about the playing time for our players. Now, check out with our players. Baba Rahman, when was the last time he played? Dede Ayew. For over 100 days, he had not played a competitive game, but he's starting and playing almost 90 minutes. Mubarak Wakasu, check with how many times he's played this season. And so these teams you're talking about wouldn't have, those fanciful players, but they have players who are consistent with their clubs, even if they were playing for local clubs. Our players, how many of them were consistent with their clubs? You wouldn't have that. And, that level of decision, they didn't have it. And so all of those were playing out against us. And like I was saying, I was making a point of Baba Rahman. Even when he's not in the best of shape, we still want to because he's Baba Rahman. And we will neglect other players. These are the things that has to change. Whoever is fit to play, he should be playing. Not those who have got connections in the team, who have got links in the team. That is what the next coach should be looking at. How he's able to imprint his signature on the team, how he's able to shape the team in his own mode, and not when people are dictating for him. That is exactly what we want. A coach who will be strong enough to say no. Milovan Raiva, before we even got to him in 2010, look, Sule Muntari, he would not need him in his team for the World Cup. It took the then president, Christina Anteti, to beg on Sule's behalf to be accepted back into the team. That is the kind of coach we want. He should be able to look at the day you and tell him in the face that for what you did with me, I will sit you in the face because we've got a lot of you out there. Today are you out there? So that's the whole point. The coach has to be strong and maintain discipline with this team. And bring that hunger. In a side, this team lacks hunger. They are not ready to compete. We need a coach who will hit that in them. And I think that CK wasn't doing that. And whoever comes next should be a disciplinarian, like had Renard, like Milo. That has been one of their secrets. They were just strict with their teams. You need that with a coach, a good coach as such.
Okay, we need that. Now, in wrapping up, we are far behind time. Let me come to your final words, then you chip in. Then, we've heard so many names for the vacant Black Stars coaching role. Who will you go for, and who do you think is likely to be named as a replacement of CK Akono?
I'll go to the substantive question, but I kind of disagree with Dennis when he says that, the likes of Ethiopia, South Africa had players who were perhaps playing on consistent basis, and as such, perhaps our performance against them was okay. Shouldn't shock anyone. We have a team good enough to beat it. To throw,
Ethiopia,
yes, we love them. We have a team the team that played against South Africa. I think with the right coach, with the right tactics, should be good enough to beat that South African team. Because that team, South African team itself, what did they do on the day? If you beat that Ethiopia team and you score them one goal, and that goal had to come courtesy by a blunder, then I have a reason to say that no, we had a team. I agree when you say our team is not good enough, but I think we had a team more than good enough to basically run over the likes of Ethiopia and that. But to the main question, the rumors are that Miloba, we are coming to drink Milo again. So
Milo, there is no Nyadio.
I'm to be honest, I'm Milo biased because I say that, let's say from 2006, I think Milo is the only team that has taken over the Black Stars where I've seen tactics.
Yeah.
Where whenever you saw the Black Stars play, you thought they were playing according to a certain plan.
Yeah, like a certain pattern.
So Prince Tego will tell you, 6 or 7 years after the 2010 World Cup that the coach deployed him on the right flank purposely because the coach knew he wasn't going to track back, but he was going to keep the right back at B. That tells you the kind of thinking that goes into it. So I'm kind of Milo biased. Is he the person we need now? I'm not too sure. To be honest, you have when he went to Cyprus.
Yeah, he was bad. He was sacked.
Since 2019, he's not been engaged. So you look at those things. But the question is, how many of our ex-coaches have been doing stuff? None of them. So it looks like they come here and they always do it. So you might want to, but comebacks don't always.
Ibrahim Tanko.
No Ghanaian coach for me currently should be given the blaster. They should stay off.
All right, let me come to you as Sina Dennis. You've heard what Ezra had to say that as it stands now, no Ghanaian coach should come near the Black Stars. We've heard a lot of names. Your final remarks, who do you think that is in the best position to coach this Black Stars team?
The net around white for the local team. I don't see anyone who fits the profile for our next coach who can be straight with. Unfortunately, the one I would prefer, we cannot afford him. Renard. I don't think we can afford him. He's a man who has wanted this Ghana job for a long time, and this would have been a best opportunity for us to get. But for what he's doing with Saudi Arabia, he's stopping the Asian World Cup qualifiers from 14 games. He has 10 wins. Everything is going out well for him, and he's on a salary of $100,000. Ghana, I'm not sure we're ready to pay $100,000 for a coach. I mean, all of us will stand up against that in as much as we want to
demonstrate.
100,000.
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
100,000 is too much for us to pay. And so unfortunately, I think that for that reason, he is out of the equation. I would have preferred it. But for Milo, I'm a bit skeptical, and that is where I want to drag my feet, because I understand he's even closer than all the other names that have popped out. So you shouldn't be surprised if Milo Van Rajevac is named our next coach. He was with the team. He took us to the AFCON 2010 final. He took us to the quarterfinals of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, and that has been one. He has been one of Ghana's best performers. But the point is that the last time Milo coach was in 2019 when it was in Thailand. I mean, for all, I mean, all due respect. And he was sacked after he was defeated by India with the Thai team. And so from 2019 to now, he has not had any job as it stands. Okay. So when you talk of rustiness, it's a bit rusty. Babe, you also mentioned about the second coming, and that is my point. Coaches that have come for the second time. Not so long ago, we had Kwesiapia coming for a second spell, and it was a disaster. We've had that with Bukaziza and Sam Dodu. Even with Ghana, there's been disaster with the second comings. And I mean, around the world, you don't want to go back to where you left a good, a good name. You don't want to go back because there's a likelihood that the second coming could be disastrous. And I think that is my fear for, Global Rajiva. But apart from that, I think that for the names that we are fetching, I've heard Lucien Favre, and I think that if you can afford him, the former Dortmund coach, yes, he was with Dortmund, OJNIS, and all of that. For me, from Renard, if you can afford Lucien Favre, I think that he will be the best man for the job.
All right, so he'll be the best man for the job if we can afford Lucien Favre. That's how we draw the curtains here on this episode of the GhanaWeb Fridays debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week, we are asking if the sacking of CK Akono ends the problems in the Black Stars. Can Ghanaians now say that if a new coach is appointed, we can win the AFCON and then qualify to the FIFA World Cup? Thank you very much, guys, for joining me here on the show. Perez Ezra Kwao is with the GhanaWeb Sports Desk, and Dennis Osei Ajiman, the big man among us, host of Sports World on TV Africa on Saturday. Till we meet again, it's bye for now. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and then comment under the video. Keep your head up, and let's meet next week.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational. But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program covers all the relevant issues from the hard truth to the facts and the fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Recently in West Africa, that's Guinea, there was a coup d'etat and Guineans were rallying behind the coup makers because they were relieved. If I would say all of them, well, that wouldn't be true. But some Guineans we saw in the media were happy about the coup, and many Guineans are asking what's going to happen next to their country. And also looking at the issue in Guinea, so many experts have called on countries like Burkina Faso and even Ghana to tighten their security because anything like that could happen. There's also terrorism around the corner. Boko Haram is still active. Now we're going to discuss how the security threat in the region is affecting Ghana and the role Ghana can play in mitigating all these effects if they happen. Our guest is a security consultant and is an expert in the issue, and he's going to talk to us about this right after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest today is Alhaji Irbad Ibrahim. He is a security analyst, consultant, and also a social commentator. Welcome, Irbad.
Thank you so much for having me.
Were you surprised when the coup d'etat in Guinea happened?
No, the signs were quite clear. And for so long, we've come up with the idea that when you theorize how the 15 nations that make up the body of ECOWAS have transitioned since the independence struggles in the mid-50s and then early 60s. You realize that the Francophone faction of the group has not been able to wean itself of French subsistence. And so the coups we've seen in recent times have all been Francophone coups. Guinea-Bissau in Mali back to back, and now we have Guinea-Conakry. Even though there are, various backs of challenges with the Anglophone bloc, the 5 Anglophone countries seem to be doing well. Ghana has transitioned a couple of times since the time of Rawlings. We've seen Olusegun Obasanjo lead Nigeria from 1999 and then transitioning to Omar Yar'Adua. He died in office. Goodluck Jonathan, then Buhari came into the picture. In Liberia, and Johnson Sirleaf, handed over power peacefully to George Weah. In Sierra Leone, then the Gambia, even though with some checkered, history in the Gambia. So pretty much we need to, look at the Francophone, bloc. When the French people left, West Africa, they gave 2 options to the nations who were becoming independent at that time. It's either it was a half-baked independence, where you would be tied to the umbilical cords of Paris, or you would be on your own. So Guinea-Conakry chose the latter, and we are told the French took away virtually everything, including desks in offices, and then they ripped off rail lines in some instances, we were told. So that was how come Kwame Nkrumah had to intervene. He gave $10 million to his brother Sekou Touré, who was the first post-independence, leader for Guinea. That's how come he has a son called after, named after him.
So with all these interventions,
the French left a vacuum.
Yeah.
And these Francophone countries in West Africa have unfortunately not been able to fine-tune the role they need to play in a post-independent West Africa.
So with the vacuum the French have left in Francophone Africa, and also the setting up of all the regional bodies like ECOWAS, which is a mix of Francophone and Anglophone countries, wasn't there supposed to be a change? And what is the disconnect between the two?
Sadly, with my background in diplomacy and having worked as a rapporteur, I know how some of these things work out. You could have a regional bloc, do a meeting. It could be ECOWAS, ECAS for Central Africa, IGAD for Eastern Africa, and SADC for Southern Africa. Then there is a resolution you need to make. A communique has to be issued. Then every now and then, representatives of certain countries would excuse you and then go make calls outside. So people need validation from France before they take certain decisions. And for me, that's pretty bad. Look at the choice of currencies, the CFA. The CFA is just an extension of the French currency. The reserves, the central bank reserves of these Francophone countries are in France. So at what point can we come out clearly and say, you have to wake up and smell the coffee? If this regional bloc has to be truly independent, you need to sever your allegiance and ties to France in some instances. But sadly, we've not been able to get the courage we need for some of these countries to come out against France.
We'll talk more about the regional blocs, but with the expectation or non-surprise of the coup in Guinea, could we say that it is, is fair or is just to have the coup?
And let's be, fair to Alpha Condé. It's not like over the course of the 10 years he was leader, things went amiss completely. He was their president when Ebola struck, 2014, 2015. We saw the leadership he showed. And Ghana's former president played a role. He worked hand in hand with him. We set up the Ebola Response Center in Accra. Great job. He did his best in various, areas. He built 2 dams, one completely done. Many Guineans didn't have access to constant electricity before he came. And the other, dam will be commissioned pretty soon. In terms of infrastructure, a lot more needs to be done in the country. So it wasn't like it was all gloom and doom from day one in office to the last day he was toppled. He did some good things. But where Alpha Condé went wrong was when he made an attempt to, you know, amend the constitution for a third term. And I see some hypocrisy on the side of ECOWAS. ECOWAS has pretty much become a firefighting regional bloc. When things are going wrong, they say, don't say anything. And that problem is inherent within the ECOWAS Charter. There are protocols within the Charter that dissuade poking your nose into the internal affairs of member states. So it's called the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of member states. So no matter how bad the decisions of a president are, you are supposed not to talk. You are supposed not to intervene. But when things go wrong, then they call on ECOWAS to intervene. So for me, that principle needs to be reviewed. You need not to be a magician to be told that there will be more coups in the sub-region, because the things that Alpha Condé did to have warranted the coup are being done by other leaders. Fonya Sengbe of Togo, next door Togo, he has amended the constitution, he's doing a third term. Alassane Ouattara, and the Ivorian situation is an enigma, is an irony. Alassane Ouattara was a creation of breaking the jinx of longevity in power. The French deployed soldiers to topple Laurent Gbagbo. Then you come, you do your 2 terms, you've amended the constitution for a third term. And so I think the hands of ECOWAS are tied. You find people come up with a body of literature and research as ECOWAS outlive this usefulness. But if you don't arm ECOWAS with the tools to operate, then it becomes very difficult to preempt some of these things that have happened. So I wouldn't call the coup fair, but I think he has been a victim of circumstance. And Alpha Condé would have a legacy of a mixed bag of good days and bad days. But unfortunately, he will be remembered as a toppled leader in West Africa.
I know this isn't, or we can't compare the West African regional bloc to the eastern, or I mean the ECOWAS that's in southern Africa, where we see Rwanda going into Equatorial Guinea to help them with their issues there that they have, the rebels and all that. Do you think this is something ECOWAS could also add into their charter?
Yes, you mentioned before we went on screen, you mentioned the issue of the Gambia, and I'm happy your lovely reportage of the events of the Gambia and the transitioning from, you know, Yahya Jammeh to Adama Barrow. ECOMOG was a precursor to the kind of intervention you are seeing in other parts of Africa. We saw the devastating civil war in Sierra Leone and Liberia. So Nigeria took the lead. And whether we like it or not, Nigeria is the leader of the continent. Nigeria has the largest market, is the largest conglomeration of black people anywhere in the world. Over 200 million people. So we need Nigeria to take the lead on some of these regional security issues. But Nigeria is contending with its own security issue in its backyard, Boko Haram. So that leadership we saw during the time of ECOMOG and the threat of the use of force in the Gambia seems to be missing currently. So we can pluck some pages from the playbook of Rwanda to be able to, we call it African peer review. If you are Ghana, Nigeria should be able to say, okay, these are the steps you are taking economically, politically, socially, and you need to make these reviews. It is only when we strengthen the early warning mechanisms that we'll be able to forestall coups. It is said that coming events always cast their shadows. You need not be told that these decisions being taken by this president will lead to this eventuality. And so I want a situation whereby there can be a sort of diplomatic intervention to be able to tell that, hey, inflation is too high in your country, things will bubble over. And so ECOWAS can come in. We have an ECOWAS parliament. We don't have an ECOWAS central bank. That is what differs African regional blocs from the EU. The European Union can actually give you a bailout. ECOWAS can't. So there should be a standby force for ECOWAS, a central bank for ECOWAS, so we can control our forex, we can intervene economically to resolve some of these issues before they bubble over. And so going forward, I believe there are limits to what diplomacy can do. And I believe that at some point we need to use the bully pulpit of ECOWAS to resolve some of these issues before they spiral out of control.
We'll soon talk about the setup of the regional bodies and also the hottest countries or the hotbed for security issues in West Africa, and then Ghana's role in all of these issues that are popping up in the region, right after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and we've been having a discussion on security issues in the West African region with Alhaji Ibad Ibrahim. So we're discussing how ECOWAS is limited in dealing head-on with some security issues that come up. We're also discussing the coup in Guinea. So what are the limitations of diplomatic missions, diplomatic blocks like ECOWAS when it comes to such issues like the coup in Guinea? What is the extent they could go?
The communique that has come out from the extraordinary session summoned by the ECOWAS Chair of Heads of Governments, Ghana's own President Nana Addo, has done what we have done in recent years. As soon as there is a coup, the tools that are available within the toolkit are the things we use. First of all, we announced a suspension of the country from ECOWAS. So the borders are shut. That's a semblance of sanctions. But because we are not an economic powerhouse, you can't say presidents or military people who have saved in banks within West Africa will have their accounts frozen. It is non-existent to begin with. So what you do is to come out and say that the membership of that country has been suspended. So that will cajole them into putting together a transitional government. So from a military junta into a civilian government. But unlike in Mali, where Jerry Rawlings was involved, because Nana Addo, as chair of ECOWAS at that time, invited the military coup leaders to Accra. And they met Jerry Rawlings, because Jerry Rawlings has a history of transitioning from AFRC PNDC into a civilian government. So those were some pep talks that were instrumental in diplomatically resolving the Malian issue. But today, Jerry Rawlings is no more. We've lost him. And so what are the options? And again, I see intransigence on the part of the coup leaders, because they are complaining when things were bad. Where was ECOWAS? Why would ECOWAS now dictate to them what to do? And for me, it puts ECOWAS in a catch-22 situation. Because this is a situation you have to intervene. I'm told Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister is leading a delegation into the country. So they start talking. And so the military leaders seem popular currently. We saw the jubilation by a faction, even though you said that may not be representative of the aspirations of all the people. So that means that if ECOWAS wants to use force to turn to a civilian government, there could be a civil war. So the options of ECOWAS are a bit limited. And I believe that when we judge, it's always better than warring. So I believe that we need to speak to Colonel Mamandi and all the people involved in this school to want to sit around the negotiating table with civilian, leaders, technocrats who are ready to be part of a transitional government, so that we go beyond this. ECOWAS comes up with ad hoc measures. We saw in the Gambia, they involved Salif, Buhari, and other leaders, and immediately after the crisis, they dissolved that, initiative. So it should be a continuous, standby initiative to resolve political and security issues. That is what is lacking. And so I believe the ECOWAS Charter needs to undergo review. A charter that has been there for decades cannot serve the interests of a 24th and 21st century sub-region. So where there needs to be more engagement, I think that is what we need to do. So that diplomatically, the overarching impact of diplomacy can resolve some of these issues before they even happen.
There's an argument that the age factor plays a role in ECOWAS, because the leadership of ECOWAS, if you look at it averagely, average age will be around 60. And most of these people have seen different regimes of the past, and there's been an evolution of how diplomacy is done. There's been an evolution of how states are run and all of these. But you can see that these people are looking at things from one direction, and there's an argument that when these or this age factor is dealt with, then we might have a different kind of approach to diplomacy in the region. All these ideas that are coming up and suggestions might be looked at and welcomed into the Charter of ECOWAS and would have some continuity and growth. Is that also your belief?
That's a very good viewpoint. I hear a lot of clarion call on the part of the youth. Even in Ghana, we have fixed the country. In Nigeria, we saw end SARS. And what the youth wanted to do, they wanted to push the envelope further, that beyond the dissolution of the Special Armed Robbery Response Squad, they wanted something else. But I always want us to tread on the side of caution. Because when the youth within the sub-region have been given the opportunity to assume positions of trust, they have in some cases been more corrupt than these aged, dying leaders we are saying they should leave the scene. Look at our universities, whether NUCS or SRC. Look at the allegations of corruption. So if somebody in your middle or late 20s cannot be trusted with the dues of students, how can we trust you with billions of dollars of our GDP as a West African country? So I don't think it's an either-or situation. And the youth and the aged can be mutually inclusive. We can tap into the wisdom of the aged and the exuberance of the young to build West Africa and the rest of Africa. Because the youth themselves have not proven themselves trustworthy with the national purse, the national kitty. In some cases.
But aren't the aged to blame for this? Because if you look at the governments of all these leaders we're talking about, they are also old people. And the youth are put at the back to deal with young people. And the young people they are the biggest numbers of people in these countries. And you're also being corrupt. What do you expect them to learn? Or what are they supposed to learn from?
They can always be different. And over the past 3 regimes, I think in Ghana, we've seen very important and delicate positions handed over to young people. And what has been the jury out there? In some cases, it's been worse than having a septuagenarian occupy that position. And so for me, I think we should tread on the side of caution. And we can't blame the aging leaders too much. Why? You can't run for president until you are 40. And in some cases, some of them have had to struggle for 20 years or 25 or 30 years. Nana Addo in a case intended to be president many decades ago, and he only got the nod in 2016. So by the time you would have achieved your presidential ambition, you would be old. So maybe the system has to change.
Isn't that a recipe for coup d'etats?
Yes, yeah, it is, and I agree with you. So maybe we can bring down the age. If universal suffrage is 18, and currently we are even making an advocacy, they should be lowered to 16, because these, young people, they are able to do with digital media what the aged cannot do. There are apps on phones now that teenagers in high schools know better than some people in the university. So these baby boomers, people born in the 2000s, should be a part of the political system. So number one, we are making a recommendation that universal suffrage should move from 18 to 16, because more exposure for these people at their age than we had in our time. And then why do you have to be 40 before you can run for president? We can lower that age as well to maybe 30 or 25 if you are an achiever, so that we can shorten the curve. So by Obama ran as, he did one term as a senator from Illinois. An opportunity presented itself. He became a president in his 40s. By Donald Trump and then Biden actually ran for president in the 80s. He didn't succeed in the primaries. And so it has taken this long for him to be there. And therefore, I think we would be comparing oranges and apples if we say that the aged, generation have failed us. So let's wipe them off and then bring young people. I think it should be a melange or a mixture of the two, so that West Africa and the rest of Africa will achieve the kind of goals we want.
Now let's look at some security crises in the region. We have Boko Haram, we have Fulani herdsmen attacking people, we have even Islamic State, IS, in other countries. We also have COVID. We can't rule out COVID. And we have so many others. They keep growing and they keep multiplying. Let's start with Boko Haram.
Okay.
Boko Haram. We are not seeing a regional push in fighting Boko Haram. Yes, we know the U.S. government is helping with intelligence, but they can't really go indirectly. I don't see Ghana playing any role unless maybe it's a security strategy that they don't want to come out with that information, which maybe you might confirm or not. And the entire ECOWAS are looking on, and we are leaving Nigeria to their fate. Nigeria changed its head of military to fight Boko Haram. They had issues with that. A lot of soldiers were killed. Now they are changing strategies. How do you see Boko Haram ending anytime soon?
You see, the region is responding to these security challenges, first to begin with Boko Haram. There are two classifications of security challenges. You have a conventional security challenge, and you have an asymmetric one. Anytime it is conventional, like the war in Liberia and Sierra Leone, then you can come together and say, let's contribute soldiers, ECOMOG. Then you go in, you exchange artillery, gunfire, and then you topple the bad guys and then make sure that there's a civilian government. But Boko Haram is an amorphous group. It adopts hit and run tactics. And so you can't tell the line of leadership. And even if you want to negotiate, who do you sit with? Yeah. So it has become very difficult. So there's only one mission, peacekeeping mission within West Africa. It is MINUSMA. And that is to resolve the Azawad secessionist effort in northern Mali. So you find Timbuktu, Kidal, Gao, and Ghanaian soldiers are there.
Yes.
And they are there, contributing their quota to regional security. But we can't deploy to Nigeria because Nigeria, number one, is a big brother. It will be a dent on the credibility, military credibility of Nigeria, that you need soldiers from tiny countries like Ghana to be able to fend off Boko Haram
but it's
attacks.
Okay for America to support?
America supports materially with intel because of the satellite assets they have within the region, maybe trainers and all that. But Nigeria alone should be able to resolve the Boko Haram issue. Abuja is one of the areas I work with or in, and when I went to Abuja, I saw that yes, the activities of Boko Haram have taken a toll on the foreign direct investments that would have on a normal day. When you're going into a hotel, the semblance of insecurity that is created, all of that has really chipped away at the economic might of Nigeria as a country. But Ghana can't deploy the way we have done in the case of MINUSMA in Mali because this is unconventional. So we can help Nigeria with, morale. We can help with diplomacy and all others, but it will be, and especially the fodder and the groups are feeding on. They have made it a religious thing. So if care is not taken, they would want to transpose that kind of idea in individual member countries. And mind you, ECOWAS is largely made up of Francophone countries, and most Francophone countries have a Muslim population of not less than 85%. So if care is not taken, and this idea of, we are fighting against a system that is a kafir system, is going to pose a huge security. It would spread into other regions. Already, we've seen Cameroon suffer from the activities of Boko Haram. Even Chad, Idris Deby died fighting on the front lines, we are told. So we've had to adopt a carrot and stick approach in tackling the Boko Haram menace. But on all other fronts, the pandemic, we've seen, coordination amongst nations. The time has come for us to strengthen the activities of West African Health Organization, WAHO. There's WHO and there's WAHO. And we don't hear too much about them. We need to see infectious disease centers spring up everywhere. We need to see more collaboration, more exchange, so that in future when there's a pandemic like this one, we'll be able to be better prepared to tackle it. But for Ghana, I would commend Ghana because of our leadership role. Burkina Faso is the main security challenge now because Blaise Compaoré was toppled. The youth set the Burkinabe parliament ablaze, and there has been a vacuum. So Ghana is concerned that there could be a spillover. So His Excellency the President was able to convince regional, countries to come up with what we call the Accra Initiative.
that conference summit was held at Pejuase Lodge. So nations have come together to share intel. So Ghana, our neighboring countries, and Benin. So even if it is a pin that falls, you need to share the intel with other nations so that you can protect, each member country from the activities of these groups. So if you asked me, I would say we are not doing too badly in terms of confronting head-on the security challenges militating against the stability of West Africa. But more needs to be done so that we keep the sub-region safe.
Let's talk about Ghana's own internal security issues. And currently there's a call for the borders to be open. And the borders have been closed, and there's a belief that it's affecting even the economy of the country. Is that something that you believe in also? Do you think it should be opened?
Off the cuff, I'll tell you that there are about 43 approved and unapproved entry points into Ghana. You see, when you are a sovereign country, there's 3 entry points. You have your airspace,
yes,
and you have your territorial waters. There's some 22 nautical miles before international waters. And then we have the borders, the terrestrial entry points. The most porous are the land borders. So when you go to Paga, Hamile, Sankansi, Elubo, Aflao, there are town folks who can put you on a motorbike and cross over to the other country.
And they are doing that.
And for them, the borders should remain shut because it's good business for smuggling. And customs people as well. There should be integrity in border controls. Some of the border areas, there is no surveillance. It's pretty much like just crossing over. And I believe it is important because some of these, apart from smuggling, you look at the gun running that is going on. Look at the guns in civilian hands in Ghana alone. I sat with the former boss of the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons some years ago, and their survey shows that at that time there were between 2.3 and 3 million guns in civilian hands. So that is, when you count every 10 Ghanaians, one of them has got a gun, and that is bad enough. How do these guns get in, even though there is some expertise for local manufacture? At Alavanyo, Konya, and also Swami Magazine in Kumasi and Abusuka in Accra, many of these guns cross over from the borders. So what are we doing as a country? Is it about paying a little bribe so that you cross over with anything? And look at the sacks of onions that come from Niger. Look at the charcoal that comes from across the border. You see a huge truck, and there are loads of sacks. And what kind of, frisk and search do we do? Oh, you are from where? Oh, this is a Burkina Faso truck. Okay. Just pass. We need to have the devices that can, filter through and tell that this contains narcotics, this contains guns. That expertise is not there. And so I want to see us do more.
You think
it's
we should
not
open
just
the
about
borders?
opening the borders.
Okay, but we think we should open it but do more.
We should open incrementally.
Okay.
Because Nigeria shut down its border with Benin, and people were so angry. Why would Nigeria do that? Because there were unintended consequences for Ghanaian traders, Beninois traders, Togolese traders. But they felt Nigerians should eat local rice. And Vietnamese and Filipino rice production companies were taking their rice through Benin and then crossing over through the porous borders. But Buhari stood its grounds. Eat your own food so that you would empower the local industry. And so for me, it's not about looking inward or opening up entirely. I heard a speech by one of the former presidents of Tanzania, Nyerere. He said, oh, the white folks are deceiving us. They say there should be an open market. But when you put 2 boxes in a rink, you don't put a heavyweight with a lightweight or a featherweight person. And so why should our markets be dumping sites? Look at the fish we saw, the whales we saw on Ghana's coast. When people researched and said, why did the whales die? Some said they were distressed. They were stressed. That was why they died. Maybe somebody has dumped dirty oil in our territorial waters, and somebody has gotten paid for it. We know that British Petroleum and other giant corporations around the world come to our territorial waters and dump dirty oil. how can the fish in our seas survive? So it's not about just being an open market. There should be equity based upon the size of your market and what you are bringing onto the international market. And so we should have open borders, but we should do so in an incremental way to protect the local industry as well.
So we will have to go on another break, but I was so interested in the open borders part because the moment you try to cut down on the infiltration of the market from or by the Western world, you might also affect other countries in the sub-region. Now we have a lot of countries, even in Ghana, where some of our products we import and then we repackage so that we would have it as made in Ghana, but it's actually not made in Ghana.
Wow.
They would also be affected if that is done.
I think we need to work on the psyche of the black West African. Today, you travel and you come home, you give a pair of shoes to your in-law. If they see made in Italy, they appreciate it more than say this was bought from, Tudu. It's locally made. Somebody has told me that even with the furniture industry, and I'm friends with the expatriate business people here, I can see a lot of, Turkish people invest in that area. Look, the wood, wawa, mahogany, all the wood is here. But when the local manufacturers manufacture knee, for the mere fact that their showroom is not along the Spintex Road, you have to go into CMB to go and buy. Oh, this furniture is fake. I don't want it. So what they do now is, just as you have indicated, they take the wood across the border, repackage, and put made in France on it. And people are quick to buy. So we need to work on the psyche of the people within the sub-region to appreciate our own and patronize our own. Then the idea of an open border and open market that allows everything to filter through will not affect. Look, we import everything, including toothpick. The toothpick, we import it, I'm told. Look at how you are dressed. Look at how this studio is nice, how I'm dressed. It is likely that 99% of the things here were not made here. And so it is important that we work on those. And the white folks don't like us. I don't believe in Moody's, the Bretton Woods institutions. They paint you black if you want to take charge of your economy. But when they give glowing tributes to your president, it means you are giving away too much. So I believe we need a rethink. And Paul Kagame has led the way. That we can look inward as Africans and still do well economically. This idea of open borders and open markets would only pander to the benefit of the Western powers.
Thank you very much. We'll be coming back after the break to discuss, we'll continue discussing our internal security. We have a new police IGP, and we have some new strategies the police are adopting, which is helping curb crime in the country. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Alhaji Irbad Ibrahim. So we're discussing the security issues in Ghana, and we discussed the borders that are closed and how some miscreants, let's call them that, use the closed borders to infiltrate the country with some guns and other banned items. Now the police is busy, and they are very busy since the new IGP came on. And thanks to his interest in publicity and the PR, we hear a lot about police reactions and what they are doing. What do you make of the change in IGP?
There are two ways police officers are trained in Ghana. We are involved at some point. The first one has to do with the state. So there are police recruitment, you recruit academies. You have Tesano, you have other areas of the country. So they go for training. But we believe that the conduct of policing in the 21st century cannot be based upon tools of the past. So we appreciate the kind of training they are given. But security evolves. So what we do is we retrain them on the job. So we have what we call intelligence and forensics training. So we have soldiers, and I'm happy to say I'm a facilitator in that program. So we teach them new techniques and all that, suspicious packages management, explosives and all that. So it's a partnership we have with the security agencies, and we are working in that regard. But there's a new sheriff in town, and anytime there's a new guy, there's a lot of euphoria. I've even seen that horses go on patrol in Ghana. Yes. So the excitement is good, but sustainability is key. Dan Parry is an academic. He's one of only a few people with a PhD in the conduct of security in Ghana. And then he started humbly, and he has gotten to that pinnacle. So I believe that he's going to combine theory with pragmatism to be able to resolve. But the fact that you have a new guy at the police headquarters doesn't mean the criminals will go to sleep. They will always test the pulse of the new mechanisms and strategies that are put in place. So we still hear cases of armed robbery. I am concerned about highway robbery. An international journalist came here recently to conduct research into our security, and he ended up dying out of insecurity in Ghana. So you can imagine the kind of reviews we will get internationally. I'm not happy with the way the barriers and checkpoints are predictable. When you travel between cities, you know that, oh, if it is from Accra to Kumasi, when I get to Lindado, Forestry Commission is there, the Ghana Police Service is there. When I get close to Konongo, Asankare barrier is there. These checkpoints should be snap checkpoints. They should just pop up like mushroom. So that they become unpredictable. Because you can take like 5 kilometers knowing so well that within this, these 5 kilometers, I will not meet any police checkpoint. And that is where the boys strike. And then there's these checkpoints are thinly spread as we even go to the north. And so these are unguarded, barren, ungoverned lands. And they're able to strike with reckless abandon. Prominent people are killed, and they get robbed of their possessions. So I want to see the IGP work in that, do more in that regard. And the telcos, there are places where, like Dadieso, when you get to Dadieso, you lose, your connection to any, mobile telephony. And that is where they strike. And our response time too is very bad. When you call the police, how can people be under distress? They call you, they are around Jolo, or they are around East Legon. Before you get there, your siren is blaring. You are giving the armed robbers a signal that you're on your way coming. So they should finish up the operation and leave. I believe that we need to change the strategy. And I want to see more plainclothes people. We should plant moles within these syndicates to be able, as I'm speaking to you, maybe in the coming hours, you'll get to know the work that has been done. Medical insecurity, public health safety is a major national security issue. As we speak right now, I'm in talks with a team that will carry out a sting operation today. What is happening? People are smuggling, as we indicated, fake drugs with no authorization from the Ghana Standards Authority or the FDA. They are selling these drugs to people. Chief among them are aphrodisiac drugs. And you see people die of, heart failure, kidney problems. So it's as a result of the consumption of these drugs. What is national state security doing about it? What we have impounded in 2 operations, according to the medical doctor working on this, ran into the tune of 100,000 Ghana cedis. So who monitors these people who are working on foot? How do you walk on foot to people at a base or in their offices and say, Oga, buy this one, it will make you stronger in bed? You should be arrested. The one patronizing it himself should be arrested. And so for me, security is a behemoth thing. It's not a gun and bullet thing. We can't limit it to that. Your health and safety, your well-being, the safety of your children when they go out to school, all of these come together to make up the body of security. And I think the IGP has a lot of work on his hands. There is goodwill. There's public goodwill. I see footage of him taking part in night patrols. There's public goodwill. And the PR is top-notch. But beyond that, what are we doing to make the Ghanaians safer?
You shared views that I would say are collective sentiments of Ghanaians, and we all go through these, like the checkpoints we're talking about, where police who are supposed to be on patrols end up checking for, how do you call it, the DVLA, roadworthy, and then they will check your shoes to see if you're wearing slippers or not, and then the criminals just use that to go, and we see them going around and doing their things. Also, the medical issues you've talked about. Is this a leadership problem? Is it a problem of capacity? Is it a problem of training? What exactly do you think the problem is?
It's a problem of perception. And I know GhanaWeb is an international media outlet. Look at the unwholesome content media houses, feed people. Because, somebody cannot just put together a concoction, but because the person can pay for airtime, you start playing jingles for the person. A cursory look at the ads on TV would show you that a chunk of ad money comes from, these drug sellers, medicine sellers, like they say they are herbalists, they are this, they are that. And how can one drug, Introtro, solve all medical issues in the world? This solves cocoa, it solves headache, it solves TB, it solves this, it solves that. The guy should be arrested. So we need the will to be able to tackle some of this, because you are waiting for Boko Haram to strike or militants to cross over from Burkina Faso. How many people can they kill? They attack a hotel, they kill 10, 15 people. But you are losing tens, if not hundreds of people every day as a result of bad public safety mechanisms you have. So I believe that area, people are dying in hospitals. And the hospitals, look, medical negligence for you to lose a relative. I read a story on GhanaWeb about a family that was suing one of the hospitals because of what they perceive as medical negligence. Because they should have conducted surgery, they kept delaying, they had to give some money, they went for some scan, they said, hey, so you have money like that, from 25,000, bring all the 40K. That is a national security issue. If I don't feel safe when I have headache and I'm on admission, it should be a thing of concern to the police. BNI, or what is now called NIB, should be concerned. National Security Secretariat should be concerned. So I believe that it's not an issue of capacity. Look at the recruitments we are doing. The state security agencies are recruiting. GIS is recruiting. The Ghana Fire Service is recruiting. The Army recently recruited. We saw the long queue from Elwak through cantonments. So it's not an issue of capacity. It's a change of perception of what security means, so that we will understand what our priorities should be as a country and then tackle them head on. And I believe, I think we have emphasized too much on counterterrorism. We have, imported America's #1 security challenge and made it our own. If Al-Qaeda wants to attack America, and so America takes counterterrorism serious, that doesn't mean that should be the go-to thing for all nations in West Africa or the rest of Africa. Road accidents, and kudos to GhanaWeb on your road safety initiative. Road accidents have killed us over the years more than any other thing. Disease has killed us over the years more than any other thing. So I think we need a tweak of our understanding of national security. And I believe that the youth of soft power, outreach, engaging people, giving people the right orientation would go a long way to make Ghana cling to its reputation as one of the most peaceful countries in West Africa, to attract the kind of foreign direct investment we want.
I pray the IGP is listening and watching as well, to take a cue from what you said. Very great submissions.
We think that if you are strong, it means safe match, there is a parade, we are exhibiting. Security has long moved from that. We need to individualize security, come to the level of the people. Look, the cleaner who comes to work at dawn, how safe is the person? It's a national security issue. Because somebody can compromise your cleaner, and the person can have a bargain device. Maybe you don't. Look, there are instances police officers complain to us when they are put on duty in the houses of ministers. They are so ill-treated, where to even attend nature's call is difficult for them. And this is a guy who is only 5 seconds away from your life.
He's armed, but he's not happy. You are a rich man. You have deficit of 6 months arrears. You've not paid your driver or your watchman. And beyond, apart from God, your life is in the hands of these people. So we need to completely do an overhaul of the way people see security. And we see ritual killings take place now. Yes, some are for money rituals. But how serious have we taken mental security in Ghana? Every corporate entity should every 6 months have a psychiatric specialist come and interview your employees. Because if the employee is not happy, the MD's life is at risk. Because he can just barge into your office and then bludgeon you with a knife. And some of these issues are mental security issues.
Security is really broad.
It's broad, and I believe that the time has come for us to spread the tentacles of our security apparatuses so that we can tackle some of these issues.
Bribery and corruption on our roads. Policemen taking, pittance. We all see them, and we are with them when this is done. Some of us give the money. Is it something that we should be worried about, or is something that we should forget about because there are major issues that we should deal with?
Kidnapping syndicates have found fertile ground in Ghana. Because someone stops a Corolla, oh, I buy, you just give a token. Nobody searches what is back there in your trunk or boot. And people just don't kidnap. When they kidnap, they move. I almost served a client as a consultant. He came from Russia. He was working in mining. Look, in Ghana, in Accra, he was stopped at a checkpoint and people had labels of Interpol. They were fake. And they kidnapped him.
Wow.
And they moved him from one safe house to another, torturing him and forcing him to sign off on documents. And they sold off his property, a foreigner. For 8 months, nobody knew his whereabouts.
In this country?
In this country. There are property owners, all in the name of we are into real estate. People come in with bags of money. They rent apartments and houses. Who checks the backgrounds of these people? Of course, the safe houses they were keeping the kidnappee in were rented places. For so long, we have made a recommendation there should be a common database between property owners and national security. It shouldn't be like I have money for 2 years, so as soon as I come, I pay the landlord or landlady, then I move in. People don't know their neighbors. And if Al-Qaeda wants to strike, the person may come for short stay. I was in Nairobi, the Westgate Mall, where we lost Professor Awono.
Yeah.
They said, incidentally, the guys had rented one of the shops. And gradually they were moving the weapons. And when D-Day came, they struck. You are a landlady. Young men are living in your house. They drive in Porsche cars. They don't work during the day. They play music all day long. They go out at night and come at dawn. They are a threat to national security. So all of these things come together to make up the well-being and security of a country. And I believe that we need to look at these fine details. If not, Ghana will lose its reputation as a peaceful country.
Thank you very much, Alhaji Ebad Ibrahim. That was a very informative discussion, and this is the lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV. Be safe.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
There are three things that make headlines in this country: politics, sports, and entertainment. But for my guest and I, we discuss all the major trending entertainment headlines of the week. Also, today on Bloggers Forum, we have a surprise guest appearance for you. My name is Benes Owusua Oparijan, and I'm sitting in for your regular host, Benefo Boabin Abrantepa. We'll be right back.
In common or the winning source some panny at the sum, Mamma Bunny, Gise Menihu, Jesem as soon as Mecca. Now, watching some Tregu entertainment industry and a masha my songs on a massans who are made sum to my train who's a seer, Nayambra. Now, say a bow ransom, Bekai, a actor. Sama jet a few TT, Bukai, taxi driver, then times in our wood, the wound Masama making. Papa, you know what is where a movie out, is a new movies they are dorsal. na what year say you were na video bi betu dwa interview bi a journalist bi ne koye o trema ne ho akere no ai dan oti mu kra ne rent aso but kakra fie no ko fie yodi akotua be bills kra oni bi nti odi to nu aya manfo nim Ghana fo nim say we de osra ma amonya ne mboa kakra bi abobeboa no se na be ya ni fie ra amba no betu no enfini dem na nsem yi ba de Ghana fo say oh samajete fie wo de say ya wo ye legendary wa be bob brewie na say ho na akere wo de say yenso yetumi ye mboa ene we says the mobile money number be to Ghana kakra bia na wasende na ye wo ya ne yeti say vice president Dr. Mohamed Dubaumia wo akwakoye na dom 50,000 Ghana cedis also on 30,000 enchi ye rent for 5 years advance and at 20 na aka ne de also on fanye hand to mouth on fan living on fan bone bra kakra na ye nim say aso ho no ma kofo be kasa ye nua talent manager Aisha Modi kwa de betu dwa say daddy don't worry obaye ne mboa otanta agi obi so dan kwa na wo be sia ma no asase na obepa ma ne kwa say ye titi de wonya ne mboa ye wo ha Aisha de betu dwa so say reverend obofo ote asem na aka na akoma nti onu so obesi dan ama nti ye hwe nim say sa promise na beba na na etwe tu kra say latest one na betu dwa greater Accra regional minister onu so see free busumi ekoi every month bia bema titi 1,500 cedis no dey abone branch amanfo titi say dey wenya mbo but mo wa amaka no so be mo ye ne mbo a obetumi asende mu donation wo me ba ya adwun say na watwe de satawale wa trend ankasa dey any trend wa fa ne ho ankasa na nkomo ni nyina ne say na watwe atwe mu nze nkomo o me be kire mu so satawale nsem bia o ka kan say Ghanaian artist o mutumi spend huge money one video music videos as say one Jay-Z ne competition as say me anye nkofo de music directors aba be kasa industry players bin so ache ma satawale sa kasa na wo kasa ne one kasa ni na ye nim say kan sem ya akwa kogu na three music boss Sadiq onu so de ekebe baba Sadiq se de na no betu na emisa asem ya nya Shatawale de nsem bi odi abetu dwane na manfo ya dwen ho ayenti ase Shatawale se 2019 3 music awards mo be kaya o sesa 11 awards ko fie Shatawale ko wo fa ni se o beja awards o tia na nim ni suni ni hwini mu nyina na ne kwana beneta kafa gina nche ho bebi o wo kroko ni so Shata mu se wa set record 11 awards on the 9 Shatawale chirema sa awards na Sadiq de man nyina no merit otirema enye ne hombode mbo ne ma na awards no wiemu no say Shatawale one kasa to me gu ani masesa so pese o kasa 3 music awards no shada anya awards papa bia so asema okay we gu ani mas Shatawale chirema also chirema baba Sadiq o kasa on sa akode ani stone boy won tem shada anya ye nti eni ho abufu no so 11 awards ma asema ibai Sadiq so abechirem so Shatawale wo yo trofo wo yo trofo je say also odwe ho anti ase oni menya asem na waka asem bi na enye na ma ba kebia vedo pese ugu meni masigu awards ya me o chema oni se na Shatawale ka se o sesa awards ne mad because oni sa akode ni stone boy ntem nye fine o se nyampa Sadiq sansu chema Shatawale se wusi awards na the man no na emfakwema enye wusun wo stage bra na ba sesa uwie nso apema so pese odi 11 awards nyina ba fabra no beje na nsem yenkantwa to enye ho no ma baba Sadiq audio bi atwagu onso kire ma Shatawale so o kire physically o chia wo mpunimpu a obeboro wankasa na Shatawale nsem odi betu dwa no na anu tom se 11 awards onya with music no merit emfakwem na wode man artist fufu called na anu atum dance musician Samini no wakasi one say Samini ni Shatawale won tem de enye all right cry although so mo nyombi celebration be sine unze camp no asem tokwa bi koso kakra Samini chema Shatawale munim ni Shatawale boss oboje so o se ni opa ni se obegu obie ni mase na wa ma obi aye se on board bra bia ye we painting for black o se no na ni je hu wo Shatawale wa wo ka se Samini oni ske bia na nso no dwedwe mu hwehwe mu no wo na ma na o ye big man ni oh yes boss na na nwase ho na tije se mbama uska any favor ansem di enim Samini na eka na ansem ya Samini betu dwa no sanso chema ye wo Shatawale kwa want me release hit song wo so ya tontoro wa na nyomi wo enkosi bebia inti ono chirema Shatawale se wo to me release one single hit song ono Samini obe release 6 singles in a day sama fuhwenim se Shatawale ebe respond to Samini there na wa there no na Samini betu dwa na ebe hye SM fans Shatta movement so say tia baby na yen hwade wow uso asa satawala yesi usa wo chirema wona welcome me kwa me no hwada no wonya ade wo chirema sataw yes amini wo kare ewu ontu basa ne nam so na ba decision one boss SM boss satawala na ode be popular dia wo se erenfa na mama yen to aso na wo twe ne nam social media ho baby ne ekopie mu wo Twitter na yen be demon kefie kpokpo bade kefie anu nyum na making demon we posting a picture bia on a American model and TV personality Amber Rose. I say otare ni nchen ho baby. Now our caption say Amber Rose so you cute. Na Ghana girls know say Amber Rose boy who say fresh boy yan boy ni yen go ni ho kra. Yen kra yen penny we as person ho tare. It say demon ni chema to say we kwhia Amber Rose picture no we twem na ze na ye kon de nim ye de ni kechi. Say ye to just beef say ye demon ye say nye picture keke kwa. Ye den common eba besom. I want to remember ya use a chrome has a sense and be coso. Now she name Koye now for one young can. But one is a where you Sulia. A young daddy lumba. I a Kambu commando can promise us him na make can promise all this in the to do chema. Music industry never be called or object one tiase. Adding and now say system no me say ono so won sembia ahye ne boatin ti say de can promise o chema obi ti say ye TV personality delay ni show you so na akotena na say any capable presenter bia no akotena show ni so no wa kan sem e koso ate say e tete na music industry no can promise make keep post na ye delay so hu no so oh ade can promise my crado in say the man put him say can promise obeko delay show you so na ensem e wo no boso no wakoyi nyina egu and I am trying to use so okay former Ace Ambassador Joyce Jujon I didn't send me a betuja when you in chair crying or test being able to just say the HIV positive HIV the only so well to me I will do so and then so wasm I say that she's living her life or Germany now Grace to your interview for Fubino Chema a bit or the bed two just so HIV positive nothing. A hokra na unse merima started proposing was Joyce ye pelnade ye feel you say ye no what talani ade also sick or can no song so be so over 1,000 men and a proposal also physically in the social media and I say sana mema sana mutiana but amafo yes baby aya won won am boys who nim wo status crime so no mutumu kuso ye nyama nto no na wa ba che say HIV positive na bia say say uhia na say de obebo ho ban kakra it is say the just achema merima gusu pen even though so HIV positive na what treat am wo say mesi wo krom ha de aburo so ankasa reverend owusu bempa ebeto just say wan akire bonu a wo say wo kokodi ni so on na junior pastors bi wo bowra na agra sorry say so one friend na agra da friend evangelist Patricia Odro Cranton wo bowra ni fi ekitatuo ni ade ko 13 wo say na agrada edidi owusu bempa tem unza nkotokwa bi ko so won tem na asemi besen say yanka ye jegu krampo say na ye njegu yo wo se kwesi dan wo wa sori o preach na ya a police football ra ho na wo ko kire no on na junior pastor si ye be hwe ye wo ye ha Monday wo do wan court a kire mu say de wan remand wo fa no ko twere police fukukum 1 week. Yeah, you say Goria is also in a watch and Nkofu would on Kakum, and a better man for Wakasa. Oh, and you touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. One of patel, will say a prophetic, you can't walk over the two just so. Some now banting patch. A moment, Jai be Munaka and cost a 2 of you. Now, some people to Jad, one war grad after any if you are nigger. Since if you are trading, must say, I do born home things to come. I say, well, be decent who bears the own big man be debut. What better Wakakotum, and send your beard and anwatu. Now, Aisha Modi or Chema IGP ni Ghana police as muye hwehwe ni mukakran hwehwe ni bi wo mukoma ho enya efiasho snega kra no okwa no obi da yi cells to me ko video no nyina ensam ekoso okrom han kofofa wo hodi edu reverend owusu bempa so de maba be kire so Chema IGP hwehwe ni se na mu se muye adwuma mo balance se mu chiro bia mu nchiro bia na ensam ye comfort one no atum se latest news abane se reverend owusu bempa one man bill se de asem no de ye be trust ye de ni de echi komo bia be koso bia maboni but do have so mu and it's a won't say then I'm fan come on nembre we Nigeria ni numtini Tiwa Savage odi ni epiem e wo Ghana say odi o hye Ghana ha na won say party say koso na say Tiwa Savage ni Miss V ni ade be kanum nyina wo share for some party bi e promote ye ni new EP ya be na Tiwa na do latest post for Instagram o chemo o body force na won say bikini kakra green is stay flat and kakra 41 na won say body na gine man kasa o chema o live life Ghana de oba na ni eje o body force ni nsem se bi be to dwa de Nigeria for bebre share and go focus and I send it to our change some more nice waterfalls in the day. Ye baba krum ha nenso ya eje ni. akamfo bu baby say nipa ya ade o sa ye yi se wan yi na ya men say ni din eye rapper sa akode wo je tete won pram me je se nkofo bebre kan wo kire ma ase ne nsa o de pipe balls o de kwa chima ye ni wo se ne nsam ye den ankasa se akode be yi bibi ama mo de wo se o ye stingy sa na nkofo kan report bebre aba ono ani colleagues ne fans so kire minim se mo be se o ye giveaway ana se o frame no chiche musika na nsa mbe wo se o ye ana se onye but ne be twem ni se eye singer Mr. Jew ayo chima eye sa akode o mu kopie mu ye Ghana in the parks I'm sure be okobo wo UK sa akode na musi de nsam ye den ono ankasa de won call shopping ayo chebo o to sneakers nyamanya me bi ma won and so how or some so ede won call share eye big people and influential people wo UK wo say Spotify boss cry and am sa akode so na eye Mr. Jew Amrado eye Kofi Jamal ya talks how young artists no mo call UK for show mo be kan sem be revising one say dey ntua won ye ne dey ye nim won abechem sanye sa nete but Mr. Jew chema na sa akode ye dey na surprising one cause na won ni nda so sa akode yi ma na watoto ne mama won ya dey say won ne o kan say sa akode na min shiraw kamiye se mentu kreye ema eye na tamfo ni haters o chese we speedy up say fu ponko bi time no dey also wo ho ye ni video live bi afede online for trolls fi bi obe comment so che na eda ne kom na ya lomi ana o che ma lomi ben che na eda me kom se me song so na se me nan so a betumi ato ye kan kito ya mu de uba ni bi munja asasem no o che ma no do ye humble so che da nkasa unze ye nti ni controversy ana scandal bi aye but kom ha say aye na nkofo kan e na artist we yo hia we be won so bi ona baby ana so on be car say I get cars I get mansions on ke bi ye nti mu so o yo hia ni o che ma o bone bra nyom ye o bone homodi nti ma obi anka say eye fami yo oniska o che ma ono so e bi hye no but o live normal life nti asem ne de munjai ka no njai tie na say amanfo gina social media didi nkofo atemsere nkofo so de cash out eye sika pudo dweta yi bi eye vlogger Woody Maya no ba ye entertainment with Elsilama no chema Chrome has says auto boss now create content and was a man for the need to follow. Bet me a make from $1,000 to $10,000 US dollars as I'm making a Ghana city so. Now then some bet to the noche mose. Ono de o Chrome as a who say confirm share and use social media ni now Zebia with a picture big keke. But Ochemas auto boss now you soon ya bet me a make his cababre effing. Gospel musician aye Florence Obini mo chema osoro ni fi but asaso so he yo we de obekoso adoni kunu aye Angelo Binim kotise Yakopon e beto nsa afre no ochema controversies nse nsem na wo se ni kunu aye say ochena wa ye say but orange ano ai odomo hiemu amani mo obetena ne nchen cause nsem ye be yin na ote but ni kunu de odo no support ochema odije ne so Range Rover new one e no Florence Obini chema otwio Oche o abochi ni kunu to meet flights be hunu ni ade. Nti asem na moka na obi ni ma ye sei nti ankontwe ne hu fi ni nche no so de bi o na aware ndo be koso aware ankasa. Na nkomo atwa to kwa afie ye osebo de Zara man ai osebo asem na make Ghana for yen fashionista ba kope. Say yo say skirt no nkwa na o share de enye sao. Nka ba fufura betu dwa akra ne say osebo aye nkofo eda prison ni ade. Oye philanthropist obo ankofo ni ade ho kire na say waye ne ma bebre. Na nsem yo da betu dwa ne cheso oso no osebo o jetum say nkofo na de ne bedua asase su so mbo aye won anwo ni bi ni ade. But eya ware e wo fani sa ware de. Oren wari bio se se de ne nkwa aka wasa susu de be ya no se wa wo ni bi wa wo hiambo be ye wonbo abata yes a ware ne sa amofra ne de odi atunche amanfo na wotwe nkomozi unu mba ya do se muye hwama nkasa unza ya ahyehya maboni mede ni nyina aba be so mu da se ne e be sanso ehyianti eye benes oparijan ai wonu abedwafo mu nsom na mu nto asoman.
Thank you, Amabroni, for this week's Nkomo. On my left, I have Nanaya Redu. He's the content or director for One Play Africa, right?
Yeah.
History about Nanaya Nanaya or Nimu Edupan. He has a lot of experience in the entertainment industry.
Really?
Yes.
I do?
A lot. I had said Miss Bell concerts some time ago, and you were the only person that facilitated that concert.
He was the one who organized the dinner dance for the Ghana's independence, 57 dinner dance.
And now I need any packet.
Ghana, land of freedom, on a deity orchestra.
like it.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's humble to hear that Ghana at 57. I was the one who.
Not Ghana at 57. 1957.
Independence.
Yes.
Wow, okay.
You were the one directing the orchestra.
I also have with me Vida.
Yes, I have no portfolio. Don't worry.
She's a columnist, and she says it just as it is.
Yes.
Welcome back
to
the show.
Feels good to have you.
Yeah,
it feels good.
After almost 1 year.
Yes, the gentlemen have been bullying me on the show. Glad that you're here.
That's a very.
And we have him in the middle.
That's a very wrong thing to say.
We'll squeeze you in the middle.
For me, I enjoy it. You can even come closer. You can even add the top part and say, "Come, let me put my head on the top part and feel okay."
So before we discuss this week's Nkomo, our show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the mac cheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your super family pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026 4133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. Mami started with Nana Yao. Nkomo, which story are you taking?
Yeah, I mean, Udima is one fantastic young guy. Personally, I followed him. Long ago, I was trying to understand what he does and that kind of thing. So, and for him, I mean, he's an example of you can make money from social media because he's making money from YouTube. He's traveling the world and exposing African culture to the rest of the world. So he's really, really good. I actually went for one meeting, I think last month, for an event that's supposed to happen in December. And the client was talking about some influencers that we need to get on board. And so I was surprised when the client mentioned his name, that, oh, you need to get Udimaya on it. And I was like, wow, okay. This is how big this guy is. Yeah, it's really, really established. So I hope that anybody who reads the story or watches that interview will pick something from it. However, I feel that people shouldn't be told, that's my opinion. I feel like people shouldn't be told what to use social media for. You know, you can also be doing the wrong things and also be making the money. Depends on how you see value. You know, because you have a lot of people, celebrities insulting each other. Go and check their numbers. It's crazy. Like 1 million, 2 million. Almost the attempts around a partner phone. So we attempt, so you know, but the numbers keep going. So
we have that kind of audience.
Yeah, I feel like people we should allow people to do whatever they want. You can't say it enough. I mean, I'm sure when somebody watches that story, a person will hardly believe that you are actually making $1 from YouTube.
You are into monetization of music on YouTube. Do you think his statement is true?
Yeah, I'm actually, yeah, it's true. I mean, that's what I said that Udimaya is an example of you can actually make money from social media. But the thing is that a lot of people will not believe it because probably they have not made money yet and they don't even know how to make money. They are seeing stars who are always insulting people on social media. So how do you come and tell them that they should use it wisely? I feel people should be allowed to do what they want to do on social media. If you want to make money, find ways and means of making the money. If you don't want to make money, you want to have catch cruise. Catch cruise. If you want to take it serious, take it serious, you know. But he's doing very well and I want to bring him up. I think for those of us who are in his space, we really respect him and yeah, he should keep going.
To beg. I mean, for where he stands now, he can say that he's not ashamed to beg because help is actually coming. But I don't think this is a posture that you take. I mean, tell the young guys the kind of challenges you went through before you find yourself in this situation. Abba say it was so idea before you are able to cater for yourself. It's an unfortunate situation that we all, you know, we can't identify ourselves completely with him, but on the name struggles are all come. But I felt say it's an opportunity for him to tell these creative people how to save money, how to get things done the right way. I mean, definitely there'll be something that he can tell us that the creatives will take a cue from. But if you say you are not ashamed to beg, and looking at the help that is pouring in, one artist somewhere will also sit back, not do things right, and one day hope to say that he or she is also not ashamed to say, or be begging for sika. And looking at the donations that are coming in right from the presidency down to the regional minister, I mean, everybody would like to live recklessly and hope that one day a president or a vice president somewhere will come to their aid. So this is not the time to say this. I mean, pump some, money saving, investment sense into the youngsters that are coming in. We wish him well.
Okay. I was thinking you would touch on delay any if you're Schwarzenegger issue.
Also, I can't say. Jimmy, I don't really want to, as I say, Mrs. also sad. So we don't want to, I mean, all the things that she's saying, nobody knows about it. There's no evidence to back the insults that are coming. I mean, if you gladly say somebody can be referred to as Bola Bed, yeah, and you're not, because I don't know why you say Bola Bed, so it means the person is mentioning Tracy Boache, and so you have to come out and rant like that. I mean, it's unnecessary. And knowing delay, it's a beef way and because you also. I mean, it's nonsensical.
Okay, let's go for a break. When we come back, we will discuss Shatta Wale, Samini, and the 3 Music Awards issue. Welcome back. It looks like Shatta Wale is back in the news again. This time around, he's questioning the credibility of the 3 Music Awards. And Mamenkai said the issue started. We have the story on GhanaWeb.com, so you can check it out. The credibility of the 3 Music Awards scheme hangs in a balance as Shatta Wale reveals a secret, suggesting the project is a scam. Shatta Wale and CEO of 3 Media and 3 Music Awards, Sadiq Abdullahi Abu, have been going at each other on social media for quite some time now. The genesis of the contention could be pinpointed to when Sadiq called out the dancehall musician over his music video comments. The comment is as follows: "Keep shooting music videos like you want to battle Jay-Z. You will wake up one day and ask me how I made all this money, and I'll tell you this." Sadiq disagreed and responded, "While he's always making hollow arguments and running in circles. Who says that today one can't know exactly how much one makes on a song or video? How such narratives are allowed to fester is shocking." Sadiq's submission was followed by a barrage of insults, including an assertion that he suffers from halitosis, and the most recent allegation that 3 Music Awards operate on a non-merit basis. On his Instagram stories, he wrote, "Sadiq, do you remember telling me that the 3 Music Awards, you will give me 11 awards because Sarkodie and Stone, they bore you. We didn't do well, but now I'm doing well by speaking the truth." Vida.
Yeah.
What do you think of Shatta Wale's response to Sadiq's comments?
I mean, for Shatta, we've seen a lot of attacks coming from him to other artists. I mean, we've seen the Sarkodie one. We've seen even Bulldog himself. He was working with him, Skinny, Shatta Wale, Stoneboy, and even Stoneboy Kasebio. That Sadiq's own, I feel it is an attempt to run down his credibility, his home, and his career. Because if you check the tweets or the post that Shatta made, there was one that he mentioned that Sadiq has allegedly impregnated another girl when he was at Akosombo on a 3 Music mission. I mean, I think they met, the board and the academy met there to deliberate on nominations, and he'll come out to say he impregnated another girl. So I feel there's an agenda to shut down his private life, his public life, his professional life. And if I look at how Shatta is going now, I can see he's a dangerous person. One thing that I maybe Sam want to say, why 11? Why 11 awards? Why the number? I mean, at 11 near the football in which is 11 awards and just a whole team. I mean, why the number 11? If Sadiq indeed wanted to prove a point, say you are the top artist, did he need to give you 11 solid awards to prove that point, Anna? So where from those tears on the stage? You were crying, giving acceptance speech after acceptance speech. So like, what kind of theatrics is this? If all this was fake, I mean, Shatta was subjected to prove with evidence, solid evidence to prove, say, Sadiq had conversations with you concerning giving you 11 awards. And when in Shatta already, he was running around in circles. He has said that he was going to dissuade Sadiq's partners from investing in the 3 Music Awards and the channel. And he has also said, Oceano baby, I don't know why the Shatta has not been picked up. Now that open threats are getting people locked up in cells. I don't know why for this long while, he has not been even arrested in the first place. So if you have any issue with Sadiq, he has told you, say, where is the proof? He has also said, say, if you feel, say, you did not deserve the 11 awards, bring it back. How many days near he made those pronouncements and you are still keeping the awards in your bosom? And you come out to tell us, say, he said, Shatta Huyene, Stoneboy Huyene, he sackled the Huyene. I mean, we've had enough of Shatta Wale. At this stage, in the one he risked not being celebrated as a legend in the industry because because of you, beef, cry, outliving irrelevance because anything you cook in your inner chambers, you come out to talk about it and then it makes it unattractive. While bro contractors, you've done a lot of things. And man who nipediano craft name ya kono. So I feel say everybody knows who Shatta is. This is not going to hurt people who want to work with Sadiq because they know their brand and you know what he stands for. And mind you, on the album neighbor. And so he needs some bars. Shatta was heard in an interview in a castle proving evidence of Sadiq calling him say VGM media correct. Good. 3 Music would never be like VGM according to Shatta. Look at you, Shatta Wale. Now you are praising Teresa Ayawade and his award scheme VGM over 3 Music. And then he ain't Alpha Shatta VGM because of Kate now So now if I'm an investor and I'm going into the music business dealing with Shatta Wale, I'll have to be very careful. Because just yesterday you were chastising VGM, so and even out of that, and our resurrection, who you are today. And now he's saying that VGMA is the best award scheme in the country. Is it a subtle announcement that you are getting back onto the scheme? Have you signed some contract somewhere to hype them over Sadiq? Because Sadiq, 3 Music, is giving a very stiff opposition and a very stiff competition to, not opposition, a very stiff competition to the VGM now. Is this part of your job to run Sadiq down and hail VGM? I mean, these conversations are not needed. So if you feel that you did not deserve the awards, 11, carry them into one of your big cars. Take it to Sadiq. He will accept it wholeheartedly. But as it stands now, there's no evidence to prove that Sadiq had earlier conversations with him saying that he was going to give him 11 awards. So until then, he should just shut up. Yabre.
Nana, do you think Shatta Wale, he should shut up for now?
Hey, it's your question here. This is your question there. Seriously.
Now, the commentary on this whole issue.
Well, the industry supports mediocrity, and people are not learning. So when people make mediocre comments, you have people in the industry who elevate it, and when the commentary is elevated and people who feel that no, what you're saying it's a 360 thing. It will come back and haunt some of us who are also looking for investment in the business. So we have to correct you guys. They become the bad people. I mean, I was on one other TV station and they put me on with another entertainment. I saw a pundit, and he said that, if I'm quoting him right, he said that people don't make money from videos, they make money from the audios. I left. It was a Zoom chat. So I just left the Zoom chat because my heart started beating. I just left the Zoom chat, and the guys were calling me. They were like, Nana, I said, listen, if you're going to call me on TV to speak, pair me with somebody who is intelligent. Don't pair me with the dumb ass people. Don't waste my time. This is what is happening. It's none of our business if Shatawale wants to tell his fans the biggest lie in the world. It's not. Oh, happy. It's not at all. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's not our business. Like, say me here, I mean, I find home. So if we say we try and church or fans say, hey, we won't try and video say Jay-Z and I made a family home. And family home, but a family home because I will go to people, send them a bag, me come back. Me pen me media mako far. Like I have been told no so many times today because I'm trying to raise capital to inject into my company, which is an entertainment company. And people's base of saying no to you is because mo sector no is not trustworthy. Mo sector no it's incalculated. And nyamo hona obi say who discussion masika na mba back na. That is why Sadiq went to speak. That is why David Nicholson also came out. You see, you might think that you are an individual in the ecosystem, but your actions and inactions also affect those of us in the same ecosystem. What am I saying? Yeah. You saying that you don't want to shoot a video like Jay-Z, blah blah blah, on your Instagram, on your whatever thing where you want to put. Who knows who is following you? And who knows? Say, Nipa now, if you want to do it, you know, May Yao, Sadiq, Nico say, Nana say, Hene. You mentioned them. All these guys are going to that same person to go and look for investment. Who knows the number of brands, managers who are also following you? So if you go to them and say, Benis, hi, my name is Nana, I work for One Play Africa. Now maybe events, and they Nipa 40,000 everybody together. You look at me funny, you be like, is it the same industry that Shatawale is saying? That is why we are all speaking. That is why we are trying to set the right things in place. So that we'll be on also a follow industry and continue and say, this is the right, it is not the right thing to say. What am I saying? It's not. Now, in this our industry, this is what happens. When somebody raises a conversation and intellects gets on board, they want to trivialize the conversation by making it petty, by attacking brands and personalities. When there's a bigger conversation and by getting emotional. So there's a bigger conversation of a superstar in Ghana saying, don't shoot music videos like Jay-Z. And then I will show you, if you are shooting like Jay-Z, I will come and show you how I'm making money. And then people are leaving that comment and they are trivializing, is he wrong? Why should we spend money on quality video? But the person has forgotten that you are home shouting a certain Nigerian artist's name. Do you know how they got to your home? They got to your home through the visuals. If the visuals was that bad, you would not be singing the song. If Wizkid's visuals for Essence was bad, you would not be singing the song. So you don't understand. Like when we speak, and you say, but we are all in the ecosystem. You know what I'm trying to say? You made a comment. Somebody even Sadiq, what Sadiq did that I will never do is to go to HFM and go and do that free education. Yeah, I'll do masterclass and take the money. Because I do a lot of masterclass and I do take money because I feel like sitting on radio and TV to give this education, they will not even understand what you're saying. They will not even get it. What am I saying? He went on radio, he explained himself, he gave you reasons why it is important to invest in your visuals. He even explained, like into details, the conversation has now become a conversation of intellectuals, so he can't. So this is what he does. Now let me destroy the guy's image. What do you stand to gain from it? Let's just play the devil's game. Let's say Sadiq told you that, yeah, Shata, I'll give you 11 hours because Stone and Sack, they bore me. And then you also said, yeah, give me, make I tease them. Between the giver and the receiver, who's a fool? Whose brand is at stake? I have given you 11 hours. I have elevated my...
You should look at the post he made, like when he received it, and this is the evidence of hard work. and blah blah blah. So all that nonsense. I mean, who will pay attention to your album, your upcoming album? Who will pay attention to it?
There are a lot of deals that are discussed behind closed doors. That if people get to find out how the deals are brought to life, probably people will say, "Oh, wow!" I'm sure you've seen people get certain ambassadorial deals, and you go like, "How did this guy get this ambassadorial deal?" If there will be another say, "Oh, your core behind your core boardroom conversation, the CNE," a lot of people will never get anything in this business. It is not like he has no points. Like Shatta has like 0 points, zero, to say that okay, you told me you're going to give me 11 awards. We will see who will invest. Yo, you see, the minus thing about Shatta Wale and Sadiq is that he said he's going to. I haven't seen the beating part.
Yeah, he said he will beat
him.
Yeah,
but that one he can't say that. He
Sadiq also told him that, Masa, me too, I'm from Zongo.
I was coming to say
that. So if you say you beat me,
because
Sadiq used a very polished word for beating for him.
Yeah, because I think he doesn't know who Sadiq is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the shirt and the trousers is
the big English is deceiving him.
Yeah,
he thinks when he speaks the big English, he can't really do shaggy.
So the beating part, I think Shatta was just joking. Because Sadiq doesn't have to move. Like, I'm sure that people are calling Sadiq. But also, young now. I'm telling you for you.
It will be an interesting fight.
No, I'm telling you, right?
Versus Nima.
No, I'm telling you. Shatta is not from Nima. He's from.
But he says that he's
no, he's from Polygon.
He's a Nima boy.
No, he's not. He's from Polygon.
He always says he's a Nima boy.
He's not. Listen.
So where his tags? Where are they from?
I don't like conversations that are trivialized. Let's have a decent conversation. Let's tackle the problem. What he's saying, attacking the brand and the guy's investment. As a matter of fact, you say, I know for a fact that people are actually calling Sadiq now because they want to actually put money into the 3 music awards because of what he's saying.
Oh, that's good news.
Oh yeah, of course. You think people don't know who Shatta Wale is?
He said he was going to seize him from using the venue at the International Conference Center because he knows the owner of the. I mean, why would a creative person do this? Because we have a crop of youngsters coming up who need a scheme to build themselves.
Right, Shatta Wale is joking.
How?
He's just saying some things to, it's like he wants to appeal he wants to make his fans
but
feel like.
In the course of his jovial stuff, he's attacking the credibility of a
That's what I'm
brand.
saying. That, listen, in this circle, when an issue comes up, and you are speaking on intellect, like you're trying to make people understand, do education, you are the one who is seen as a fool. I'm telling you, I've shied away, this whole week I've shied away from talking about this Sadiq and this thing. Because a lot of people don't get it. What am I saying? One, what he wrote was wrong. And people are trying to let him know that what you wrote was wrong. At least, we understand that you are a star. So it's hard for you to take the defeat. But when you are coming back, come back in a way that elevates the conversation so that you don't have to attack.
He's had his way with word statements made.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
So I think, well, he should bring the awards and cry the crying that he cried.
I mean, as for the 11 awards, if, like I said earlier, if I come and meet you and I say I'll give you, remember GhanaWeb Employee of the Month, right? Mayor Kululu, Mako Boys, Maya One. That's who feel say you don't deserve it. You will say yes. Yeah, for mommy, right? But if you feel say you deserve it, you might say, okay.
No, relax. Let the system itself.
Make do but 11 is too much. Make do at least I deserve like 5 or 4. So you make a guess winner. But for you to say, yeah, give me, it makes you yourself. You know that
you are not sure of yourself.
You are not that this thing. And
let your producer put up the crying video. See the face.
I think Shatta has one
crying
problem,
face. Receiving the 11 awards.
Shatta has a problem of. I don't know why he feels that people must validate him for him to know that he's Shatta Wale. Like Vida said, maybe he has an album coming out. Obiaye album. Look at how his colleague, what's his name, Stonebwoy announced his album. No controversy, nothing. Put out a nice picture, wrote new single, Ariba, new album, #album 5. Simple. He doesn't need me and I have to come
Stonebwoy credible Akofa. Look at Kofi Jamal announcing his EP.
Yeah.
What's a classic?
Like, they don't need me and I have to come and sit already and say, Shatta be artist, he's the best. He's going to release. No, they don't need me.
And this is someone who says he's a dancehall king. He's the one saving the industry. So if you are the savior, the messiah. There was news that his mother has said that he hadn't seen him for like close to 3 years. That's where the controversies began. And then there's this lady who came in fighting with Michi, was Maglav or something. I mean, everything that I feel probably, allegedly he planned was kind of failing. The mom saga didn't hold. The Maglav and the Michi and the fight here and there.
So you think Sene Mamediane was planned?
I think on the road to releasing the album, he had, you know, a lot of things planned, lots of controversies planned. Or whiteboard or quite ticket. This one didn't go through.
But it did the contrary. I don't even believe
and now this is the 10 of
Like, for real, I don't think
before the album drops there will be another controversy surrounding him because this one too he will not hold.
No,
so
listen,
it's like a plan thing that
before you go for break, right? I don't think personally, I don't think that Shatta wakes up and says I want to create controversies.
He does.
Like to my album.
He does.
I think what gets him overwhelmed is that he makes a post and it becomes topic for discussion, in which he doesn't. Which he's failing to recognize that he is an influential person. He's not like he wakes up in the morning, he thinks he's talking to his Facebook fans.
Yeah.
So he makes the post for the Facebook fans.
There's a global market.
Yeah, as a global artist.
Somebody
who has been nominated on MTV VMAs. You know, I think he forgets, like, this Jay-Z thing, if he's going to be truthful to everybody, he didn't make it. He never thought for a second that it will get to where he's going to.
Yeah.
It's like, let me make a post to tell my fans I am making money. And in making the money, let me just make it funny. I can bet you for a fact that okay, if you are being or Tipuno, maybe I'm not saying see, they are fighting.
No, see. Now,
I would not be surprised.
He's trending saying that he looks like Jamaica.
I'm telling you, he forgets.
I mean,
like, I think the guy.
What's the link? Because Sarkodie went to Nigeria and hooking up with Jamaica. Now, me, moves 1 or 2. Just say Sarkodie, I just hype. And also on any check in the picture, but say he looks like Jamaica.
Well, your name saw Jamaica, and I saw and you could break about.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back to Bloggers Forum. The show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get 1 small pizza, fries and chicken, 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at a half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also, remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133 97 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. Anaya,
Yes.
Samini has also joined the whole conversation, and he has even dared Shatawale to release a single. What do you think?
A hit.
I think Samini is just trying to also let Shatawale know that, you know, Beza was, right? Beza was, I think the founder, if I'm not mistaken, is Bulldog. And so Bulldog happened to have been the manager for Shatawale. And in the dancehall community, they also feel that at a point he was getting some awards that he didn't deserve. So if you are going after people's brands and tarnishing people's hard work, then also come out and defend your base awards. I mean, I'm sure a lot of artists probably they are not bothered about speaking about, because if it does come up, you will see a lot of artists, dancehall artists, who also come up and say that, yo, this base awards award way Shatawale win, like enough for Winams, you know, there's always going to be. So I feel like Samini is just trying to remind him that this is what you do. It's getting too much. You understand? Like, you have to try and have a limit sometimes. You know, the limit is what I'm telling you. It's an issue on the ground. Speak to the issues. attacking me and my business has nothing to do with the issues. You understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Speak to the issues. Why are you going after somebody's hard work? Why are you going after somebody's hard work? Like, imagine that you said what you said, and let's say the brands that push investment into 3 music awards say they won't do it again. I think you are being selfish. Then what about the number of employment that will be cut away because of what you've done? You haven't thought about that. You've forgotten that people also feed homes with the job they get from 3 music. You understand? So listen, the ripple effect is big. No. It's very big. If 3 music awards is cancelled, on the day of the event, those who come and sell water, gum, all this, they will not be there. That means on that day they will not make sales. Obu Hana or when a calendar so say, man yes Accra, there awards, make it 1,000 Ghana cedi. And then the calendar so you say the school fees no, between from April to July there. Now I sort it because we got 1,000. Okoyena can say Kim Asamatono. So I know how much just based on what they're doing. No, the ripple effect goes down to everybody. The carpenter who comes to knock things, the guy who sells the nails, maybe I go find nails, free the bar. It's a whole lot. So I think Samini is just trying to remind that, yo, bro, you are going too far. And I say, okay, I can't cry now. I was be a bar in the past. I'm out so many awards. Now yes, I feel say you don't deserve it. No, yes, you didn't. Because we always say that if somebody wins an award is over. The question is, did you vote? What must I say? Did you vote? Yeah. If you did vote, maybe you need to vote more next time. If you didn't vote, then keep quiet. So that's what Samini is trying to do. As for the hit song part, it's a tease. I mean, Shatta hasn't had a major hit for some time now. So it's a tease. It's not as if probably they want to get into the ring again and start a whole beef. No, I don't think so. I think that is just teasing him that because Shatta Wale is more of, if he gets a hit, he will change his conversation right now. I'm telling you, if today Shatta drops song and tomorrow it becomes a big song, he will change his conversation. He will make it feel like, yeah, he go fit do hit song anytime. He's a guy who go fit do song anytime.
He proud himself of having one of the greatest and biggest fan base in Ghana.
Yes.
So when you say no, then you to a bit
but you say it do time be. You say 1 hour we listen about 6 or 7 songs. When I heard that thing, I thought they were joking. For real, I thought they were not serious. But I went to check. Actually, it's true. He did that. Like we listen 1 hour to 2 or 6 or 7 songs. Aden.
And a back crown for.
No, Nina. Every country listen there. Oh. The good thing about him is that when he's having a concert, his fans get to sing those songs, like to him. Like when he's on stage. One more to man. It's a say bia. Say moment he cry. One more call fans in there. That's good. But he needs a hit. And he's doing a lot of things at the same time that is taking his attention from getting the hit. Samini has nothing to lose now. I mean, he just dropped a video of his Untamed album, Old Man's Radio. Everybody is praising him for how good the video is, the storyline and everything. So, he's in a good place. And again, he's come to understand that these guys are trying to make me an OG. Even though that's not supposed to be the case. They're trying to make me an OG. So, how do I stay in that respectful mood or stay in that manner and also still do my music as an artist? Because he's allowed to be creative. He's allowed to do whatever he wants to do. So he's allowed to tease. And I'm sure if Shatta Wale to respond to that base awards thing, you will see. I want Muna about. I want Rascal Cool, all these guys will start to come up and say, hey, you won this award, like you do not for me now, And maybe that's why Shatta is shying away from that base awards conversation and trying to still hit Sadiq, which I think is unnecessary.
Benes, I would liken Samini's rant to a good father wager properties for Nema, like we call in our local parlance, Ejapade. When say, "Utimisha man no say, oh, me ba we dey a dine we be man me be man." But some fathers also when him say ni wechi na enye papa nto ton kra no adi. Samini aye Ejapade wa sustaining dance hall no. O hwe na chi, o chine bi oni ho. Na so o jam somebody like Shatta Wale. Or shade never to trap handsome. Inti whilst or way Maniki kana jinche wansana so ochinebi oni wa japade no de ma no amobi aso ate se onim se wodo dija wa be se no so oni choice or dija usa. That is the situation here. The focus is the music. You should be known for your craft and not the ugly nuances we hear every time. That is why our ba catch say focus on giving us a hit. Oh, the woman may hate back one, may the 6 and a baby, a whole lot of issues. Ochana say, but one thing I have make a crack on Samini tweet, was the fact that say on PM Rameka about the Base Awards now, If that is true, say he started long ago buying awards, if there's a trail of it, then there's a likelihood say be and not the 3 music now can be not truth because all tracing it back to Base Awards till today. Then there's a possibility they to craft so Benjamin Abasobody genuinely there. It doesn't exist. But the only a window I meet me Johnny Fem Kakran say he has been unable to prove say he bought the 3 music awards. But Samini says that come out with the base. Then it tells me that there's evidence to prove that base no dear. You get it. And for Samini, I feel like he's worried for the next generation who want to do dancehall. Because if you're not looking up to him, if they are telling him he's an OG on Chinehua, who is the next person to look up to? Is it Shatawale who is advising you to shoot low budget videos? Where are you going to get with that? So all these, you might think that it's just mere rant, but it's a whole pack of worries that he's putting out there. And he's also drawing the attention of the young ones who want to do dancehall. Say, well, so rely on my past record and see what you can do with your craft. So me for Shatta, Charlie, me craft. I'm giving up gradually.
Oh, don't give up.
Oh, Nadia Koidi.
Don't give up.
Okay, we'll go for a short break, and when we come back, we have a discussion with Sinaso. Welcome back. This is Bloggers Forum, and I have with me Sinaso here on GhanaWeb TV. She's here to talk about her new single, Feeling, and all her upcoming projects. Sina, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How was the preparation for the new single with Kidi?
The preparation or the making of it. I mean, both of us are artists or both singers, so we just decided to link up and then make a song that was both vocal. Like we wanted to sing at the same time, give you something that you can jam to. So we just linked up in the studio, and then he produced the song and he co-wrote the song with me. And yeah, now we have Feelings.
What's inspired Feeling?
Feelings, you know what? Sometimes the songs is just vibes. It's just you just what's that?
Atinka baby.
What's Atinka?
Atinka is feeling.
Oh no, it's just a vibe. You know, it's just a vibe. We wanted to create something that was both emotional, you know, at the same time something that people can, you know, vibe to. So he freestyled behind the beat, and I freestyled as well, and then we just picked the parts of the freestyle that was nicer, and then we just made a song. That was it.
We will come back to your upcoming projects, but right now there is a conversation on producing either a high budget video or a low budget video. What's your take on it as an artist? Music video.
Oh, are you saying is good?
The production of either a high budget video or a low budget video.
I don't know, and there's your pocket too. You know, and the funny thing is sometimes the best videos you might see on YouTube or on your TV may not have even cost much. I think it's all about the director and, you know, the camera crew, you know, the director of the video, the filmmaker that you're working with, because some people can work with like the smallest budgets and then will give you a video that you think was like $100,000, you know. So I think it's about the director of the video. Yeah.
With your music video, Feeling, how much did it cost us?
I can't speak about the figure. No, I can't mention the figure, but I have a good relationship with Prince Dovlo, and he's a very good, you know, videographer. So it wasn't necessarily about the budget. I mean, there was a budget. At the same time, it was more the work that he put into it. You know.
Okay. Now, what's your new project?
Well, Feelings dropped a couple of weeks ago, and Feelings is off an EP that I'm dropping soon, pretty soon actually. So it's a single of my upcoming EP, and yeah, that's the freshest project I'm about to drop soon.
If you joined us for the first time and then you don't know, or you've not heard Feeling, maybe Sina will give us a freestyle. Not our audiences will know what your song is about.
Okay. Feelings, I'm in my feelings. There is something about you, you bring me healing. Feelings, I'm in my feelings. And if it's something about you, you bring me healing.
Maybe you'd want to give out your social media handles for your fans to follow you, to know all the updates that you have for them.
Okay, so CINA_SOUL, Sina Soul. You can find me on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok. You can stream my songs on Apple Music, Boomplay, Spotify, everywhere.
Okay. Thank you, Sina Soul, for your time with us today on GhanaWeb TV. We say goodbye to Vida.
Yes,
who
and
is
the
a columnist,
talkative.
and our celebrity, Nanaya.
Yes, independent celebrity, 1957.
He's with One Play Africa. Thank you guys for today.
No props, man.
Thank you very much. I've had a good time.
With you.
I wish that Vida would have come closer a bit so that I put my head on her chest.
For COVID reasons.
Can I put
Vida's birthday is on the 22nd
yes,
of September.
thank you for announcing.
Yeah. But unfortunately, I will not be in Ghana on 22nd.
Broke boys, they are always not around when their girlfriends are celebrating
when
their
I
birthday.
come back, I'm sure. I can send her a gift from where I'm going, so it's not a problem.
Momo is international.
Yeah, of course, but I won't be in town for her birthday, and I'm too concerned with my visa card and call. And no penny I didn't have, but apart from that, I think happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me say shout out to
Abrantipa, yeah.
Say yeah, Juma now with me go live. Oh yeah, what about tomorrow? Why do I say yeah, Juma with me go live? What about tomorrow? Shout out to Abrantipa.
Okay.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantipa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Surprised by the amount of waste gathered here at the Polygonal Beach, which is near the estuary. You can find everything here, from plastic waste, medicine, sachet rubbers, shoes. Yeah, I can see a shoe right here, and old clothes. They are all heaped on the shore, wondering where they come from, right from the sea. Fishermen say they catch more plastic than fishes. We are here at the Polygonal Beach to speak to these fishermen who are affected by these plastic waste to ascertain the negative impact on their job. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. This is a GhanaWeb Special Report. Let's get talking.
When it was raining, that plastic used to come normally.
Okay.
And they catch plenty. But when it doesn't be a rain season there, they doesn't catch that plastic. Okay. If you are, imagine, see now is the rain season. So okay. By all means, the plastic will come plenty. They will come from, they will pass through the river and the Kole Lagoon and enter the sea. So when you enter the sea, that will come plenty inside the surface of the bottom of the sea. Okay. So when you throw the net or you lay the net, that pass through the bottle, that will all go come inside your net.
Wow. But then if you take a look at it, where does these plastics come from? Well, if you trace it, where do you think it comes from?
Those people, the market people, when they're selling it in the market, maybe you can't buy pure water. Yeah. You drink it, throw it on the roadside. When rain fall, all go pass through the gutter. And that, through the gutter, that will enter the river, the Kole Lagoon. Through the Kole Lagoon, that will enter the sea. Okay. So that brings the problem to us.
Because I can see that there are old clothes, there are bottles,
all these bottles you are seeing, all from the lagoon, pass through the lagoon, come inside the sea. Okay. If you go to Kopama, go stand and see how there is, all be plastic. So then rainfall, all that plastic pass through the Kole Lagoon, through inside the sea. On the olden days, that in the drinking bottles or they are not, it's not normal day.
Okay.
But now there are a lot in the system, so they are taking a lot of the job. Making drinks, making so. So you can normally, if you said they should stop in it, no, it shouldn't be that.
Do you come here every morning to buy fish from these fishermen?
No, normally I used to go to Tema Harbour, but once in a blue moon I used to pop in here. But when you come here, always, you don't even get the fish as quantity as you want because of the plastic weight. The sea used to blow to them up there. When they go for the catching, they don't get it plenty like how we want you to buy it. So it is affecting them a lot in the fish catching. So that's all what I can say.
So for this bowl of fish, that's I guess this one is yours.
Yes.
How much is it being sold to you for?
For now.
Yeah.
He said it's 70 Ghana.
70 cedis. Wow.
Yes.
Fresh fish. I think it's a bit expensive, but what do you think?
It's very expensive.
Okay.
When they get it plenty, the price will come down. But they don't get it plenty, so the price will go up.
All right.
So that's how it is because of the waste.
But what do you use the fishes for? Do you sell?
I used to sell.
All right.
Yes. So I'm going to sell it.
So looking at bringing solution to our beaches, not catching plastic for fishes, what must be done? Maybe the fishermen, the community, and even the government.
The community must help, and the government too must help to tide our country and around the beach areas for us of the plastic waste.
They always complain that all the plastic coming from the other end, Agboglosi, where they sack the people, the Kole Lagoon. So always they are having plastic here. That's the challenge they are having here. So
the issue of plastics in our seas and on our beaches is a big issue for the country. What do you think that the people, especially those who live along the coastal communities, can do to help the situation?
Yeah, unless maybe I will plead to the government. I will plead to the government to help them to find a solution for the lagoon, because I can see it's not their fault here. That's what they always complain, that it's not their fault. We help them. We can clean this place very nicely. Before 1 week time, you see another plastic. So when they stop the plastic from the Kole Lagoon, I think we can have very nice beach here.
I'm a chunwe no kuno kwa mehawo. Wala ni fai wo ona fai ni kan bi ene. Ka bi aye ni ye ton ayen e ka chia wo pa mi. E keke fa ka ho e keke dwe pe ba. Wo ka je ke dwe ba. E ke be dwe te nu mi ka agme ya ni kin. E ke be dun mama hwe ni bi kome ni bi nehi bo cho na shukun wo wi ahun wo lebo ni aba pe ahun don wona ni wo pe wo ya keke muko ba bi ele nche de ba wi wo pin ni ba wi e je wo wi ahun no te na muko kura ba ye bi e wona ni e je ka wo wi no ka wo wi bro che no ba bi ni bo na bo ni bi e yo wo wi ahun wona fa ka ji ayeni awojwe me ni ba lu ojo bola ke ni bi pin bona aka wo gota mi aka wo fa mi keke fa ke ho keke jo pin ba bi e ona ni jo pin ba bi e ke iwo wole bo ni wo ba fi wo ha ona ni iwo ke government lenche le ke che be ba sa le pin
o se yenya nkofo a sa nwure ba mo de container ni besi ho a ye be su egu
si de container ni ho
container ni wo de ba ha adwen
ye se mo ye bola na mo de guni fa
ko ehin fa ni de begu ehwa ni de begu ye ni be bi de ehwa ni de begu nti be hia pa se ye benya container wo mpoano ha na ya se nwure ni nyina ye de egu kala ba fa ko ebe ya simple ebe me ha ye fet se mpoano na se ni aye fe no
te ba ha be bre bola nko ewura no
eyura no eyura ni do oflu kromo
ifasai hefa na wo hwa odi wani die
oflu konkoma kaneshi
aneni ya ba
ni nyina oflu kota nu ọmọ be se kọlu ni street na ba ha no ọmọ be go anti ya stram mu ka cha ku fa do se on fa scambla on fa mama fo no me ye duma wa so me se ampo anu
na mo ye sure so mo se science so mba bi ma na se ye di bola bi si ha se ba na nka mo se sa ko
ofa bibi amba
ofa hwi amba bibi amba bola tank ba ku pe no mu da be si a bola nu ye ma no omu da ko be chata no mu da ba no usta bola no udu ko guwa no amadu ska
wo pen ta san papa me ka chewo nti papa mu ayo bono kura
usta bola no udu ko no amadu ska
amaji ayo moji mai
amutu mi je be 2 3 3 3 5
bola sem plastics no
10 3 na di
bag kwa na
10 3 na di enti so nkite skebia unkite bia so ku ja bola na you should have gumpo ano
on the back of the close season remember they said you shouldn't go for fishing when they opened the sea would you say that you are catching more fishes now was it good
maybe No, we are not Lord. And we are not Lord, but Lord, it be Lord who created the fish. Maybe if we Lord the sea will be locked without getting fish. Maybe the sea will be open to get fish. So we are not God.
But looking at your catch, you know what, when it was before it was closed, you knew what you were catching. But now that they've opened it after months,
I think it's normal small.
It's normal small.
It's normal small.
Okay.
It's normal small.
So with the fishes that they are catching, do you know the name of these ones? Like the long ones? What's the name of that one?
His name be Odwe.
Odwe.
The other one is one down. Is that no? The one we lay on the one down.
So this one, what food can you eat it with? Is this your gakenke or?
Nah.
Gakenke.
It be normal fish. He used to eat every kind of food in the system. Rice, jollof, smoking it, frying it, all it will help.
We talk about what will happen. We talk about what will happen in the connection. What in your PPR, one more that.
Premise for an outcome.
Yo, yeah, MPP, one more that. What on connection will be connection. What are your 520? 600 out of 1 million.
1 million.
What is I want more that? I'm sorry, I want more.
Our next stop is the premix fuel station, where you can see a number of fishermen who are here to purchase fuel. From our earlier interactions with some of the fisher folks, they claim that getting premix fuel can be a challenge. They have leveled some allegations against the authorities who distribute the fuel. So we are here to speak to the head of distribution to ascertain whether these allegations are true or not. Daddy, good afternoon. All right. So we are just here. It's all about the premix fuel. I want to find out from you, how is business?
Premix, I get politics. Be NDCB so be. I mean no, many do machine JMP MPP baby. NDCB premix kaba amambayo. Shibede yo le jage premix BP ke ese cheni akeba. E share many ya wo. O felt to mo gidigidi by few. She na on premise MPPB. Insurance ni machine. NDCB so MPPB ni insurance. I mean share nyuma. NDCB so insurance. O premise gagaba. NDCB I mean no ajela. Premise na on ejala bi na on le keje che na kan no on le e yakunwe. Na kan no on le keje che. Price chakiko. Government e bomodin wa ageshi premise ejala ya anwe. Na kan no on le
First na onya tumpo ya kwa tuma ya tuminya nampa won ye do kokro so a go for me su tuminya bi se o tumpo mu na obu epum na ya kokro mu na anya na anya na nam no mu koi omo adwane akosoro ya anya na se ya hu de omo na
Michelle, what's all my new brother?
Mpuano for no, Omona and soon the Empuano for no. Omu the Banusua and Tokwasu Bim. One, a bimmer plan a day. No Omudu Omonu call baby for no Muko chair. Scanner Omu the Banus, Omu the scan man for me.
Based on the challenges listed by fisher folks, let's take a trip to the Coastal Development Authority, CODA, where we'll speak to a head who will also tell us how best government can come in to solve the issue of plastics in our sea.
I think the first thing is for us to accept that this is a menace that has come to stay and we have to do something about it. And it's the responsible public authority should do something about it. What appears to be happening is that the waste accumulates in the communities or on the beaches. Then some good-spirited people once in a while get together and do something about it, but it is not in a regular public program to clean up. It should become part of our regular environmental sanitation program. The same way we clean markets and other public places, we should take out the responsibility for cleaning the beaches, especially the public beaches. When you go to the private beaches, you don't find that level of filth because somebody has responsibility and make sure the beaches are clean. In the same way, the public beaches, somebody has to take responsibility and the cleaning must become a regular feature. So therefore, for instance, the assemblies responsible for those areas must make adequate budgetary allocations to these things and organize programs to clean up. I do agree that they may not have enough for budgetary allocation, but they should take the lead in organizing such that others could come on board and regularly we clean the beaches. So until we mainstream cleaning of beaches, the problem will remain with us. I really don't think that the local communities should bear the responsibility. Most of the litter or the garbage comes from upstream.
And then some concerns that they raise is that sometimes they clean up because every day you see plastics there. Yep. But then there are no cans where they can dump it. And even with the available ones, they end up paying more. So imagine you gather rubbish which you didn't generate, but then you have to pay like 2 cedis, 1 cedi, 5 cedi for it. So on the back of that, as you stated earlier, the assembly can come on board. But then if there are no cans available, of course, where do you expect that they put their rubbish, which they say they're going to dump it right into the sea?
Municipal waste. It will always flow to the lowest area, and the communities are always in the lowest areas. So they cannot continuously be cleaning up for the guys upstream. I do know that efforts have been made by some organizations to provide some of these things. And I think as the beach menace becomes more and more of a problem, other organizations will come on board. CODA is currently planning a project to pilot a sustainable clean beach program. The idea is to set a benchmark for others to see what could be done so that sustainably we could start addressing this problem. And provision of some of these things is part of what we're planning to do.
Do you have any timeline for this project that is underway?
We want to, by the end of the year, to be able to start physically putting things down on the ground and rolling it out so that everybody can see that somebody's going to do something about this problem.
So one would say that government will be doing its best. People who live around the coastal areas they will say they clean up the beaches. But on the back of single use of plastic, which has been a major issue, because every time plastics are being generated, people are using it single use. Some people have called for the ban, others who are saying that we should regularize it. But then what do you think that Ghana can do in solving this whole issue of plastic?
We should deal with the issue of plastic waste the same way we deal with all waste. It will always be generated, and as such it must be processed into another form, either for disposal or for recycling. Every single day. Plastics will always be used. We need them in our life. But then we must identify that after we use them, they turn into a form which is not useful to us. So we have to then mainstream this business of plastic waste recycling or proper disposal. For a long time, we've just chosen to neglect it, but we can't. Now it's become so big a problem that with the markets, we sweep the markets every day. In the same way, we must develop a program for all the beaches, all the locations, everywhere. And then those responsible, we have to encourage them to take it up and then work on it on a continuous basis. It is a daily problem. So we just have to accept that as a problem, and we have to plan and implement programs to deal with it continuously.
So you're preaching recycling, so plans.
Recycling is one. What I'm actually preaching is accepting that it is an issue that will not go away. So we have to plan for it, and every single day of our life take actions to reduce that. I, for instance, think that the assemblies, the assemblies are assessed every year. There's a certain evaluation they do for them. They check certain things. I think every assembly that has a beach, the state of cleanliness of the beach should become one of the assessment indicators. The same way they check the state of the markets and then the public toilets, the beaches should be. It should. And once you place that responsibility on them and they realize that there will be a systematic assessment every year, they will do something about it. I don't think there's any new thing required. We have all the laws and then the regulations and whatever is required to keep our country clean already on the books. We also have institutions, agencies, individuals with mandates to enforce these things. If we just start enforcing our existing environmental sanitation rules and regulations, that basically alone will wipe out more than half of the problem. I can assure you. So it's the wake-up call should be for all of us who are supposed to be doing some kind of work in this direction to do our work, and for those who are supposed to be whipping us into line to also whip us into line. And like I said, I think the assembly should be held responsible for this beach waste thing. And we must have a way of naming and shaming those who are not doing what they should be doing. And of course, we need help from media, civil society, all other advocacy groups to drum home the fact that if you generate waste and you don't deal with it, you will eventually end up living in a bola. As simple as that. What I'm actually preaching is accepting that it is an issue that will not go away. So we have to plan for it, and every single day of our life take actions to reduce that. I, for instance, think that the assemblies, you know, the assemblies are assessed every year. There's a certain evaluation they do for them. They check certain things. I think every assembly that has a beach, the state of cleanliness of the beach should become one of the assessment indicators. The same way they check the state of the markets and then the public toilets, the beaches should be. It should. And once you place that responsibility on them and they realize that there will be a systematic assessment every year, they will do something about it.
I agree to that too. And then away from plastics, I know Koda is more helping people along the coastal areas when it comes to development. One of the issues that they raised, fisher folks, was that during the close season, things become very hard because they don't go fishing where they can cater for their family and all that. So they've made a call to authorities that during that time they need help. Help not in just maybe a bag of rice or tomatoes and then you are done. So looking at the bigger picture, it looks like maybe every year we'll have a close season. So what do you think can be done for these coastal dwellers?
The closing of the season is a very good thing. I mean, it allows the resource to regenerate. So ultimately, they benefit from it. But like all other human enterprises, as we work, we save. We know that there are times that we will not be able to be making income immediately. So I think people should come to the realization that it is a necessary thing that they allow the fish stock to regenerate during a certain time. And as such, they must plan for that time. Whatever they make in the 11 months, they must set something aside, knowing that there's going to be 1 month where, it won't happen.
So I want to find out as Koda, if you have embarked on any projects that has been beneficial to these coastal dwellers. At least give us a general view of what you have done, your contribution so far.
Koda has done a lot under its IPEP program, Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication program. I mean, needs assessment was carried out at the early stages where coastal dwellers indicated what their priorities were. Some of those priorities were taken on board, and Koda implemented projects to bring those priorities to life. Koda also started, and in fact is still engaged in, a massive support program to fisherfolk, where we have a outboard motor subsidy program. You see, that fishermen who have need of engines for their boats can come to Koda. Once we identify that you are truly a fisherman, there's a massive subsidy. It's about 50% of the cost of the engine that is given to the fisher folks as support. And it's not just the engine, it's a whole program. It is the engine, it is a maintenance support program, it's a training program for how they will keep these things running very well and all that. So that is a huge support. I think there are about 5,000 engines that have been procured to support fisher folk, all the way from Axim running in front of Accra to Keta. So that is a very direct support.
Fisher folks say they are ever ready to partner with government and other private organizations to ensure that our beaches are clean and safe. They have listed a tall list of challenges facing them, right from all the things that they went through during the close season and how best governments can help to ensure that they catch more fishes instead of plastic. To you at home, in your offices, in your workplace, do well to properly dispose your waste in order not for it to end up right back into the sea. Be a citizen and not a spectator. We all can join hands to ensure that plastic waste is disposed of properly. My name is Paulina Deda Okuku, reporting for GhanaWeb.
I and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish GhanaWeb, the management team, very well. They came at the right time and they have served a purpose. When my story appeared on GhanaWeb, I found that other media houses that have not interviewed me, that have not called me, they still have the story on their website, media platforms, and I know that even if they don't acknowledge, I know they pick it from GhanaWeb. So they have served the media needs, or they've made significant contribution to media needs in Ghana. We wish them a very good future, but we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
Welcome to another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Series here on GhanaWeb TV. The conversation continues, and we are creating awareness about how you and I can ensure safety on our roads, as well as curb road accidents as a menace that has gone on for so long. Today, we spend the day at the Accident and Emergency Unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, where we would interact with a patient's doctor who will take us through what a typical day looks like at the accident ward, whilst we have other pertinent conversations around road safety. Thank you for joining us once again. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Let's have a quick break and meet our guests. So we are at the entrance of the emergency unit at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and Doc is going to take us through the procedures that one has to take, a patient has to take once he gets here for treatment.
All right, so what happens is that they get to the entrance, and then we have a nurse here, we call it the pre-triage nurse.
Okay.
Normally you bring in such people when you have problems at your entrance, or when you have pandemics. So during the COVID time, we decided to have one here.
Okay.
And some time back, there was an issue that someone came to the hospital, was not satisfied with some service and all that, and the staff too had a proof also that they did all well. So we decided to bring the PRO's office here.
Okay.
So on my left, that's the PRO's office. So what happens here is that the PRO's office is independent of the emergency room. So they are here to see how we do our things. Whatever goes wrong, they tell us maybe we are wrong or patient is wrong.
Okay.
Then they see the way to correct them. But they function very well with our pre-triage nurse. They come together anytime a patient comes in, they approach them, talk to the family, find out how best they can help, and then we move the patient inside.
So at this point, when they are doing all of that, where would the patient be?
No, so they are receiving the patient.
Okay.
They go and receive the patient.
Okay.
All is that a patient has come in, they walk to the patient, the car, ask what their problem is, they find out, oh no, it's the patient you brought, and then they coordinate the movement of the patient in.
Okay.
Some can walk in, others will need a wheelchair, some also need beds. They arrange for all that and move the patient in.
Okay, so
Yes.
Doc, I would want to know, you know, there are different kinds of patients with different financial backgrounds.
Yes.
If someone should come in and they don't have any money at all,
Yes.
does the emergency units take care of them and then later on look at the finances, or you wait for them to pay everything
No,
before?
we don't. Luckily enough, we have the electronic system we are using. You know, initially we were using the paper system, manual till somebody has to record.
Okay.
And with that one, someone could easily run away without paying a bill.
Okay.
And there is no way it's recorded anywhere because the person may not even come back with that folder. So it means that that bill will be lost forever. But now we are using an electronic system. Whenever you enter the hospital, even for the first time, it doesn't matter which point. You have your name is entered into the system, and then you have a code number.
Okay.
So that's your number for the rest of your life within the facility.
Okay.
So it has come to help us in the emergency room, because normally in emergencies, we don't want a situation where they will say pay before you have the service, because it's somebody's life.
Yes.
So the emergency concept is save the life and later payments will be made.
Okay.
Now, the moment they bring the person in, we ask the relative to quickly go and do a card. Now the card itself has a fee, but you don't pay it upfront.
Okay.
You just do the card, they capture your data and all that, then the system starts billing in there. Then we attend, while that is being done, we are attending to the patient. We attend to the patient, all drugs that we need. The department has done so well, together with the central administration, that we have a pharmacy within the department.
Okay.
So they serve all medication. Since it's the system, it's just for a doctor to prescribe that medication in the name of that patient. It is all given out and the patient is billed. So someone can come and stay the first 24 hours without having any money on them. Whatever we should do in the emergency room will be done. The person will have medication given. Then later on they have to come and pay all those bills. Okay. There's a limit to it. And when it gets to that limit now, the notification from pharmacy, for example, will come that the patient has hit the limit and now has to make some deposit before further medications can be issued. But then the patient is stable.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. So where are you taking us now?
All right. So this is the triage unit. When you enter the emergency room, we have the triage where they check the patient's vitals. So vitals, I mean like the blood pressure, the sugar level, the way the patient is breathing, the oxygen level, and then they assess the patient's general awareness. Ask 1 or 2 questions and then put all this together. So these are very objective values that we put together, and then it gives a color code. Now the color code has a meaning. For example, if the person triages bed, that tells you that if you don't have a bed, if you don't have anything, there's a life-threatening issue with that patient. So you need to sort out that patient. To the extent that even if for that particular patient alone, you all need to put the patient on the floor. All the staff have to go onto the ground and take care of that patient. You have to do it because there's something that is going to cause the patient's life. So you have to sort that problem out quickly. So we do it.
Okay.
And then after that, we have orange, and then we have yellow. Those ones have a time limit to be seen. So at least those ones you can look for a bed, you can look for an ideal place, and then pull them before you go ahead. So these values, as I said, are all very objective. If I do it, the values I'll get, when you also do, you get same values.
The same values.
So it's not now like because I know the person. No. So sometimes you may even come and then you are waiting for a moment. They ask you wait. They've checked all that and you are still waiting. They tell you maybe there are no beds or there's a situation or so. Then you realize that they're rushing another person. They check on that person too. You may see the person to be conscious, but the person may have some life-threatening issues.
Okay.
So they may even attend to that person before your relative. then people now tend to think that, oh no, there's something going on, someone has, no, it's not so.
Okay.
Here it's not first come, first serve.
It's based on the severity of the case.
Problem the person has.
Okay.
But there's a time limit for every color that you shouldn't go beyond this time. That person should have been seen. So you realize that someone who has come earlier on has been waiting. Another one comes in, has been checked on, and then that person is given faster attention than the other one. And then relatives may not understand. But it's our responsibility to explain it to them.
And is that done?
Yes, it is done. The only thing is that if, for example, now, let's say that they receive you nicely, you've come in, but you are still anxious because your patient is still complaining of maybe a pain in the tummy. Then another one comes in, probably even walking. But then when they check, you realize that something is wrong with the person, very serious. So that person is moved in. At that point, maybe nobody will explain anything to you, but you're already furious. So you may not wait for the explanation, and then you may just burst out, start talking. But if you have the patience, it will be explained to you. And even if you ask, it will be explained to you, and that's it.
Okay, so what you're saying is patients may not look like what they are going through or how severe their cases may be.
Yeah, that's
so there may be someone sitting on a wheelchair with a less serious case than someone who may be walking around.
Yes. So let me give you just a scenario. With experience, I was at the accident area, and there was this mass accident where about 15 people were in a vehicle and had an accident. They were brought in. There were some young guys among them who were shouting, "Attend to me, my leg is paining me this." There was an old lady, an elderly woman who was sitting down. All you could realize was that she just sat down, put the hands on the thighs. We call it the tripod position, leaning forward a bit. Tripod position, yes. Okay. Leaning forward a bit, and you realize that she was trying to breathe in deeply and take it out. That tells you that that woman's breathing is a problem. She has a very bad problem, worse than all those who were shouting. We quickly took her in. When we checked, we got it. We have something we call pneumothorax. She was in tension pneumothorax. So much air had accumulated into her lungs, her chest. And this woman could not breathe well, but was not talking. So you realize that somebody is rather screaming, shouting because the leg is broken and it's paining him. But there was this old lady who was just sitting down, not talking, or was just moaning. But that person had a more severe injury. So it is not, that's what I'm saying, it's not subjective. It's not what I see you about, no, I like you, I don't like you. It is what the experience and the triage values will give us. Then we move forward.
Okay. Is it the case that there are enough nurses on the ground to see to all patients that come at the same time? Because maybe 2 or 3 or 4 patients may come with the same severity of issues, and there may not be enough people to check, what is happening to them at the time they come.
Yeah. So this is what happens. All patients who go to the clinic are stable. It means they don't have a life-threatening issue.
Yeah.
They don't have an acute problem. So they are being seen at the clinic. Those ones, they can be in the queue for their vitals to be checked. Their blood pressure, sugar, and all those things to be checked. In the emergency room, always we assume that anybody who walks into the emergency room or who is brought to the emergency room has an acute problem. So we make sure that we have enough nurses at triage. And you can have 2, 3 patients being checked on at the same time. Okay. So we have enough nurses to do it, and then we do it at the same time. Okay. Ideally, nobody should come to the emergency room and wait for more than 10 minutes before a nurse works on that patient. No.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So you've told us about the triage.
Yes.
When next do they move to?
All right. So a patient has come in and has triaged red. Red means that there's a life-threatening issue that we need to solve immediately. Can't wait. So, for example, as we are having this interview now, if they should bring in a patient and the patient triage is ready, we will have to stop.
Yeah.
We pause.
Yes.
We need to go save that life before we come and continue.
Exactly.
Even when other people are being triaged and their values look normal, we may have to leave that and then go and handle the one that has a life-threatening issue, which is red. So now this is the procedure. Now the person comes in red, we go inside here. So if you don't mind, we can enter red. Yes.
Okay. So this is the red.
Yeah, so this is the red unit. Now, the difference in all things is that you should always have an empty red bed. And don't use it for a walking case that is not red. Because an emergency can come at any time, which is life-threatening. And then you need to use that red bed to save that life. Okay. So ideally, we have the resuscitation bed. But because of our system, you leave it. The next morning, by the time you come, a new patient has been resuscitated, and the patient remains on the bed. Okay. But at red, all beds at red are for resuscitation. Okay. Okay, that's it.
Okay, so, but you've mentioned some of the things that you use to determine the severity of a patient's case.
Yes.
Can you give me an example or some instances of the patients, the kind of patients that you admit here? What are their issues?
All right. So most of the patients that are admitted to red are unconscious. Unconscious means they cannot maintain a communication with you. Most of them are that way. Now you may have others that will have other life-threatening issues. The person may be communicating with you, but for example, the sugar is so low, and most of them will be unconscious to anyway. You have a patient who has a chest injury, for example, and then it's going down, the consciousness level is going down. You need to move that patient to red. You have a patient who has a vascular injury, that's a blood vessel injury, an artery injury, for example, that is pouring so much blood. That's, if you don't do anything about it, we call it exsanguination. That's because it's bleeding so much that the blood will all get finished. Those patients are moved to red. So that patient may even be conscious, but is moved to red.
Okay.
So if you see the patient behind you, for example, he was knocked down by a motorbike. You see? So he came in with a head injury, the leg was broken and all that. Now he's coming up, so he's struggling. All right, so now what they have to do is, they have to give him something to sedate him a bit, and then they will do their head CT scan and all that. Now, the head CT scan is still an emergency. In some situations, it's an emergency. But we in the emergency, we have our limitations because we don't have our own CT scan machine. Okay. So as I told you at the entrance, this one came in, didn't come in with any money or relative. We took him in, we made sure we got the card for him, we got all the medications for him. Now he's coming up. The family later on came in, and then they started paying for some of the things. Okay. So that's how it is.
Okay. All right. So from the red.
Yeah. So red we have orange. So we can go to orange also.
Can you tell us some of the peculiar accident cases you've had to deal with personally as a doctor?
Yeah, I mean all of them. Mention them, from falls, those who fall from height, or someone is drunk and falls down. People who have been knocked down by motorbikes, by vehicles, or were also riding the vehicle, riding the motorbike, or were in the vehicle and had an accident. And then those who are pillion riders, that are those who sit at the back of the motorbike and all that. So we've had all of the burns, vascular injuries, we've had everything here.
So how many?
And then the non-trauma cases too, yes.
How many nurses do you work with on the regular?
Really, the whole department has about 200 and something nurses. But what happens is that the allocation of nurses depends on what is done on that ward. For example, this is the red ward, which is an acutely ill patient area where you need to do a lot of resuscitation. So mostly they have about a nurse to 2 patients. That is the maximum you can have. You cannot have 3 patients to a nurse, no. The worst you can have is 2 patients to a nurse. Yes, and there are times that they even have 2 nurses attending to 1 patient.
Okay.
Yes, now when you go to the other side, it's not safe. So this ward takes about 14 patients. So on a daily basis, they may have about 10 to 12 nurses per shift. Because some of them need more care. Yes, and that's it. Yes.
So which is the orange?
All right, so the orange is the other side.
Okay.
So in terms of severity, when you take red out, the next level is orange. So the orange patient can also deteriorate easily and go into red with a life-threatening issue.
Okay. Right. And you mentioned earlier resuscitating patients in the red units.
Yes.
What does it take to resuscitate a patient?
A lot. So the point is, this one is patient-based. But there are unique things you should always have. We have some equipment, probably when we get back. You should have a defibrillator. You should have what we call the ventilator. We have it. You have your suction machine. You have all your emergency drugs. You have what we call the CPR board and the drugs all you need. And then the training for the staff who work there. Because if anything goes wrong with any patient that we need to do resuscitation, everybody there must be capable of starting it and then inviting the rest of the team in. So we have all those research. Yes. The monitors and all that. So every patient that read to have a monitor. That's the cardiac monitor. Yes.
All right. Yes. So we are now at the orange.
So this is orange ward. So a lot of the patients here will be able to talk to you, tell you their problems, you communicate with them. But they have an illness that makes it that they can't go home now, so they need to be seen.
Stay.
Most of them would be admitted to the wards. Yes, whenever there's a space on the ward, they are admitted to the wards. Some of them to stay in the emergency room longer than it should be, but that's it. That's orange.
Okay. All right. So where are we moving?
We have yellow. We will not go there because during the COVID pandemic, every unit was asked to allocate an area for suspected cases. You do the testing
within the unit.
Within your unit. So ideally, if you are a health facility, you should have an area where you keep a case that you suspect of COVID. Because one thing about COVID is we human beings moving around and move the virus around. So if you suspect a case, it's better you keep it, isolate it somewhere, let the proper testing be done. If it turns out to be that it's not, then you move the patient to any ward at all. But if it turns out to be, then you move the patient to the treatment center. That way you're able to contain the illness easily. So now when COVID started, in the emergency room, we didn't have an area to isolate these patients. So the decision was taken to use the yellow ward. The yellow ward just looks like this, but it's on the other side.
Okay.
So initially, things were going on well. So we're only keeping the suspected cases. We'll get the COVID result, then we move them to the treatment center. Kolebu has a treatment center. But currently, the treatment center is full, and we learned all other treatment centers are full. So we have a lot of the patients now that are positive. So it has become more or less a treatment center, though it has not been well equipped to treat. So we can't enter there because the patients there have COVID. Yes,
okay, so then it means that the people who ordinarily would have been put in those wards, where are they put now?
That is the pressure we have now. So you realize that has given a lot of pressure because that takes about 14 patients. At a go takes 14 patients. So it means
those 14
we now have
patients.
that pressure of dealing with those 14 patients at triage. Ideally, triage is not a place for a patient to be seen, attended to. No, a patient is to be triaged and then sent to the appropriate area, and then the triage nurses become free for the next cases that will be coming in.
Okay.
But unfortunately now, because of this situation, sometimes even the triage nurses need to treat a patient at triage because we have that pressure on us. So that's the deficit we have now in the system.
Okay.
Yes.
And how do you deal with relatives who come with patients like this? Because some of them come with emotions and all of that.
Yes.
How do you deal with
them? You mean those who are suspected of COVID or any other patient at all?
Relatives who come with accident victims.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is it. The point is that ideally you are not allowed all relatives in because it gives you a lot of pressure. So that's where sometimes I say the security man's work is even more difficult than ours. Good. So a lot of relatives come in. You are attending to the patient. You can't attend to the relatives at the same time. But that's why we have the PRO's office, the pre-triage nurses. They handle the relatives for us first by talking to them to understand what we have at hand. And surprisingly enough, or somehow okay, the relatives who bring these bleeding cases, the accident cases, understanding that they have a bad situation at hand. So they cooperate a lot with us. Whatever you ask them to do, most of them do it. Apart from the very young ones who are from some particular area, they feel that all of them should be there. They come in making a lot of noise. But this is our work. So we know how to go about it so that doesn't distract us from attending to the patient. There was a gentleman who came in, had a very bad open fracture. So open fracture means that there's a communication between outside and where the bone is broken. So there was a large wound. This patient was not looking stable. We managed to get blood. We ran up and down to get blood. They didn't even have money initially because the blood bank, they don't sell blood. What happens is that somebody will have to donate at least blood later so that you have more for other people.
Later or before?
No, later.
Okay.
As long as it's an emergency, when we get to the blood bank, they consider it.
Okay.
But one of the things is that any blood at all, you have to check and see if the blood is safe. So the safety of the blood is to make sure there's no sickness in the blood. It's a very group of that particular patient, and there's a cost involved in that. So For example, they'll check if there's no HIV, there is no hepatitis, and all other things they look for. Now, this one has a cost that you have to pay instantly. But sometimes you have to talk to the blood bank unit. Sometimes they even write some of our names there to just make sure that we make sure the relatives later go there to pay. Then they give the blood to us. So there was this gentleman, we did all this for the guy. He even had an injury to the hand. We handled all this. Now it was time for the orthopedic surgeons to come in and take this patient. The patient said he was going back to the north.
Okay.
That the grandfather said you should come back to. This was somebody who came in dying. They had to go look for blood, do all this for him. And eventually they even brought the letter that they didn't want care again, and we had to let them go.
But was he okay?
No, he was alive. But that's the striking part of it. That someone who comes in dying, you've done the first part of it, and then you know that this is a young guy that if that one is taken good care of, because you give it to the orthopedic surgeons, they have the way they do it. When we get to the ward, you see people having some metals, external fixators, because they have broken limbs with wounds. So normally they pull those metals and they have access to treat the wound, so that the people will be safe. And it's somebody who said he was living. That bad wound, even to prevent tetanus prophylaxis that wanted to do, they said they will not take it. And they wrote the letter against it. They won't take the injection? Yes. So they wrote letter against it. And they left. So that's a painful part of it.
Okay.
The other ones too is that sometimes we are emotionally broken down, more especially when the end result is bad. And we've had very bad end results. Someone was knocked down by a motorbike, just on the Kolebu Road towards the fire service to Mampubi Post Office. Knocked down by a motorbike. Brought in. Motorbike accident. We were checking. The guy had the carotid artery severed. That's gone. Comes in. Ray himself was the one even riding the motorbike. Comes in, severed. We tried all that we could. We couldn't save him.
It was too late.
It was too late. The point is that artery is like the main pipe supplying a house. The moment it's cut off, even if it happens within the hospital, very few of them survive it. Yes. Those are cases that need to go to theater straight and a lot to be done. Yes. It's a main blood supply vessel.
Okay. You spoke about blood in your submissions.
Yes.
Has there been a case, because I've heard so many people in their experiences in different hospitals saying that they needed blood and they had to get someone to donate before they even had the chance to, undergo surgery or anything they needed the blood for. Has that happened here, or does that happen here?
No, in our case, no, because we are an emergency unit. So you have the clinics. Probably at the clinics it has happened. So I cannot say in Kolebu it doesn't happen.
Yes, but I mean here at
in the emergency room it doesn't happen, because what happens is that whenever we make a request, they know where it's coming from the emergency. So if they have the blood, if only they have it, and in that particular group of that patient, they always give it to us. But the issue is that someone would need to go and donate. But the issue is that they don't sell blood, and there's nothing that can replace blood
except another person.
Except blood. So when they give you blood, at least it's also okay. You also make sure you also replace it so that the next person will also get some.
Okay.
So that, but for the emergency room, we don't have that problem unless they don't have it. Then now we have a lot of situations where they don't have, and they've been telling us that initially they were getting donations from institutions, some are schools, churches, but because of COVID, the donations have gone down.
Okay.
All right. So through this means we are pleading with organizations, groups that would like to donate in the name of Kolebu, and they can come and donate, and then we would have it.
How are you as a hospital liaising with authorities to ensure that the canker of road accidents is minimized or is dealt with in the country?
All right, so ours will be only to educate and advise. The law enforcement agencies will now have to take it up.
Okay.
So this is the male ward of the emergency. So this is really for orthopedics. It's not under emergency.
Okay.
But it's where most of our male patients come to. All right. So we'll see them lying here. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So This is what I was telling you. You were asking about somebody has a big wound, whether you amputate or not. So this one tells you that the fracture, there's a fracture. The bone is broken, but there is a wound, an extensive wound at the site.
Okay.
So the way to treat it now is that they will put the metals and then have access to the wound. Now the metals are to hold both ends of the bone, and then align them very well so that a new bone will form around it to heal it well.
Oh, okay.
But whilst you do that, the soft tissue, there's a wound there. So you need to care for the wound. So now, from time to time, they have a schedule when they open the wound and dress them. So this morning, have you had your dressing this morning?
No.
Yesterday. Okay, I think his was dressed just this morning. Yeah, so that's what they do it.
So
they
how
have a
long does a patient with a wound like this, for instance, stay in the hospital?
No, really, the point is some of the patients, depending on the nature of the wounds, may need antibiotics that will go IV through the vein.
Okay.
That person can't go home. Now, when they realize the wound is healing well, and then now they are comfortable that, okay, patient can go home, the medication will now be oral. So the antibiotic now, he doesn't need to take the IVs because the wound looks okay. Patient is educated. The family will be there to support the patient, because the worst thing that can happen to any team is that after you fixed all this, patient goes home and this whole thing breaks down. Goes to work on it, doesn't have any family support. So on social issues, if there's a social issue, the patient won't go home early. Other than that, the moment they realize that your wound can heal well even when you're taking oral medications, you have family support, and there's a place to dress the wound. In most of the cases, they even ask them to come back here to dress, depending on the distance they have to take. Mostly they like handling the wounds themselves, because they don't want a situation where you go elsewhere and then someone will go and mismanage the wound, then the whole thing will break down. And so then they give them a time to come back for dressing. So it depends. Somebody will be here in just 2-3 days. They realize that this person can be managed from home well, is discharged. Someone will be here 2-3 weeks and still hasn't gone home. Yeah, so it's individualized, yes.
So before we get the permission to speak to them, you've been working on the ground, like you said.
Yes.
What are some of the things you think that people can donate to your ward to help facilitate the work you do?
All right, so to the emergency, people can come in, look at the types of beds we have. We have some particular types that are very good, and we have others that are not the best for the emergency. So beds will be one of them. All right. The monitor, I told you that patients at red, each patient is supposed to have a monitor, and we have it for almost all at red, but we still have spaces without monitors, cardiac monitors, that is fine. Ultrasound for emergency care, the department is trying to procure one now, which is a quality one, but if you have a second one, that will also be very good for us. Our resuscitation equipment, so we have a crash cart. That one has specifications, so if anyone would like to help us, at least they can contact us and we tell them what the crash cart is, what it contains. Okay. Yes, our ambu bag, which will be part of the resuscitation equipment. Yeah, I think that will be okay for us.
Okay. You know, accidents happen and victims are helpless on the spot before they even get people to help them. Can you tell me what, not eyewitnesses, but the individual himself or herself, what you can do to stop your, case from getting worse before you get people to help you?
All right, so the issue is this. There's an accident. In everything that you do in emergency, your safety is number one. So where we are standing now, talking, doing this interview, if you realize that it's not safe, we need to get out. If there's somebody who needs care, and then you are going to give care to that person in the first place, you have to check and see if the scene is safe for you. If it's not safe for you, you have to make sure it gets safe before. So, same thing I will tell them. Somebody has an accident. It's for example, a mass accident. The vehicle still has this fuel, the petrol, in there. Anything at all can happen. It's better you move, if you can move yourself away from the scene, move yourself away a bit. Forget about what belonging you have in that vehicle, because it can catch fire at any time. And if you happen to be amongst all that are there, maybe yours is, let's say, your finger that has a problem, so you can stand and help others. If you have more knowledge, and then if people start coming in now, then you will now have to be telling them what to do for each person. But the best thing to do at that point, if you can make a call, you call. Now, if you call 112, it goes to emergency unit. If you call 191, 192, 193. So 191 I think goes to the police, 192 to fire service, and 193 to national ambulance service. Any of these lines that you call, or you just call 112, it goes to a central emergency unit. At least they are able to coordinate and then get help to that scene.
Okay.
Yes. Forget about property and see how best you can save yourself. And if you are able to save other people too, that is fine.
All right. Thank you so much,
You're
Doc.
welcome.
We'll be speaking to Dr. Henry Bully. He is the emergency medicine specialist and clinical coordinator here at the Accident and Emergency Unit of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. He's taken us round. He's told us what they do here on a typical day. And subsequently, we'll be speaking to some of the victims to hear their experiences and lessons, possible lessons they've learned from any of these experiences. Until we meet in the next edition, thank you for joining us. And my name is Wanda Amihegan.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
Yes. At the top. It is. Come by. I beg, don't. Yeah. It is. Let me get the plate. Then make it. You go pay fine of 2,500. Just this. You know this guy no deal.
All right, so we are back on the road this week for the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign, which is a year-long activity marking the 22nd anniversary of GhanaWeb. And today we are on the Kaneshi stretch, just around the STC head office here at Kaneshi. And we are with the compliance team from the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, the DVLA, and also personnel of the Motor Traffic and Transport Unit, MTTU, here in Accra. Also today, what we're going to do is that we're going to speak to Mr. Courage, who is from the compliance unit of the DVLA, and he'll give us a brief of what today's activity is going to focus on. So we'll go to Mr. Doe and then get his brief on what it is that we are looking out for today. Mr. Doe, welcome to GhanaWeb TV.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, so let's go straight to it. What's the focus of today's exercise?
It's the same thing that we have been doing normally. It's just about the checking of roadworthy stickers. And the good news is that we've gotten a gadget that has everybody details on the gadget. That is the vehicle details of each car. And then you also have the licenses. Everybody detail is there. So every license has a unique number. We key in and it brings out the detail. If you have done the, validation, it's pop us. If you have not done it, we ask you to do it, or we take a spot fine from you. And that of the cars, the customer's car, we put in the details and it brings out even the car owner, it brings out its name and everything that we want about that particular car.
All right, so that means that this system is to make your work easier. That means that the whole country is being logged into the system?
Yeah, exactly. Every place, wherever we go, we just check, we put in the car number. Everybody's details is in here. All cars, their details is in here that we can do anything we want to do with it at a particular time.
All right. So we noticed this car has been stopped. This is a customized vehicle. We were supposed to get into that later, but it seems this has been stopped, and I noticed there was a particular concern. This is customized. Why have you stopped him? What's the issue?
The concern is we stopped him some time ago at when we went for one of our outreaches, and we went back to the office. We come through all our system. We realized that it is not in the system. So today we are going to charge him. We will pound the car. We'll send it to our office, and then we'll hand him over to the authority. We don't give it to the police because this particular customized number is very expensive. So when we get you on the road, we take a spot fine of 2,500 from you. So we are not going to allow him to go. We'll take the car, we'll send it to the office and hand him over to the authority.
But how is that even possible? Because I see that this is actually from the DVLA. This is the block number plate. How is it possible that he went around the system?
In the system, the car has been registered. So it means he gave it to maybe those Goro guys out there, and then they didn't do the correct documentation for him. They just went behind and then cut the plate and put his initials there. That is what they've done for this particular car.
Okay. So apart from those, is there a reason, I wonder, why are we on the Kaneshi stretch today? Any particular reason we are on this side of town today of all days?
Yeah, today, particularly this morning, we are looking for some specific cars that have escaped our route. And we know that this Kaneshi road is a very busy road. And so we believe definitely these cars will be passing here today. This is one of the cars that we've gotten. And we believe those cars that were able to swerve out today will get them on this particular place because this is a very busy road.
Okay. All right. So this is still GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. We are on the Kaneshi stretch, just around the STC head office here at Awudome, to be precise. And we are with the compliance team of the DVLA. As you just heard from Mr. Courage, though, the focus is to get vehicles like the one that's just been impounded, vehicles that have stylish number plates, also ensure that many road users are complying to the directives or the rules and regulations that have to do with our roads. My name is Eche Atisu. We're bringing you more visuals from what's going on here on the Kaneshi Highway here in Accra. This car has just been stopped. What's the situation with this particular one? What's happening?
Yeah, this car, this is about physical convention. Physical convention? Yeah, physical convention. Normally, the car is something like a bear bar. Okay. So he's supposed to come to DVLA to rectify it, and then we'll give him the dimension, what he's supposed to put on. We arrested him on the 1st of June. Then we give him a prohibition note to go and fix it up, come to the office so that we do the correct documentation for him. He never came, and today look at the time, he never came. So this one, this particular one, we are going to take him to the office. We'll take him to the office, we'll ask the owner of the car to come and do the necessary documentations.
This means that this is the second time?
Exactly, this is the second time that we have, we've gotten to him.
Okay. Yeah. So that means that, but I wonder, because a lot of these manufacturing and big companies have these kinds of vehicles. What is the DVLA's stance on vehicle conventions? Is that what's the word?
Physical convention.
The physical conventions. What kind of processes can you take us to exactly what these companies can do to get their vehicles to this point?
Yeah. Normally, when they are coming to register the car, they bring it bare. Now, if you want to do what we call the physical conversion, when you are coming, you have to put the container on it. The officer will inspect the car and then do the necessary documentation for you. But when they are bringing the car, they just bring it like that. After the registration, then they go back to put the container on the car. That is the problem. So I would advise them, when you have the intention of converting your car, come to us, bring the car, bring the document, we'll be able to do it for you. Then you are free on the road.
But is this something, I just want to speak for people like this.
Yeah.
Is this something that they know about, that if I need a vehicle to be converted eventually into something like this, like a truck, mini truck, I would need to come with a vehicle already converted so that the DVLA properly takes down these details for them? Is this something that these drivers know?
Yes, they are aware, because you can't tamper with the original's manufactured handiwork. That is what the man has done. So the law says when you want to tamper with it, come back to DVLA, then rectify it for you. But if you take your own wheel and do it, we'll arrest you and then we'll force you to do it. And this one, you will pay what we call delinquency penalty for not coming to DVLA to do it before putting it on it. Not the soft copy of the license. Temporary license. You can bring the temporary license here. Not on the phone. Chief, LI, Legislative Instrument 2180, Regulation 47. Yes. I'm putting it to you. Let the military man go. I'm putting it to you. Yes, it states that a person shall, while driving a motor vehicle, have original copy of the driver's license. That is the statement of the law. We are here to enforce, and we are not making the laws. We are only here to enforce. So Regulation 47, you can refer to LI 2180, Regulation 47, and you read more about it. You can't show us.
The law requires you to have the original. Very good. So that will depend. I'm coming. You are quoting the law. I'm not quoting the law. You are going to relax. That's the reason why relax. It's not like relax. I'm just telling you that, look, I just called the DVL. I just called somebody from DVL. I'm going to, we have holograms on the driver's license we give to you, and we check them on the road. You have what? We have holograms. But this is a car I'm going to register. Forget about going to register. It's not a car registered, and I don't have a license. Driver's license. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that a temporary license, it doesn't have a back. I want to show you that this is it. When once you forward it to me, it doesn't make sense. You are not just there to arrest people. With the law is to be enforced. I am not arresting. Let me tell you something. I am not arresting, 24 hours, but I'm using my discretion. From the police. So if you want to interview, let's go for interview.
So let's just stick to you now. What is your challenge now?
My challenge is that I have a car, registered car. My license happen to be another car. This is an unregistered car. I am going in there to go and value the car and go and do the registration process. Unfortunately, I don't have a license with me now. You have called for the license. I've called my wife. There is another line. Show me. It's even a temporary license, which doesn't have the back. That's the reason why they will not accept the original one, because there is a back and there is a date and there is an expiry date for all the licenses. This is a temporary license which has been given to me. As we speak now, it's not with me. I'm driving an unregistered car with a DVLA license. And this is a DVLA man. He understands all this.
All right, let me just hold you there for a while. Your understanding of the law, I've heard that, but let me hear from the DVLA. What is the DVLA stance on what he has said? Has he interpreted the law as it is?
Yeah, the law requires you should have the original hard copy of the license while driving. So when you refer to the laws DVLA use, that is the LI, the Legislative Instrument 2180, you refer to Regulation 47. It states categorically about a person driving a motor vehicle. And it goes like this: a person shall, while driving a motor vehicle, have the original hard copy of the driver's license along with him.
So he says he has a temporary license. What about that? And he has it on his phone.
I heard him explaining something about the provisional license. Yes, he's explaining that it's because the card itself is due expiry. There's no need for the temporary license to have front and back. That is what he said. But he has also forgotten that on the temporary license, we have issue date on it, and we have expiry date also on the temporary license. Yes.
So does it mean that you're waiting to see his temporary license now, and then be able to tell whether indeed he can still be driving with that? Because I see that beyond that, this car is not registered. Yeah. And he raised concerns about that. The fact that he's yet to go have this vehicle.
I am going to value it as we speak.
Okay.
I mean, you can sit in a car.
So how about that? How about
yes,
that case?
We don't have a problem with him. We don't have a problem with him driving unregistered car, because from all instances, this is the booklet. It is valid. It will be expired tomorrow. You understand? So we don't have a problem about the unregistered car. Okay. But you can't be driving unregistered car at the same time driving without your driver's license.
Tell us the solution now. What is going to happen with him?
Yes,
because
so
he has a case.
We'll wait on him. They should send the temporary license, we inspect, and then we also validate, we check, we authenticate the license to see if it is a genuine license.
Does that work for you?
Yes. He also mentioned that in a law, when you are supposed to provide 24 hours, you have 24 hours, but he can use his discretion. And I'm saying that I'm not the enforcer of the law, he's the enforcer of the law. But if you have a point, that is to say that you have a genuine explanation. Of course, you expect that they are level-headed people who can interpret and use their discretion. And my point is that this is an unregistered car. We are in front of valuation, and that is where I'm going. It will not take us 1 minute to get there. He can sit in a car and he knows that I've taken money. I'm going to value the car. From there, I'll go there and go and register the car. If I'm driving a registered car and I don't have the license, you have a point. And I'm saying that it is just because it's a new car, I move it, which happened to everybody. I just put this car, I come to register. That's why the license is on the other car. I can show you from the WhatsApp. My wife give it to me. And use a discussion.
Right, so I get to that now. The DVLA is going to allow you to present your temporary license, and then I think that we can take it from there.
Yes, but I still want him to understand that.
But brother, you are used to
I still want him to understand that ignorance of the law has no excuse. Whether you are entering here to evaluate the car, or you are going wherever, with ignorance of the law has no excuse. So once you are held liable to the law, you have to calm down. We are not here to fight drivers and car owners on the road. We are only here to educate, you understand, and also ensure safety and sanity on the road.
Thank you. So this is still the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Like I mentioned, this is a year-long campaign from GhanaWeb as we celebrate 22 years of existence. And we are on the Kaneshi Road. We are just in front of the Awudome Cemetery, also right in front of the STC yard here in Accra. We'll still bring you some visuals even as we go on. As the compliance team from the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority check vehicles on the roads to ensure that they are compliant with the law.
Okay. Get inside. Get inside, but how do you know? Mr. Moore. Yeah, hello, sir. Mr. Make a scene, sir. In line. No, they check. Yes, the reason why you were stopped is because you have tinted the car all around. You have tinted the windscreen, the front windscreen, which is against the laws. That's the headlight 2180. It said that you cannot tint your front windscreen. We have to see you to be seen. The law said to see to be seen. So you should be able to see me. I'm supposed to see you when you roll. And it's 70% transmittancy. This is more than that. So you have overly tinted the vehicle. I just verified your license. I'm not getting results on your license too, sir. I verified your roadworthy is the new. The vehicle belongs to Auto Plaza Limited. Yes, but your license, no, I can't find the data on it. So that's the information I'm passing on.
Can you give us a better understanding of why the tint is not supposed to be in the front shield?
Yeah, even the tint is not supposed to be in the what do you call it? The two front glasses.
Okay.
Why? Because the officer, the police officer, is supposed to see the person who is driving the car. I mean, you can tint it, but 70% of it must be visible so that somebody far off will know this is the man or a woman that is driving the car. And then look at it, this can even cause an accident. And it's very dark. When it rains heavily, what will happen? This man cannot see through the windscreen and he will cause an accident on the road.
That means that there's never a point where any vehicle can have such a tint?
No, you can't do it in Ghana here.
Not even for even security vehicles?
For security reasons, you can do it behind, but in front, no, you can't do that. So what you can do is maybe you can come to the, you are a Ghanaian. So you're not going to get a Ghana license.
I actually just got my passport.
Yeah. So you have to come to the office, then you register to give you a Ghana license. Then anytime you come in.
This is the first time anyone is mostly when the cops.
We are from DPL. So
yes, sir. I do a bit.
Yeah, and that's all you are talking about. So, let me give you my number. Okay. You come and then we'll take you to the police service. Okay. Then you get it done for you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Courage, let's get some further clarification. I saw that you had a fruitful conversation with him.
Yeah.
He sounded quite cooperative and all of that. Tell us, what was it that you stopped him for? And all the education, I noticed you said something about the passport and having a license. Help us with all of those.
Yeah. He's supposed to, he's having a foreign license, but he's a Ghanaian. He's not an American license. And normally, when you have the American license, you are supposed to come to DVLA for us to do convention for you to have the Ghana license. But he came in yesterday. He's having a 2 weeks duration for it to turn up to DVLA. And then when I walked through the license and what he showed me, it means he came in only yesterday. So maybe he's having about 30 days for him to come to DVLA for us to ratify it for him.
Okay. All right. So it's easy to have a passport and then easily get a license. That's what it is.
Yeah, if you have a genuine license from US, and then a Ghana license, we'll do what we call convention for you.
Ghana passport.
Ghana passport. We'll do what we call convention for. For example, if he were to be having what we call a US license without a Ghana passport, that is where we ask of the permit. Maybe the person is visiting Ghana. He's going to stay here for at least 1 year. He's not a Ghanaian, but he needs a Ghana license. Then we ask of your permit and all the necessary documents from what we call customs. Then immigration. They will be able to do the convention for instantly within 45 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, boss. We are from GhanaWeb. This is one of our road projects actually. It's called GhanaWeb Road Safety. Okay. I noticed after he spoke with you, you were very appreciative. You said something about how this is the first time you've been stopped by anybody. Can you just, what was it? How did you take what happened today, and then what would you want to tell other road users?
Well, honestly speaking, I do have an idea on what I need to do once I get in the country. And I think back in 2012, with the US license, we had, I think, 3 months or something to drive. And then you get a license. So mostly, we do meet up with the policemen, and I mean, we know what they do. So most of the times, they don't educate you on what you really need to do or the process. But today, meeting up with the DVLA, he basically gave me all the steps and what needs to be done. So I do appreciate that.
All right.
Mostly, we go by somehow with whatever they want. So I do appreciate the information he gave me today, and I think if everyone is willing to go through the process, I mean, we will all make our roads safe, and also Ghana will be a better place for all of us to stay. Because when we come back home, we do want peace, we do want safety. Safety is one of the most important things, because we all want to go back when we do come. We just come for vacation, we want to go back. Ghana is home, that's why we keep coming. So let's follow the rules and regulations of the road, and make Ghana safe for all of us.
All right. Mr. Do, is there any...
It's not picking.
What? The system is not picking?
It's not picking, so there's something wrong with it. It's supposed to pick and bring the details of the DV plate to me. I said I will check whether it is authentic or not, but this one you can realize that it's not picking. So we'll ask you 1 or 2 questions to find out where he bought it, and then we'll take it from there.
Let's see if we can hear what's going on.
Boss, good morning. I'm going to even who told me? Kumansi. Kumansi Ainva. What the man know what about? Any system move. I know what you are talking. Yes, I know that sometimes. Yeah, exactly. I know that you might not know. You might not know. That is why our advice is that next time, what you do, you go there yourself. You don't live here at Kumasi. I know that it is time. You don't have, but when you know after, you always have problem. Am I telling like? So quickly, what you do? You go there, live here from the beginning of the year. So you pay what you call delinquency. You pay a penalty to live yearly. That is what we do. And then after paying the penalty, we'll take the plate off. And then maybe we'll direct you to DVLA 37 for you to buy the genuine one to fix it up. That's the only thing, that is the only help that we can give you.
Thank you. Okay. All the best, sir.
Thank you.
But then tell us how you seen this whole exercise, because the idea is to ensure that road users are doing the right thing. How have you seen the exercise, and were you too bothered when the DVLA stopped you in the first place?
Oh, actually, I was even shocked and surprised that I bought this car with the whole thing like tinted. Yeah, so when they stopped me, they check everything is fine. I'm allowed to go, but they said because of the tinted, I'm charged or like.
They charge you?
Yeah, they will charge me. So me, I don't know. So I was pleading with them that they said they are friendly, so I should go and see the officer so that they will give me a receipt. And I have to, yes sir. I have to obey the rules, then to, make sure everything is
But
fine.
I see that so far you've sorted this out. You are just about to drive away. What would you say about the exercise?
Oh, actually, Ghana Police and the DVLA, you are doing your best to help the community, and I am praying to God that God will give you wisdom, knowledge, so that you can feel help us always, then we move on. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you speaking to us. Thank you.
Where's the about?
Hey, all your people are coming.
Oh, Charlie.
Let's wrap up today.
Yeah.
We know it's been a long morning. We are still here actually, but then let's just do a summary of all the things we've done today. How has the exercise gone? Testing your device as well. How has that been for you? Tell us.
Yeah. The new device has been so helpful. We're able to we were able to text or check about about 15 licenses, and we found out that almost all of them were in the system. And then out of the car too, we're able to check them, and then all the details of the car owner, where even the car owner is, they are all there. We were able to get all of them. So the device has been helpful. So we asked the authority to extend the buying of the devices to other regions. That is our district office and that of the regional offices, whereby they also do their work diligently on the road.
All right. Today, did we face any particular challenges?
The only challenge that we face is the tinted cars. But as we talk to them, they understand, and then they are able to pay whatever we ask them to pay. That is the delinquency. We remove it and then we ask them to pay. Yeah.
We noticed today too, we didn't see a lot of stylish number plates. Is it because of the location, or what do you think is the reason?
Yeah. About 2 weeks ago, when we also hit the road, normally the stylish number plates are normally found around East Legon. But these days, it has come down drastically because of the education from GhanaWeb and other TV stations. The media is doing very well, and then the media is advising the people to do it. And so they've done it, and it has come down drastically. Yeah.
What will be your parting words before we leave you today?
I will advise the drivers and then all our clients that if they need anything, they should try as much as possible to come to our customer service. They ask questions, and I'm sure they'll be able to be sorted out. Those that are in need and they want the thing to be done within 1 hour, they should come to what we call the pre-shift services at our head office, whereby the allowances could be done, or it could be done within an hour for them.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That has been Mr. Courage Doe from the Compliance Unit of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, the DVLA. And this has been GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign here from Awudome in Accra. And as part of GhanaWeb's 22nd anniversary, we want to bring issues of road carnages, we want to bring issues of on the roads, lighting issues, bad roads, what have you, whatever it is, get in touch with us. Follow us on all social media sites. It's at the GhanaWeb. And there is news for you at www.ghanaweb.com. My name is Eche Atisu. Do stay safe.
One of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
Because of the high financing needs of the government from the budget, the borrowing demands, the public sector borrowing requirements from the government is high, and because of that, government will have to go in there to borrow a lot. And as the governor mentioned yesterday, if the government is borrowing a medium-term instrument price at 19–20%, do you really, and it's risk-free as far as government is classified in the way we classify it at the banks, how then do you expect a bank to give a loan to an SME, which is high-risk loan, lower than that risk-free instrument? So as we build on the macroeconomic framework and we continue to sustain the fiscal consolidation, we reduce the deficit and we bring the debt down, interest rates are coming down, exchange rate is stable, we will go to a point where these financing needs will be minimal, to the extent that we'll be able to then gradually bring lending rates down. So that is also an important point, and I think the government is working on that. We've seen some consolidation taking place. This year the deficit is moving to 9.5%, and over the next 4 years we are going back to the fiscal rule that was set. And that should bring some relief to the financing needs and begin to push lending rates down. And I think that is very important and very critical in the way we want to be able to bring lending rates down. There are other areas on loan restructuring and other things that the commercial banks, with the central bank, has introduced policy with the commercial banks to be able to bring lending rates down. We're also engaging the commercial banks to begin to think about encouraging customers to refinance their credit, because sometimes people go for a loan, a facility, and for the life of the facility there is no refinancing discussion. So as the environment changes and policy rates are coming down, people are still working on the higher rates that they took the facility for. But you should be able to go to your bank and engage the bank in refinancing the facility to reflect recent developments in the macroeconomic environment. And that is an area that we need to encourage more education to allow us to be able to get businesses to be able to benefit from that. So in terms of next step, Mr. Moderator, there is more work to be done as far as the cost of credit is concerned. The Bank of Ghana will continue to help the banking sector support the post-pandemic recovery program, especially through ensuring that NPLs do not cripple their activities. To this end, appropriate policy interventions will be pursued wherever possible to attain the goal of financial stability. So here I want to touch on something, the appropriate policies. If you take the current NPLs around 16–17%, about 8% of that, or 9%, belongs to what we call the loss category. So these are legacy bad loans that have been carried over, and they are still sitting on the books of the banks. And because they are still sitting on the books of the bank, then it makes NPLs very high. And because they are very high, it adds up to the building structure for pricing facilities. Now we have what we call a write-off policy. Since these bad loans have been provisioned for, and they've hit your P&L already, then why do we continue to allow them to sit on the books? So we have a write-off policy, but the write-off policy will have to be done properly so that it's not abused. And it also involves the GRA, in the sense that it also has to reflect on taxation. So we've started engagement, and we've actually started seeing some of the banks writing off. We strongly believe that once the good chunk, about the 8%, is written off, we'll be talking about NPLs in single digits, which is where we think the sustainable NPLs level should be. Once we get to that environment, a bigger chunk of what causes lending rates to be sticky downwards would have been addressed. And that's where policy is working towards, and that will help us to begin to see lending rates coming down gradually. And as I've also mentioned, the next one is on the Credit Reference Bureau. I've mentioned that extensively, so I'm not going to talk about that. So I want to end here, Mr. Moderator and Honorable Minister, and I think that during the question time, it will be more engaging and more fruitful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maxwell. It was an excellent paper. And I think the issues you've raised are the very issues that most of us are also thinking about. So what we'll do next is just to open the floor for discussion. And those ready with questions should just show up, and then we can just take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Abna Amwa from the Ghana Stock Exchange. In addition to everything Dr. Maxwell has talked about, I also want to flag that one of the key financing opportunities for businesses is access to equity capital. About 10 years ago, we liberalized our pensions industry. And between Tier 2 and Tier 3 pension sector, there are about 30 billion Ghana cedis currently under management, of which about 10 billion Ghana cedis is looking for investment in private companies in equity and corporate bond issuances. The private sector hasn't taken advantage of that, and we are here to invite them and let them know that there's over 10 billion Ghana cedis currently and growing every day from our private pensions looking for investments in well-run businesses. So I take the opportunity to invite the medium-sized companies here, the large-sized companies here, to take advantage of this long-term financing. Like Chairman, your company, Fun Milk, yesterday we saw Ben's Oil Palm, etc., that are listed on the stock exchange, and to take advantage of this opportunity. The second thing I want to talk about is, in addition to the Credit Reference Bureau, is that we are working with the Ministry of Finance and other stakeholders to come up with a credit rating agency. And the credit rating agency, if corporates take advantage of that, can translate into better pricing of corporate financing for them, be the long-term bonds or bank loans. The banks will use this as a yardstick to be able to say an A-rated company should be able to borrow at a lower cost. So we expect, working with the Ministry of Finance, to come up with a credit rating, a domestic credit rating agency, hopefully next year. And we will encourage all the AGI members, all the corporates in this room to sign up and be rated and have this reflected in their pricing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Abuna, before you say it, what's the price of your money?
The price of equity investments is linked back to what government, the long-term investor will look at what they will get on the risk-free rate, which goes to a very important point Doc made. They will look at a premium on what that risk-free rate is. So the level of the risk-free rating is important. But the thing with equity investment is that the investor looks at the long-term capacity of the business. They expect the business to be well run, the management to be solid, so that they'll be able to pay dividends. And if those shares are listed on the stock exchange, for overall in the long term, they are priced to appreciate. So that is what the investor in equity is looking at. They are not going to say, here is some equity investment for you every year, I expect 10%. It is long-term patient money because it believes in the future of that business and believes that in the future.
So what you mean is you take a stake in the company?
You take a stake, you take an ownership stake. And I'm glad to see all the large companies in here. And I think it's time they all opened up, give 20 to 30% of a stake in their businesses, invite our pension sector, the Ghanaian investor, to give them this long-term capital. Thank you.
So you put money in, and then you take a stake in the company, and you share the risks involved.
Absolutely.
And you help manage the company as well.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
A safety announcement. With the permission of the moderator, let me just state the safety announcement. Will owner or driver of BMW black in color registered GG 633120. I take it again, BMW black in color registered GG 633120. You are parked right in the arc coming towards the car park. Please move your car immediately. GG 633120, a BMW black in color. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Deputy Governor. Thank you very much for your very clear assessment of the state of the financial sector at the moment. My name is Richard Sandell. I work on investment for the British High Commission. I noticed you didn't mention technology, fintechs, innovation, and their potentially transformative effect on the costs of finance and the access of the population to financial services. So my question is around your view on the role of technology in the years, how much technology has mattered in the recent past, how much it's transformed the financial sector, and whether the Bank of Ghana is fintech friendly or fintech fearful. And that extends to your opinion of whether the major banks in Ghana are also fintech friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maxa. Let's take a few more. Okay. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daphne Spencer, and I'm the founder of African Association of Women in Tourism and Hospitality, and also the president of that same association. My question surrounds the consumer and creditworthiness. I think that people are normally fearful of something they don't understand or cannot comprehend. I understand you mentioned the unbankable or unbanked group of people being very large in this community. Are there any educational initiatives that has taken place to educate about banking, about creditworthiness, to shift that over? I was privileged to be able to take a mortgage of about 4% about 7 or so years ago when I purchased my home in the US. I don't think that's something that I can find here in Ghana. How is that a possibility or a future for anyone who's aspiring to ownership of homes if they decide to take on a mortgage in Ghana. Education is all I'm asking for. Is there information out there, and is there an initiative to address those requirements for credit? Now, the agency you mentioned that will facilitate credit checks, are there multiple agencies where you are receiving credit reportings from several outlets to compare with, or will there be just one agency, as you mentioned?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I keep coming because my constituency is very big, the trading sector, and I'm the only one here, so I have to talk for them. So I'm very sorry. Thank you for the opportunity once again. Sir, access to credit normally is not a problem. The banks are doing their best. But access to affordable credit is very difficult. Sometimes we think it's deliberate ploy of the banks. Sometimes we think they are talking among themselves. Sometimes we think they form a cartel. Because it shouldn't be said that efficiency levels from one bank to another should be different. We are talking about bad debts. Bad debts? How bad debts? Due diligences is done. So how do you pass the negligence of a bank to do its due diligence on unassuming customer who otherwise is paying the correct timely? There's a problem here, and the banks, Bank of Ghana should do something about it. They used to say that the addressing system is not good. Now we have GPS system where someone can be located in his room, bedroom. And so they are talking about risk. How can you spread risk? That is not proportional. That is not equal. And then name your risk fee. That is the interest fee. There's something wrong here. If I pay my premium based on the risk through insurance, the one with the highest rate is penalized by paying more. The one with the lower risk pay as such. But we lump up even the corruption at the bank itself. Their operational cost, their inefficiency is also lumped up to this risk that we're talking about. What risk are we talking about? And how do we spread this risk? That's what I want us to discuss. It is not fair. Thank you.
Yes. Good questions. I think what you said here are on the minds of many people. So we all share in your views. I think we'll have Dr. Maxwell talk about it.
So I'll take this one, then we'll come for the next round. So, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And I must say that all the questions that have come in are very, very pertinent and important questions. Let me thank Madam Abnamwa for highlighting the capital equity aspect of availability of capital for businesses. I think those are well taken, and I don't need to comment about that. So the first question to me really is on fintech. And I think that is an important component of what has changed the credit landscape in Ghana. The question was whether Bank of Ghana and the banks are fintech friendly or not. Actually, we are fintech friendly, and we are the first bank in Sub-Saharan Africa, central bank, to actually change our Payment Systems and Settlements Act. It used to be the Payment Systems Act, which did not look at the fintech industry, and in 2019, a new act was introduced, the Payment Systems and Settlement Act, and the big difference here was to rope in the fintechs and to be able to license and regulate fintechs to participate actively in the delivery of financial services in Ghana. Prior to that, fintechs had to partner with a bank or a savings and loans to deliver. But now, a fintech can be licensed on its own to actually deliver financial services in Ghana. And they have changed the landscape significantly. We have digital credit that is taking place, and this is really targeting the micro industry sector. You'll be amazed. Let me give you an example. There are businesses here or individuals that actually get up as early as 3 a.m. in the morning and get a loan from a fintech of about 300 Ghana cedis to go and get goods and services to sell. They go to the market, and they do that all through electronic payments. So there is no walking to a bank or a brick or mortar. And the fintechs have developed their own program to be able to rate these individuals. So they get it on their phone, they go to the market, they get their goods, they sell, by 6 p.m. they've paid back to the fintech. And that's how most of the petty traders you see on the streets, that's how they do their business. And it is through these fintechs that we have actually reached out to that segment of the population that, as Mr. Chairman, you said, someone said that I cannot put on a nice shirt so I won't walk into a banking hall. These people will not walk into a banking hall, but through the coming in of the fintechs, we've been able to deliver financial services to these individuals. And it's not just credit. As they are getting credit through the fintechs, they are also able to contribute towards insurance programs through the fintechs. The Bank of Ghana, through fintech, has also introduced what we call the crowdfunding policy, which will allow people to formally use the electronic system to be able to mobilize resources to support industries. At the moment, it's most of the time old associations are the ones using it, but we expect it to move beyond that, where individuals and registered institutions will be able to support their funding through the crowdfunding. We have also, after introducing the bill, the act, have set up a whole fintech and innovation office in the Bank of Ghana. And at the moment, we have introduced a sandbox environment in the Bank of Ghana where it serves as an incubator where startups are able to come in outside the regulatory environment to test their innovations, and once that have been established, they are able to then roll it out into the main industry. So fintech is a big part of what we are doing, and is actually the process of actually leapfrogging the financial inclusion agenda of the government. And so I just thought that it's important that I mentioned that. Then the next one is about creditworthiness and education, and I can't agree with you more. It is very, very important. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but in the last 2 months or so, or about 3, there is a serious financial literacy campaign being rolled out by the central bank. I can see the one in charge sitting right in front of me. And in the newspapers, in the electronic media, they are out picking different topics that they go out there to actually educate people on. You will be surprised. They are also targeting functions and programs. So if it's a funeral, church services in particular, they go to churches and ask for about 10 minutes after everything is done to be able to speak to the general population about certain key things that we have identified as very critical to enhance financial literacy in country. It's the beginning, and I think the agenda is to be able to roll it out more broadly. And you agree with me that financial literacy goes beyond just the central bank, and so many other institutions are involved. And I think this will catch up and we'll be able to do that, because as you noted, it's very, very important for people to know that, and it's very important to change credit behavior. Once we introduce and people become aware, the credit behavior changes, and this is what will change, and it will feed into having lower NPLs. Because when credit behavior changes, people will know that when I borrow money from the bank, it's not free money and I have to pay. And if I don't pay, it will affect my cost of credit going forward. So that is also important, and that will then impact long-term financing, which will also impact mortgages. And so it's something that we need to work on and continue to do that. And when it comes to the Credit Reference Bureau, we have about 3 at the moment. And with the introduction of so it's not only one reference bureau or a bureau that you have to go to and you are stuck with. There are 3 of them. and have to admit that their operations have not been optimal. And that is why we have introduced the regulations, and the regulation is going to help us to streamline that area to make it optimum, because we are now broadening the reach and enforcing the requirements that have to be enforced, so that reporting to this bureau will be done under a strict enforcement, so that the data that comes out of this bureau will be data that will help the banks to properly assess and price risk. And the last speaker talked about affordable credit, and I think that is important. Affordable credit, this comes down to, as I said, there are different factors why credit lending rates are high. I spoke about the macro, which is something we are working on, but I also spoke about NPLs. We are talking about the fact that what is NPLs, but these are the banks, people borrow and they don't pay. This must be paid by someone, because the money that the bank is giving out as loans to the customers are depositors' money. They are not free money. So if someone or people borrow and they are not paying, this has to be taken care of, and that is what is affecting everyone. And I understand your point. If you are a good credit, you have a good credit history, why should you pay for someone who is not paying his loan? And that comes back to the Credit Reference Bureau argument I made, because then the banks will be able to differentiate this risk, and they will be able to assess this risk. Because if individuals are tied to their credit behavior, then small industry A will not have to bear the risk of industry B. If industry A's credit behavior is good, you get a pricing of your risk that is commensurate with your credit behavior, and the one with a bad credit history will have to pay for that bad credit behavior. And once we are able to strengthen the Credit Reference Bureau to be able to do that, we'll begin to see banks beginning to differentiate. And once that happens, it will have what you call, it has an endogenous effect, because it will look back to help us to be able to behave properly when we go in for a facility, to be able to make sure that we pay those facilities. And together we'll begin to see rates not being sticky downwards, and we'll begin to see rates coming back.
And then bad banks cannot hide under the cover of inefficiency.
Exactly. Yeah. And with that, then when we're able to differentiate the risk, then you cannot pass on your cost of operation as part of your risk onto the individual, because then it becomes very clear that the risk, these are the differentiation of the risk, we've identified them. But one other area that I think is also very important that I cannot leave without talking about is the legal framework. How long does it take a bank to get a case, a default, settled in court? How long? And that's where the governor has mentioned before that we need a legal framework to help us. Because if it takes you 5 years, 6 years to be able to enforce collateral, then when you are making a credit decision, it's difficult, because you cannot say that there is absolutely a risk-free credit decision. There can never be a risk-free credit decision. Even if you do a salary-based loan, the bankers here will tell you, what happens if that person is fired the next day? So it can never be a risk-free. But then, if the legal framework is swift and allows us to be able to enforce collateral, then the banks will know that at least if I get a collateral, I can enforce and take this collateral to make up. And so it will allow them to be able to bring rates down. So you realize that it's multifaceted. And we need all these key stakeholders to come together to help us to be able to bring this structural issue that is making lending rates sticky downwards down. And we should all work together to make sure that we're able to bring it down. I hope I've been able to touch on the issues that are raised. Thank you very much.
You have. Excellent. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My issue has to do with collateral and security. Okay, sometimes in accessing funds with a bank, the commercial banks naturally demand collateral, which is actually a value of 140% value of what exactly you need. And then there's a problem. Actually, I mean, makes it difficult for SMEs to access some type of funding also. So what is the Bank of Ghana doing about this one? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, madam.
Oops. I can remove this. Oh, this thing is such a mess. Hi, it's me again, Nellie Kemavor from KPMG, the head of healthcare. So, Abna, I didn't want to blow your bubbles, you know. I didn't know you were here. Hi. We too, KPMG, as a wing to what I do, healthcare, we also have a wing that also is able to arrange for financing, particularly big financing, I must say. My guys are not here, it's just me, and I'm not a finance guy. But it's just to let you guys also know that we have private equity firms coming to us, to invest in certain, industries in Ghana.
So yours is also an equity fund?
Yes.
You take equity and you manage and you help the borrower.
There you go.
Excellent. So this is for the public. She's doing her job here. Very good forum also. Thank you. Thank you, Abuna. Thank you, KPMG. You just pay a little fee to the ministry.
Thank you very much. My name is Gola again. I work with the Department for International Trade. I work on investment at the British High Commission. So another question, I think this has also been addressed indirectly, but I know we are looking to introduce the e-currency, and my question is, what is the potential for us to leverage this to further bring down cost of capital? And then again, we all know there's been a lot of activity on microcredit, especially with regards to people accessing credit through the mobile money platforms. What is the potential of us leveraging that or using that as an opportunity to further address the issue of cost of capital? Because again, we know that about 80% of our businesses are SMEs, and it is these SMEs who usually access these microcredits.
Take it easy for us to understand you.
Okay, so my question really is that because about 80% of our businesses are SMEs, and it is these SMEs who usually access these microcredits, what is what going forward, what the action that we think we could take to address the cost of capital leveraging on the microcredits through the mobile money platforms and all that? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. You got it.
Hello, sir. My name is Utiaje, and I would want to give a contribution to the process. So I think the reason why everyone here is basically asking questions on easing access to capital or loans has to do with the knowledge we have on the economic benefits easing this process, reducing liquidity constraints would have on the economy. Increasing output, increasing employment, even increasing revenues to the government along the line. And I think banks are not intentionally restricting the public or SMEs from getting access to loans, but has a problem with their ability to recover the loans they give out. So when the BOG is able to implement policies that give banks the assurance of increasing their chances of being able to recover the loans they give out, then I think easing the process of loans wouldn't be a problem. And if I would be able to give this example, MTN Ghana is able to give out loans at lower interest rates without any guarantor required, without any collateral requirement, but still have a strategic way of recovering the loans they give out. So if the central bank, together with the various banks, can implement deliberate policies that improves banks' ability. For example, assuming we...
Just ask the question.
No,
I beg you. We're running out of time, please. Straight to the question, I beg you.
Okay, sir. So, sir, assuming we are able to have a biometric registration of all bank accounts, bankers would be able to easily recover or even easily follow and recover all those who have taken loans from them to ease the process and have not paid. So I think that will be an approach through which the banks can recover their loans.
Thank you. Thank you. Please make your questions short, because if you say so much, we don't really get the gist of it. And so you don't know what to say, because so many questions in one question. So make it easy. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. I will be very short. You will agree with me that the public sector can only access to the funds if the funds are available. What I'm saying is that the public sector can access to the funds if the funds are available. And Mr. Farey, about 2 months ago, I read from the daily graphic that Bank of Ghana have decided to increase the gold reserve of Ghana. So from my point of view, as a layman, the Bank of Ghana have decided to go into become a gold merchant. I want to find out if what I read from the daily graphic is true, and you can please throw more light on it. Thank you very much.
Good. Just stop there. Now you can. He would answer that question.
Thank you very much.
Don't add more. This is good enough.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the last gentleman before we close. That should be the last.
I'm a medical doctor.
Okay.
And a member of parliament as well. Thanks for reminding me.
All right.
My concern, I think, so far I've been here, this is day 2. COVID was real. And I'm not hearing money-wise how we're solving our health issues. I would beg, because the industry helped last year, I'll commend them. We need another Bank of Ghana hospital in Kumasi and Takoradi. So that's my challenge to you. No matter how the challenges are, please make it happen. And I think that would help the country. So that's my...
You put in your 2 cents, huh? That's good. Okay. Okay, gentlemen, make yours the last. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think Doug mentioned in his submission that the government competes with the private sector for borrowed funds. That's why most of the assets of the banks are in the investment of the short-term securities of the government of Ghana. He mentioned that because of the fiscal deficit of the government, their financing needs will continue to continue into the foreseeable future or in the short term. Is that the case? That what is the hope for the private sector if the government continue to compete with the private sector? That means the economy will not grow, banks will not be willing to give them funds for the economy to grow. Is it the case that interest rates will not go down in the short term? Well, because government is giving them other opportunities that gives them good interest rates at a risk-free advantage.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Hello? Who is speaking? Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Suru. I work for Compete Ghana Secretariat. I think the presentation clearly demonstrates that the credit outstanding is improving, particularly in recent times. I've also been looking at the figures, and it appears that we are doing good. I noticed that 2018, the credit outstanding about 43 billion had moved to about 52 billion in 2019. And as you have rightly said, I mean, by the first year...
Make it short. Go straight to your question.
By the first year, it appeared that we're doing good. What I didn't get from your presentation is the distribution of the credit facility to the private sector. I'm saying this because my check shows that the service sector is still the highest beneficiary, about 22%. Commerce is doing about 20%, and manufacturing, which I am very, very particular about, is struggling around 10%. So the question is, can you help us appreciate the credit distribution to the private sector?
Okay.
Then the second question, cost is a function of availability and credit rating. The governor did mention that given the status of the government is borrowing about 19%. When I check the public debt composition, it appears that the gap between our external debt as a percentage and the domestic is very close. Do you agree that we should borrow more outside so that the private sector can have the space to borrow domestically? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good questions. Whilst our governor is taking notes and putting his thoughts together, let me also mention to you that when you look at the central banks in West Africa, what we have here is the best central bank in West Africa. We have very good professionals. You look at the circumstances under which this central bank has managed the economy, particularly monetary policy, after COVID, during COVID and after COVID. You just have to say they have done very, very well. And on top of this, if you look at the structure of fiscal policy, now monetary policy sometimes is controlled by fiscal policy. They would have no choice but to find money to buy, to meet the demands of fiscal policy. So in spite of the challenges, you look at the rate going from 26 to 13 over a period of time, it should have been the reverse. They've done very well. So I think the questions you are getting here should be taken in good faith, that despite the excellence, we were like Oliver Twist, right? They want more. But I think it's good in the sense that if you look at, the gentleman just mentioned manufacturing. Manufacturing for an economy like ours should be around 22-25% of GDP. We are 10%. And if we are going to create jobs, opportunities for our teenagers, our graduates and so on, we have to be manufacturing at about 20-25% of GDP. We're doing 10. But why do we have low manufacturing? Well, they can't borrow at the current rates. So what we are talking about is at the heart of everything. And they see it. To reduce rates from 26 to 13, almost 50%, is really very good. And you've done well, but you can go down a bit more to the president's 8%. Huh?
Thank you very much. I think these questions that have come up are very, very important issues, and in the compact that will be put together, I think it will guide policy going forward. So I welcome all the questions. Let me quickly go to the key questions. And thank you, Nelly, for also talking about the equity fund that is being run by KPMG. On ECD, and whether there's a potential to use that to drive down cost of capital, I think ECD is a part of the central bank digital currency that we are introducing. So once it is done, it's going to be a legal tender. You see, the difference between ECD and the mobile money is that mobile money is not money. Mobile money that you see is always backed by cash. So if you pick your phone and you transfer 100 Ghana cedis to me, and your bank that is behind your phone is Fidelity Bank and my bank is Ghana Commercial Bank, the moment you press 100 to me, automatically Fidelity Bank sends the cash equivalent to Ghana Commercial Bank. The moment it refuses to send the cash equivalent to go along with what you have done on your phone, that means you, the individual, you have created money, and you are not legally allowed to create money. You are only working on electronic receipts, and it has to be backed by cash. That's how mobile money operates. But when it comes to the ECD, which is the central bank digital currency, it is money. So whatever you do on your phone or your mobile device is money on its own. So it doesn't have to be backed by any cash. So if you have 100 Ghana cedis in your account, you can tell your bank that keep 40 Ghana cedis out of the 100 in electronic form, ECD, and 60 in other deposits. And you can transact business and terminate in transactions with that electronic transfer without any money to be backed by, because it's money, it's fiat money, it's legal tender. What this will do is that it will allow fintechs and other small institutions to create value-added products using this electronic money, which would have been difficult to create with physical cash. And that value-added products will enhance the delivery of financial services without brick and mortar. And because it's without brick and mortar, it will ease the cost of operations of those fintechs, and they'll be able to deliver the financial services at a lower cost. And so we are going to introduce this latest by the end of the year in a pilot form. And once that pilot form runs, and we're able to see the challenges that come with it and the address, then we open it up to the entire public. So let's look out for that. And that is also linked to what the question you asked about, how do we allow digitization to help with microcredit? And I think it comes to the point I raised earlier about the fact that there are some small microcredits that are taking place that we actually started compiling data on that at the Bank of Ghana, and going forward we are going to release that data. And you see the extent of activities that are taking place in that area where people are actually getting credit. And in this space there is no collateral. The collateral is really, they use the algorithm through and sometimes even the way you store names on your mobile phone, and how places you go tracked by Google on your phone helps them to develop a credit profile for you, and it helps them to also develop how much credit they can give to you. And because you also have to pay instantly, the risk is limited to that particular day or a month or a couple of weeks that you have to be able to pay. And once you default, that place is very punitive, because the moment you default, you've lost your assets automatically. So it forces people to be able to continue to pay and also continue to benefit. And I think that is creating access to those in that micro sector that need limited amount of money to be able to turn around businesses. And we continue to work with you to be able to do that. And then the other one is our ability to recover loans by banks. What can be done? And I think it also comes down to what I said earlier on. The banks, the legal system, the credit reference bureau, the introduction of the digital address system is going to help. The introduction of the biometric ID card is going to help. Why is it that important? Because it is now going to be linked to so many other things that will pin you down as an individual. In the past, so many people had different TIN numbers. So they have about 4 TIN numbers. Depending on the transaction that is taking place, they use a different TIN number. Now you have only one biometric identification. And if that is linked to your social security, it's linked to your driver's license, it is very easy and not difficult to trace individuals, and it will help banks to be able to recover a bit more. But more critically, if the banks have to enforce collateral at the courts, we need a legal framework that will be fast enough to allow the banks to enforce collateral. And once we're able to do that, we'll be able to bring the lending rates, the risk premium down, and lending rates will begin to come down. And then there was a point about MTN is able to give loans very quickly and at a lower rate. And it's linked to what I said about the mobile money loans that is going on. But I need to correct something. MTN does not give loans. MTN has never been authorized to give loans. MTN is not involved in mobile money in Ghana. When you go to East Africa, you have telcos involved in mobile money. When you come to Ghana, mobile money is a bank-based transaction. So MTN as an entity does not operate mobile money in Ghana. The Momo that you see is operated by a company called Mobile Money Limited, which is a subsidiary of MTN, which has been licensed by Bank of Ghana, and for that matter, supervised by Bank of Ghana. And so it is that institution that is giving the loans. in conjunction with commercial banks. Because it is erroneous to say that MTN is giving loans, then you say that telcos can give loans. Telcos are not allowed and licensed to operate in collecting deposits and giving loans. It is Mobile Money Limited, which is 100% subsidiary of MTN, that has been licensed by Bank of Ghana to do Momo. And they are the ones that are giving loans. But I think we confuse the two and we call Mobile Money Limited MTN because it's fully owned by MTN. But I just wanted to correct that MTN does not give loans. Is Bank of Ghana going to be a gold merchant? You see, as part of the reserve build-up of the central bank, it's made up of SDRs, all our foreign assets, and other assets, which includes gold. And I have to tell you that for the past 4 decades, we've not added a single ounce to our gold component of our reserves. And Ghana is one of the leading producers of gold. So the Bank of Ghana took a policy decision to be able to increase the gold component of our reserves by converting domestic assets into foreign assets. And that will add up to the total reserves that we publish. If we're able to do that and buy domestically, refined, and so that it's qualified as monetary gold, and we are able to build our reserves, it provides enough cushion on the foreign exchange market to provide stability on the foreign exchange market. Because if we're able to increase our gold acquisition and it qualifies our reserves and able to publish a reserves of about $15 billion, that can cover about 8 months of import cover. That gives confidence to the foreign exchange market, and you will be able to see enough stability on the market, and you see the exchange rate being more stable than we have done. So this is a big policy decision that we've taken to be able to purchase what we call monetary gold, which is different from the gold that you see. For it to be called monetary gold, it has to be has an LBMA classification on it, which means it has to be refined by an LBMA recognized refinery for it to be accounted for as a monetary gold.
Whilst you're on it, can I ask, you can answer that too. We are told that we are one of the largest gold manufacturers or producers in the world. But we don't own any of the gold that lives here. We own zero. All the gold mines are owned by foreign companies. We don't own any. So if you heard him well, he says we would have to buy. But how do you have a land of gold and have all the gold under your land and still don't own any? Well, we are not here to answer that. I think that one I leave to the minister because that's a political question, not a central bank question. But not only that,